I thought maybe there's a rule that it has to be divulged ahead of time for us.
All right. Welcome, everyone. I call to order the July 28th, 2026 closed session meeting of the City Council at 5:02 p.m. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Seaman is not at the dais. Councilmember Francois?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan? Is not at the dais as well. Mayor Detoy?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Perfect. And we have any public comment in person or in Zoom?
We received 2 speaker cards. First speaker is Yum T.
First, you can be up there with her, but first we will start with her.
Hi, I hope you remember my wife, Yumi. She spoke Japanese a few months ago, and she just learned English from watching Jerry Springer, so she will be speaking English today.
Good evening. Our comments concern the city response to Corner versus City of Hermosa Beach and then Coastal Commission work performed by Community Counterpart Services or CCS. We first learned this project existed when Jim found $18,645 payment to CCS in the city check register. As far as we have been able to determine that check register entry was the only outwardly public indication that this work was being performed. We have found no earlier public agenda item, staff report, or open session discussion identifying CCS, describing the project, or explaining what the STR program the city intended present to the Coastal Commission. We later heard from the city that the council directed certain actions in the closed session in the mid-2025, resulting in a potential application later withdrawn after the coroner decision. The record shows much more preliminary research. CCS began biddable work in November 2025, met twice with the Coastal Commission staff before any public process we have identified and completed the Coastal Commission response package. The city paid 113 of the 13 contracted hours. 13 of the 19 tasks were completed, and then 3 more were partially completed. Completed work included alternatives and the housing analysis, maps, historic regulation review, a program nationwide memorandum, and then comprehensive Coastal Commission response package. In practical terms, CCS had essentially completed the package. The project was parked at the point where the remaining work, depending on the Coastal Commission review, hearing, and then certification, what the program was CCS asked to justify.
Yumi, your 3 minutes is up, so.
Okay, I'm continuing. Was it the existing blanket residential zone ban at the time? Was the commercial zone program as the only exception? Or was another restricted model being developed? Why was CCS selected? Was it because the principal worked at the Dana Point during the development and the Coastal Commission approval of that city's highly restricted STR program? Was Hermosa seeking a natural analysis of lawful alternatives or assistance developing a similar model involving caps, hosted or primary residence preferences, rental day limits or restrictions, or whole home rentals? Taken together, this gives us the impression that the city was preparing a highly restrictive regulations, some of which could operate as de facto bans for existing SDR hosts. Yet the city has cited Manhattan Beach approximately $1.7 million in annual STR TOT revenue while considering a restriction Manhattan Beach did not impose, including data point style caps, primary residence preferences, and rental day limits. The city cannot reasonably project Manhattan Beach level revenue while pursuing regulations that could substantially reduce STR participation and the TOT revenue under these rentals generate. Every additional restriction would likely reduce participation and therefore reduce TOT revenue. Why did the city meet twice with the Coastal Commission staff before telling the public this work was occurring? Was the public meant to shape the program, or merely comment after nearly all of the substantial work was completed and the rationales written? 3-minute comments after the consultants and staff framed the issue are not meaningful participation. If this was intended as a genuine community conversation, why did it take a PRA to uncover the project? The timing of the contract itself raises concerns. The invoice showed billable work beginning November 7th, 2025, but the city purchase order and signature records were not completed until March 2025. The agreement says services begin after city notice to proceed, and the contract term begins upon execution by both parties. How was CCS authorized to begin this work months before the contract and purchase order were executed, and without any public disclosure that the project even existed? Closed session direction also needs clarification. We understand council may discuss litigation strategy in closed session. Was the closed session only used for litigation strategy, or was it also being used to shape substantial STR policy and Coastal Commission application before the public knew the project existed, raising potential Brown Act concerns? What were the application the city said was withdrawn?
Thank
How far
you, Jim.
has it progressed? And why was the public never told about it?
Jim,
the contract says...
Your time is up.
Okay, I'm going to submit this on the post agenda.
Thank you. Do you have any other public commenters tonight?
I do not have any more speaker cards, and I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Perfect. We'll close public participation and recess to closed session. Thank you. All right, before we begin, I'd like to introduce everyone to a special guest this evening. Harrison Harriato is an honorary Mayor of the Day thanks to the Hearts of Hermosa fundraising event. So we had a great tour earlier of all the city facilities, and so he'll have the unique opportunity to assist me in calling this meeting to order and lead us in the pledge. So I'll turn it over to Harrison. You got to use the gavel too.
Call to order, 6 p.m. Harrison. I call to order the July 28th, 2026 regular meeting of the City Council at 6:23 p.m. Please place your hand over your heart and begin the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America, the Republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Awesome. Thank you, Harrison. I'll walk you down. Thank you, Harrison. You were excellent. And maybe one day you'll be running for city council and be mayor one day.
I used to be a singer when I was little. I was in the choir and I did solos, and there was one I was so excited.
All right, so we call the meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Seaman,
Here.
Councilmember Francois,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan,
Here.
Mayor DeToy.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, could you please provide a closed session report?
The mayor and city council met in closed session to confer with legal counsel regarding the matter of Norma Ayala versus City of Hermosa Beach, Los Angeles County Superior Court, case number 23 TRC V03562, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. I have one reportable action. The mayor and city council approved the settlement of the litigation under which the city will pay $75,000 in exchange for a full release of claims and dismissal of the action. The settlement was approved by a vote 5-0.
Thank you. I'll take us to announcements, and I'm going to go off script and pass it over to Mo Wright for introduction to the new fire chief for the area.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. As Mr. Mayor mentioned, I'm introducing our new acting assistant fire chief, Kelsey Wade, and I'll have him come right on up.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and residents of Hermosa Beach. My name is Wade Kelsey, and I'm your new acting assistant fire chief for the LA County Fire Department for Division 1, which encompasses Hermosa Beach. Fun fact about me, I actually started my career here 35 years ago with the Hermosa Beach Fire Department as an explorer, so it's nice to be back here. Chief Kane is off on extended leave. He sends his regards, and I just want to introduce myself, and I look forward to the strong working relationship with the County Fire Department and Hermosa Beach. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, a few more announcements. Thank you for everyone who attended my mayor's conversation and picnic at the park event this past Saturday. It was a great turnout, and I enjoyed chatting with everyone there. Please stay tuned for more information on the next mayor's event, which I plan to hold in late August. We have the International Surf Festival taking place across the South Bay beaches in Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, and Redondo Beach, and Torrance. This year, the event will be held on Friday, July 31st through Sunday, August 2nd. Provides physical fitness activities to thousands of participants, and for the full schedule, please visit surffestival.org. National Night Out is going to be coming up. It's an annual community building campaign on the first Tuesday of August that promotes police community partnerships and neighborhood camaraderie. On Tuesday, August 4th, the city will be holding a National Night Out at Clark Field. 861 Valley Drive from 6 to 8 p.m. The community is invited to join for fun with drone demos, canine demos, who you'll meet a little bit later, police vehicles, games, food, and more. And the last one I have is the Hermosa Beach Triathlon will be held Sunday, August 9th from 7 to 11 a.m. Consists of a quarter-mile ocean swim, 10-mile bike ride along Valley Ardmore, and a 3-mile run along the Strand. During this time, traffic will only be allowed to go south on Valley Drive between Gould Avenue and 2nd, and traffic will only be allowed to go north on Ardmore between 2nd Street and Gould. On Valley Drive, there will be no traffic allowed through Pier Avenue, and all traffic will be forced to turn. There will be no parking along Ardmore Avenue from Pier Avenue to 8th Street. Overnight parking will be temporarily allowed in the community center and South Park parking lots. For residents living between Valley and Ardmore on 2nd Street, you'll be unable to exit from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. The triathlon asks that you plan ahead and have a car parked outside of the course should you need to leave. For more information, visit hermosabeachtri.com. Any other announcements? Seeing none, next up we have proclamations and presentations. Madam City Clerk.
First, we have 10A, Hermosa Beach Rotary Club check presentation for Canine Arco Armored Vest.
Perfect, and we'll have the Rotary President Cole Mueller and Canine Armor founder Suzanne Sanders to the podium.
Yeah.
Good to see you again.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Suzanne Saunders, co-founder of Canine Armor, and I'm here to thank you so much for the honor of giving a bulletproof vest to protect your canine Arco, who has been with Hermosa Police Department now for only a few months, but he is out there on the street protecting the city, and up until now, most of the departments in the entire United States don't have automatic bulletproof vests for their dogs, but they are the first one into a building when there's a guy with a gun. So this vest is going to protect not only Arco, but he is Officer Torres's partner and the one that he relies on with his life. So thank you from myself and to the Rotary Club. And so I'd like to introduce their president.
Hi, my name is Cole Mueller. I am the current president of Hermosa Beach Rotary. We're just very excited and honored to play a small part in keeping Arco safe and keeping our community safe as well. And with that, I'd like to present you with this check for his vest.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
If I may, I did also want to make one call for donations because there are about 100 dogs in Los Angeles County that still need a vest like this one, and it is bullet and stab proof. And every time I get $4,000, I go out and buy another vest, boop another nose, and another dog goes to work protected. So thank you to all you wonderful people. And we have, our website is k9armor.com. Thank you. All right.
And then we have a little certificate of recognition to the Rotary Club for being the partners in the community and donating the $4,000 for Canine Arco.
Thank you.
And I think there's going to be some more presentations coming up as well. I don't know if
for those who don't know, I'm Canine Officer Torres. This here is Arco. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone that's involved in this process here. As his handler, I'm super appreciative of having a vest like this because, as you may know, sometimes we may be put into some harmful situations. So knowing that he has this added layer of protection, I'm extremely grateful. So thank you to everyone involved. I truly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I don't know if Chief Phillips is here. Captain Cahalan? No, okay. And do you want to say anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just repeat, it's only been a number of months since we got Canine Arco and assigned Officer Torres to this assignment, but even when we were looking for a dog, the dog armor approached our team and said, hey, this is something we'd like to do for Hermosa Beach and for your canine program. And huge thanks to Dog Armor, huge thanks to the Rotary Club for stepping up and some of our staff, management analyst Joanne Loaiza, who's a member of Rotary Club as well, really work together as a community. So this is very community-led, community-driven. So thank you very much for your work and your contribution in helping to keep Officer Torres and K-9 ARCO safe.
All right, and that'll be it for proclamations and presentations, is that correct? All right, so we'll go to approval of the agenda and waiver of full readings of ordinances and resolutions. So this is a time for council to pull any items, remove items from the consent calendar, or rearrange the agenda.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would like to pull item 15H for discussion.
15H is the consideration of MOU with Bark for a Park?
Yes.
All right, that'll be pulled. Friendly amendment, can you hear that after the conversation on a potential ballot measure?
Yes.
Okay, so after 17B. Councilmember Francois?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 15D, that's the $50,000 contract to provide information on the sales tax measure. I think it would be great if we had both of these consent calendar items heard during the consent calendar part of the meeting before we get down to the ballot measures.
Okay, my only thought on that is this, depending on which way the council goes on, and actually only takes effect if there's 4 votes for 17A. But you want to hear it after, prior to the public hearing, is what you're saying?
Your Honor, it wouldn't take effect unless 4/5 voted in favor of the putting the sales tax on the budget.
I don't consider that to be taking very long, but the 17E may take some time, or, I'm sorry, Councilmember Seaman wanted to pull.
I don't mind when it goes.
Which was the one you wanted to pull?
H.
15H.
15H, which is the
MOU.
MOU
Right.
for the Bark for a Park, and that MOU is going to be the same whether it ends up on the ballot measure or not. So,
You don't know that.
well, the MOU's,
All right, we'll get to the order real quick. So just 15D is what you'd like to pull. No, there's another item over here.
15I.
15I. And do you care if you hear that later in the meeting?
No time limits.
Okay, so let's put that down. After 17E, after the housing element annual progress report. Good with that?
so where are we moving them to the part of the agenda?
Well, 17, or sorry, 15I would go after 17E. 15I is the lawn bowling contract.
But 15H, the MOU,
With the
For the park.
bark for the park.
Park.
that's going to be heard when?
After 17B.
After the ballot measure.
Correct.
Okay, I think that's ill-conceived because they are two running separately.
Well, we have to vote on
And
this.
approval of the MOU is important before we know whether we're going to go on the ballot or not. So if we don't have an MOU approved,
They're different ballot measures.
So we have to take a vote on this anyways.
what's that?
We have to take a vote on approving the agenda and the way we rearrange it. So
I'm just trying to find out, is the MOU going ahead of the ballot measure for the dog park?
They're two different ballot measures.
I'm talking about the ballot measure for the dog park. So the MOU, we need to determine whether we're approving that to figure out what's going to go on the ballot measure.
Right.
And that's why I think it's important that the MOU occur on the agenda prior to our discussion of the ballot measure.
Which ballot measure? The half-cent tax ballot measure? or
No, the
MOU
ballot,
ballot?
no, the ballot measure for the dog park.
For the green part.
It's the same item.
It's not the same item, that's 17B, and we're talking about,
So your suggestion would be
15H.
15H after 17A.
no, before. Or, okay, after 17A, before 17B. Okay,
Correct.
fine.
Okay.
Okay,
Are you okay with that?
sure.
Your Honor, was 15D pushed back? Or is that going to be after
15D
consent?
is,
The consultant for the sales tax?
Has not been pulled.
no, Dean pulled it.
Oh, I did, okay.
Yes, I pulled it. I don't care when you do it, doesn't matter to me.
Okay, I'd like to get to the other business first,
Okay,
if you're okay
that's
with
fine.
that.
It's got to be a quick one anyway.
Okay. Ray, you have anything?
No, I just agree with putting the ballot measures with the other issues. So that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
So 15D at the end of the meeting. 15H after 17A. And 15I after the housing element update. Anything else? Seeing none, is there a motion for that?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Jackson, second by Councilmember Francois. I don't have my iPad out. I'm all discombobulated. Aye.
Voting screens. Oh, the voting screens.
I know, I don't have my iPad. I
Oh,
gotta,
okay.
gotta get it.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Detoy,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Seaman.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Is electronic not working, or?
I forgot my device. You can blame me. We'll do voice votes. All right, so we're past 11. I'll go to public comment. Madam City Clerk?
First speaker is Yumi T.
So, Mr. Mayor, for the first speaker, she will be making her comments in another language, and Jim Holt will be translating. We will do the clock for 3 minutes for the main speaker and 3 minutes for the translator as well.
Okay.
皆さんこんにちは。マンハッタンビーチの事例はハモサビーチシティの近郊にも別の選択肢があったことを示しています。2022年のクイーンズ判決を受け、マンハッタンビーチシティは沿岸地域の事業者が営業許可を取得し、宿泊税 TOT の徴収納付をするための潜在的な道筋を確立しました。そのプロセスが導入された当時、現在の市マネージャーであるスティーブ・ナポリターノ氏は市長を務めていました。私は彼の役割について公平に評価したいです。彼は市長として指導力を行使し、議決権も持っていました。ハモサビーチ市のマネージャーとして彼はこの市議会の指示の下で職務を遂行しています。そこで私の質問は基本的に市議会に向けたものです。なぜハモサビーチシティはマンハッタンビーチよりも積極的なアプローチを取ったのでしょうか。 今年1月、マンハッタンビーチシティで訴求的な TOT が議論された際、同市の財務局長は次のように述べました。私の記憶が正しければ、今日に至るまで当市はその制度を実際に導入したことはありません。起因判決からほぼ4年が経過したにもかかわらず、その議論は行われたのは2026年1月20日になってからでした。ハモサビーチシティは正反対の対応をとっています。同市は長年にわたり禁止かつ無許可と認定していた事業者に対し4年前の宿泊税の支払いを要求し続けていますが、登録や支払いの仕組みを一切提供していません。市が彼らの賃貸事業を違法だとし、その税金を徴収しないと明言している状況で、事業者はどうやって宿泊客の請求書に市税を上乗せすればいいというのでしょうか。TOT は支払いの際に宿泊客から徴収されることを前提としています。その宿泊客たちはすでに去っています。この訴求的な請求により、事業者は宿泊客の未納税金を自腹で負担せざるを得なくなっています。なぜハモサビーチシティは法的に疑問があり、かつ最も強硬な手段を繰り返して選ぶのでしょうか。まずタトゥーショップに対する禁止令が課されましたが、これは裁判で覆されました。Thank you.
Good evening. Manhattan Beach shows that Hermosa has another path available. After the Keene ruling in 2022, Manhattan Beach opened a prospective path for coastal zone operators to obtain business license and collect and remit TOT. During that period when that approach was implemented, our current city manager, Steve Napolitano, served as mayor. I want to be fair about this. As mayor, he had leadership influence in the vote. As Hermosa Beach city manager, he works under the direction of the council. So my question is for the council. Why is Hermosa choosing a much more aggressive course than what Manhattan Beach did? When Manhattan Beach discussed back TOT in January of this year, its finance director said, "To date, we really haven't pursued any action to my recollection." That discussion did not occur until last January, nearly 4 years after the Keene ruling. Hermosa is doing the opposite. It's demanding 4 years of back TOT from operators the city spent years calling prohibited and unpermitted while providing no registration or remittance paths. How were operators supposed to add a city tax to guest bills when the city said their rentals were prohibited and would not accept the tax? TOT is designed to be collected from the transient when the rent is paid. Those guests are gone. As a practical matter, the retroactive demand forces operator to replace the uncollected guest tax from their own pockets. Why does Hermosa Beach repeatedly choose the legally gray and the most aggressive path? First came the tattoo parlor ban that got overturned in court. Then on the day of the 2016 STR ban vote, the Coastal Commission warned the council in writing that adopting the prohibition without Coastal Commission authorization would constitute a knowing and an intentional violation of the Coastal Act. That warning was discussed and dismissed as a staff member's opinion just prior to the vote. Now that the city is demanding retroactive taxes under publicly disputed ordinance language after denying operators the ability to collect and remit those taxes when the guests actually stayed, Manhattan Beach opened a prospective compliance path. Hermosa should do the same. The city should not turn its own refusal to provide a lawful payment path into 4 years of personal liability for property owners. Establish a clear lawful start date, collect from guests going forward, and stop creating another avoidable legal dispute. Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah H., followed by Franklin R.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents of Hermosa Beach. I'm here to make some announcements about our upcoming library events. Our summer discovery program is coming to an end August 9th, but we still have a lot of great programs coming up. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., we have Mad Science, which will be featuring fascinating science demonstrations with air pressure, fire, and bubbling potions for ages 5 to 12. And that's generously sponsored by our Hermosa Beach Friends of the Library. Next Wednesday, we are bringing back Wild Man Dan. Explore and interact with the amazing world of snakes, spiders, and more while learning how to stay safe and respect wildlife. That is also generously sponsored by our Hermosa Beach Friends of the Library, and that's at 3 p.m. for our school-age children. And then for our adults, we are going to have speed puzzling on Wednesday, August 5th at 6 p.m. Come and try your hand at speed puzzling, grab your friends, or join a team of up to 4 players to complete a 500-piece puzzle. The first to finish wins. And then on Thursday, August 6th, our book club will be meeting to discuss Atmosphere by Taylor Jenkins Reid. I believe we still have copies of the book available to check out at the library. And we will be bringing back Miss Kim's Family Music Concert on Saturday, August 8th from 10:30 to 11. And this is for our children ages 0 to 5 with their parents or caregivers. It's always a great time with our family concerts on Saturdays. Thank you.
And Wild Man Dan is not just for kids. He's awesome.
Next, we have Jim H.
Good evening. I operate a coastal zone short-term rental and have held a city business license since 2015. Months ago, I publicly disclosed that I've been escrowing TOT tax and intend to pay the city. I'm not asking to retain any amount lawfully due to the city, but collecting and setting aside funds does not establish every amount was taxable or authorize additional retroactive liability. Each amount should be reconciled against a valid tax obligation. That is different from accepting retroactive liabilities for periods where operators were classified as prohibited and unpermitted and had no remitted process and may not have collected the tax from the guests. The written general public comments attached to today's agenda and the legal issues discussed by attorney Frank Angel in the Easy Reader directly affect that question. The voter-approved ordinance applied to permitted short-term rentals. The city classified residential STRs as unpermitted, and the coroner ruling made the ban unenforceable, but it did not issue permits. For those reasons, I believe June 4th is the earliest defensible date for liability beyond the amounts actually collected. Depending on whether Ordinance 26-1497 lawfully removes the voter-approved word permitted, there may not be a legally established start date for additional retroactive liability. The current HBMC does not clearly address platform-based STR transactions. They're designed for hotels. It says that the tax is paid when the rent or bill is paid, but doesn't say whether when the guest pays the platform or when the platform pays the guest. The dates can be more than a year apart. And Airbnb does not disclose to the hosts when or how the guest pays. They handle it themselves. The code does not explain how to report a booking when a guest pays, cancels, someone else books it, then they cancel, they both get refunds. You know, does that money get returned, or do I use a credit? I've been asking these questions, and I just received an answer about an hour ago saying, hey, hang on, but you know, August 1st is right around the corner, and the city office closes on Thursday, so I basically have 2 more days. I checked the Deckard portal again yesterday, even though I didn't receive any notice that the changes were completed. The first page still stated that the maximum occupancy and parking information were required, so I didn't go past the page. I'm still trying to resolve and pay any lawful tax obligation. I should not have to use a separate regulatory registration. Oh, I'm finished. I'm going to put this on the post agenda for the rest of it. Thank you.
Next, we have Franklin R.
Hi, I'm Franklin Rogers. This is my teammate Ellie Grace Schultz. The two of us are Hermosa Beach residents who run for the MiraCosta cross country team. As Mr. Mayor earlier mentioned, this weekend is the International Surf Festival. It contains many events, but the one we are here to highlight is the Dick Fitzgerald 2-mile beach run, which is put on by our team. And also has the distinction of being the only beach run hosted directly in Hermosa Beach as opposed to one of our neighbors. The race starts and finishes at the Hermosa Beach Pier. Runners run north between the Strand and the ocean, behind the lifeguard towers, past the Longfellow Tower where there's a turnaround point, and then they will run back on the hard-packed sand by the water. It's a very fun race, but it also has a reputation as being very challenging. Running on sand is no real joke. But because of this, it's an incredible exercise, and it's a great community activity to participate in one of the first events of the Surf Festival.
The divisions are men, women, boys and girls, 10 and under, 11 to 14, 15 to 19, 20 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, 50 to 59, 60 to 69, and 70 and over. International Surf Festival t-shirts are guaranteed to all pre-registered runners. A limited number of t-shirts will be available for race day registration. First come, first serve. Medals go to the first to third place in each division. The race is put on by the MiraCosta track and cross country teams. Proceeds from the run go back to fund our running programs at MiraCosta. The race is named after former director of the Department of Beaches, Dick Fitzgerald, who helped start the International Surf Festival. We hope you support our team, and we hope to see you on Saturday. You can also sign up and be a virtual supporter. To get tickets, go to surffestival.org/run. You can also use the QR code on our flyer. Please follow us on Instagram at MiraCosta Cross Country and help us share our flyer on your social media. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tracy H.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Mr. City Manager. My name is Tracy Horowitz. I live at 501 Geronda Street. I am a Parks and Rec Commissioner, but I'm speaking tonight as a resident. I'm addressing you now to comment on two items in the agenda tonight, as I believe they're intertwined and connected, items 15H and 17B. I appreciate the work that's gone into this proposed memorandum of understanding, but I can't support it in its current form. At a minimum, the MOU should be limited exclusively to Valley Park location only after a feasibility study is completed, which may yield really productive information. It should clearly require Bark for a Park to assume 100% responsibility financially for the design, construction, and ongoing maintenance of any dog park. However, my primary concern is the inclusion of the Greenbelt as a possible location. I object to the Greenbelt being considered for a dog park at all. I expressed this at our March Parks and Rec Commission meeting because I believe this is a slippery slope. The Greenbelt has been legally designated as open space. Once we allow construction of any facility on that protected land, we begin to erode the very purpose of that designation. Whether it's a dog park today or another project tomorrow, the precedent has been set. Your very language includes building public improvements, and that is very concerning. Once we begin carving out exceptions and constructing anything on protected open space, we establish a precedent that becomes increasingly difficult to defend in the future. Today's proposal may be a dog park, but tomorrow it could be something else. That is precisely why these protections exist. That's why I believe the Greenbelt should be taken off the table entirely. I also have serious concerns about sending this issue to the voters in its current form. Unless the ballot measure is extraordinarily specific, it does not provide residents with enough information to make an informed decision. Questions about the exact location, the extent of construction, access, design, and long-term impacts remain unanswered. Asking voters to approve an undefined exception to protected open space invites confusion and creates unintended consequences. It's simply a bad idea. If the city wishes to pursue a dog park, Valley Park could be an appropriate location to evaluate. Do one feasibility study. Do the work to determine if it works. The Greenbelt should not be included as an option either in this MOU or in any future ballot measure. For these reasons, I urge you to amend the MOU to remove the Greenbelt entirely, limit its scope to Valley Park, require Bark for a Park to bear 100% of the costs for design, study, construction, maintenance, and please consider canceling the ballot measure altogether. It's option 3, so you don't have to look it up. Thank you.
Next, we have Michelle H.
Good evening, City Council members, City Manager. Michelle Hampton, 35-year Hermosa Beach resident. I got up and spoke on May 12th here at a City Council meeting, and I spoke on a topic that I'm very passionate about and still frustrated. And I know a lot of people are, and I'm a voice for those people that are frustrated still. I know that after I spoke, after public comment, Councilmember Jackson brought it up to be a future agenda item, which I'm thankful for. And I think it's still called AB 43. Sorry if that's not the right number, but I see that it's possibly going to be on an agenda item in August. And as I read over the description of it, which I'm going to read because you all know, but I'm going to read it for people here. It says, informational item for a comprehensive review of city speed limits, focusing on major thoroughfares, including Hermosa Ave, 27th Street, Valley Drive, Ardmore Ave, and Prospect Ave. I want to make sure that the streets of Monterey Boulevard and Manhattan Beach Ave are at the top of this list. I'm sure all of you sitting up here are frustrated with the way that people speed in our city, and I'm hoping that at some point we can do something about it. I hate being that person out on the street yelling at people going too fast. Maybe I'm getting old, but I just feel that this is something that I hope that we can address somehow. I know it's a hard topic, but I just think that coming into our small community, we want to slow down because we're coming into the beach. And I remember being here where people actually drove peacefully. And as I walked here this evening, people are flying up and down Pier Avenue. It's 20 miles an hour, and I don't think people know that. And I just want to express my passion for my city and make sure that we're safe here. And I hope that we can address this item as best as we can. I think we're all just moving way too fast. And when I come home, I want it to be mellow. Thank you.
Next, we have Cheryl M.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Cheryl Main. I am a 20-year resident of Hermosa Beach. I am a communications and public relations consultant in the entertainment industry. For nearly 4 years, I served as Deputy Communications Director for Governor Schwarzenegger. I'm a docent at the museum. I'm also a donor. I was No, and along with Dennis Jarvis and some residents and business owners, created a community-based group called Thrive. For the past 10 years, I have been a member of CPAB, the Community Police Advisory Board, formed by Chief Sharon Papa to facilitate better communications between residents, businesses, and the Hermosa Beach Police Department. I do not belong to a political party, never ran for office, and I make it a point to support those who align with my core values rather than my political affiliation. I strongly believe that being active in the community is a civic duty. I take it seriously. I'm telling you this in the spirit of transparency and to rebut a grossly misinformed letter from Mr. John Burry, a man I want to say I have never met, nor have I ever talked to. In fact, it was a fact-free diatribe, actually, about CPAB. He voiced concerns about the Brown Act being violated. Having worked at a high level in government, I understand the Brown Act, which was designed to protect us. It wasn't designed to punish us. It is not a political weapon to be used on a whim. In Mr. Burry's letter obtained through public records request, he made several unfounded allegations, and he personally called me out as co-chair for using my position on the advisory board as political, but he failed to cite one example because there aren't any. I was, however, amused by the audacity of it all. Personal attacks coming from the guy who held court at the Candles and Tablecloth State of the City event that was not about the state of the city, but instead felt like a campaign event. He formed a PAC in the last election to undermine city council candidates he was opposed to. He is also behind the biased Hermosa Review, a newsletter posing as journalism written by AI that consistently and blatantly attacks Councilmember Jackson. And how do I know it's biased? I ran it through AI. So if you want a conversation about the Brown Act, let's talk about it. And let's talk about how 3 current council members took it upon themselves, with no help from anyone, to remove a city manager. We are to believe that the 3 of them never discussed it, even though they all landed on hiring the same person as city manager. Seriously? Because it sounds like a Brown Act violation to me, not to mention ethics. So some food for thought. What is Mr. Burry's real motivation? And about disbanding CPAB, which has functioned without any problems and is good for the community, and what motivates him to support personal attacks, and why do we stand for it? Thank you.
Next, we have Rick Kay.
Okay. Council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City, I'm here tonight, and apparently, from what I've been told, I'm a $1 late and $1 short. I'm here to speak about 90 Pier Avenue, the Bank of America building. A little bit of history. It was built with money that my great uncle got from mining gold in Mexico, and he hired my grandfather to design it and build it. 28 years ago, I was standing in this exact room when we were talking about the Bijou. At one point, they were talking about tearing the building down. Thank goodness a few of the council members, et cetera, realized that that was not going to be a good idea for our culture, the architecture, and just the whole vibe of our city. The people that did the resto mod on the Bijou spent a lot of time in my living room going through family scrapbooks, et cetera, and they did a good job. It's a bank now. It's not a theater anymore, as we all know, but they did a good job. And when the curb appeal remains, and I'm just here to really, my grandfather's looking down on me right now, and he'd be pretty upset if I was home eating dinner instead of at least mentioning this and getting on the record. I know that progress is inevitable. I also know that we have a very small beach city, and we have a certain vibe, and the eclecticness of our architecture and the vibe is very important. So I just really hope that if and when you guys decide, I guess the plans have already been drawn, that at least from a curb appeal standpoint, we keep that building looking like it's looked for 100 and something years. I guess that's all I have to say. I do have a picture. When I was president of the Community Center Foundation, we came very close to getting a grant from Getty, the Architecture LA grant, and we weren't able to get it because they changed the windows. And from what I understand, one of the important things tonight, one of the determining factors that all of you are looking at regarding whether the Bank of America building should be considered historic or not is because the windows were changed, a couple of things were changed. Well, I dug this out of my family scrapbook. I don't even think the Historical Society has this one. I will leave this over there with our city clerk for you guys to look at. And hopefully, whatever gets done there, at the end of the day, it looks a lot like it looks right now, and it benefits our city at the same time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ira E.
A little off topic. Hello, everybody. I just wanted to thank the mayor for his the picnic, and they had free Creamy Boys pints at that picnic. It was pretty amazing, and the mayor and city manager took questions. I thought it was a pretty good event. I'm here tonight to also talk about CPAB, like Cheryl did, and CPAB was created, as I think Cheryl said, over a decade ago, and it had to do with a problem of credibility that the police department had with the community at the time, and it came in at a good time and came in handy to try to mend the community and the police department. There's been no issues that I know of with CPAB, and this has gone on for, I think they meet monthly. I'm not a member. And nothing happened until this email from John Burry on April 8th. He claims that there's some sort of Brown Act violations. I'm not a lawyer, but in some brief research I did, and looking at various Brown Act litigations and using AI, doesn't seem to be any Brown Act violations here. It's not a legislative body. It has no power. It's created. The group is selected by the police chief. So I don't see any Brown Act violations there. There are a number of CPABs across the state of California and in the country. The city of Los Angeles has 21 CPABs themselves. My concern is not with Mr. Burry, meddling Mr. Burry. It's with the city. It's with the city manager, who I'm guessing with the help of the interim city attorney, decided to disband this organization, and it's really disappointing and shows very little backbone. Thanks.
Next, we have Heidi F.
Good evening, Mayor DeToy, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and City Manager. My name is Heidi Fernandez. I live at 447 Hermosa Street. I'm a Hermosa Beach resident since 1981. I'm here tonight to defend the Green Belt against two agenda items. Item 15H, consideration of request to establish an MOU with Bark for a Park, and item 17B, approval of placing a ballot measure on the November 3rd general municipal election to allow a designated off-leash dog park within the Greenbelt. Does anyone remember Stephen Covey's The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People? Maybe not. A lot of you are probably too young. Ironically, that book was published in 1989. The same year that the Hermosa Beach Greenbelt was zoned OS1. One of my favorite habits went like this: begin with the end in mind. Begin with the end in mind. Tonight, I'd like to read the two ballot measures and the results of both that were decided by a vote of the people in 1989. First, ballot measure E. Preserving uses and allowing dogs off-leash on railroad right-of-way. Shall petition initiative ordinance number 89-999 be adopted, which preserves present traditional and historical uses and allows dogs off-leash on the railroad right-of-way? It failed. 898 no, 473 yes. That's kind of a landslide. Ballot measure F, same ballot, preserving uses and requiring dogs be on a leash on railroad right-of-way. Shall council proposed ordinance number 89-1001 be adopted, which preserves the railroad right-of-way area for parkland and open space and requires that dogs be on leash? That was a resounding yes. 925 yes, 459 no. City Council, the people have already voted on the issue that you are attempting to change. Why are you attempting to change the will of the people? These decisions were landslides in 1989. Therefore, item 15H, the MOU, should be sent back to the drawing board to remove any language, including the Hermosa Beach Greenbelt. In regards to item 17B, the ballot initiative to change the zoning of the Greenbelt, the only option is to decline to place the proposed measure before the voters. I urge you to begin with the end in mind. Keep the Greenbelt as it was intended in perpetuity. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jim R.
I'd like to thank the lady who just spoke because she set me up. My name is Jim Rosenberger. I served on the city council in the 80s. I was on the negotiating committee to purchase the Greenbelt back in 88, 89. I'd like to share with all of you here some of the literature that came out at that time regarding the Proposition F. So if you could pass it around. In case any of you have reading problems, I will read it out loud. I get to follow up on that woman. Those who refuse to learn from history, or I'm told, are bound to repeat it. So let me read you what we did in 1989 when obviously we've had the chance to be 37 years smarter, and I hope we are. The literature says it's our Greenbelt too. We're all paying to obtain this beautiful Greenbelt for open space, $7.5 million. We're all entitled to walk, jog, or just sit and meditate on it. We shouldn't have to worry about off-leash dogs bothering, barking, or attacking us and our children. 95% of us don't own dogs, so that might change since then, I don't know.
A little bit.
Only some of those who feel that their freedom hinges on their dogs, only some feel that their freedom hinges on their dog's right to be off-leash. We think they're barking up the wrong tree. We hope you agree. Yes on F. Thank you.
Next, we have a virtual public speaker. Huang B., your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Fong Bu, and I'm the president of the California Short-Term Rental Association. We have an LA County chapter, and several of our Hermosa Beach members couldn't be here today. I'm here to speak on the TOT issue for short-term rentals. I want to be clear up front that we're not here to argue against the city collecting TOT. Hermosa Beach should collect it, and operators want to pay it. Our main concern is about the process. In 2015, voters approved Ordinance 15-1358, which applied the tax to hotels, motels, hostels, and permitted short-term rentals. That word permitted was in the measure voters saw in the actual ballot, and the measure also said that the council couldn't amend it without going back to the voters. And this March, the council adopted a new ordinance that removed the word permitted in many places. That small edit has big consequences, and it extends the tax to properties the city itself had long treated as prohibited and had declined to register or accept TOT from unpermitted short-term rental operators. And those same operators are now being asked to register and pay up 4 years' worth of taxes by August 1st. and they're being asked to collect and pay TOT going forward, even though they are still not permitted. And that's left a lot of people really confused. And for years, they were told their rentals weren't allowed, that they shouldn't collect TOT, and that there was no way to pay it, even if they wanted it to. And now they're being asked to pay retroactively for all those years, and the Kerner decision doesn't fully answer this. The court said the city couldn't enforce its coastal zone prohibition without coastal commission approval, but it didn't rewrite the tax measure or create a permitting system. So only the city council can change the Hermosa Beach zoning code and cause these short-term rentals to be permitted. And only the voters can change the TOT code and extend the TOT tax to unpermitted short-term rentals. We think moving forward under this new invalid ordinance and pursuing retroactive collection before these questions are resolved creates a real risk for everyone, disputes, refund claims, and potential exposure for the city. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Kent Allen. Your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, Kent Allen here speaking. I want to speak tonight about item number 20A, which is an informational item on the elimination of the crossing guard at 5th and PCH. This matter concerns me not because I don't believe in keeping children safe, but because of the lack of transparency surrounding Councilmember Raymond Jackson's decision to contact and pressure city staff into adding a crossing guard at 5th Street without discussing it with the city council. We all know that the city council has only one employee, and that's the city manager. We also know that council members are not supposed to speak directly to staff or instruct them to perform work on behalf of the city. The municipal code is very clear on this matter. In this case, it appears that Councilmember Jackson bypassed the city manager and violated the chain of command by working directly with the staff. Although I have never served in the armed forces, there is one principle I deeply respect: the chain of command. It exists for a reason, Raymond Jackson. Time and time again, Councilmember Raymond Jackson has undermined the public's trust by going behind the backs of his fellow council members and advance his own pet projects. In this example, he inappropriately used his position to spend taxpayer money to win political favor from his constituents on the south end of town. It is in this instance that we're talking about. We spent almost $30,000 if you add in all the staff time and stuff we spent. Accountability matters, Ray Jackson. Transparency matters, Ray Jackson. Trust matters, Ray Jackson. In my opinion, Ray Jackson, you have demonstrated too little of all of these three items. This is the same man who berated coastal zone residents for converting their garages into gyms and offices. He wants to then punish them by banning them from having parking permits. But at the same time, he sits in his own unpermitted ADU man cave in his office on Linden Street. And we all know it, and nobody does anything about it. The proof is undeniable. This is the same man who says he supports local control and then appears at an unelected, unaccountable California Coastal Commission using his position there to trample all over individual property rights of the Hermosa Beach resident who live in the council zone. Hypocrisy on this level should be a disqualifier. And it's very clear that Councilmember Ray Jackson has no ability to work with other council members. He's not even speaking to three of them, and he disrespects. And let's not forget, he called one of the staffs and a council member butt buddies. Yeah, that's right. He called them butt buddies. Okay. And then he goes around
Your time is up, Mr. Allen. Thank you.
Goes around wearing this scarf.
Do you have any other public commenters?
We do. We received one more speaker card, Jackie T.
Hello, my name is Jackie Tagliaferro. I live in Hermosa Beach for almost 40 years now. I want to thank Heidi for doing all that research and Jim Rosenberg. You brought up so many memories I do remember. I'm speaking on the dog park in the Greenbelt. Let's see, a lot came back to me after they spoke. I actually just put this together on my phone and I don't know how to make the font bigger, so I'm doing a little bit short. I do remember all that. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Betty Dunbar. Mostly Betty Dunbar, who has lived adjacent to Valley Park since 1975, but I support all that she has to say. It may have been the late 70s, maybe 1988, that Gary Bruce, Jim Weiss, Roger Crichton, which were part of the committee led by Rosamund Fogg, saved the Greenbelt from developers so that it would be forever open space with no vehicles or permanent structures. The committee worked hard to get enough residents on board to qualify for the ballot. It was voted on in 1988, 1989, to keep the Greenbelt open space. The opponents were real estate developers. What a treasure the open space Greenbelt is to our city. And it allows the earlier arriving critters who must travel through Hermosa to find mates. It's a relatively safe nighttime passage. It should be left undisturbed. We object to a dog park on the Greenbelt. We agree with Tracy and Heidi and Jim. Once you start allowing things like the dog park, it opens the door for others. Amend the Greenbelt entirely, cancel the ballot altogether. Thank you.
Next, we have Matt McCool. Your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good evening, Mayor DeToy, City Council staff, Matt McCool. Tonight, I want to talk about CPAP because it was brought up by two speakers. I have a complete opposite view of the Community Police Advisory Board and put it in historical context why that was established. It came out of the Chris Miller lawsuit where there was a high amount of distrust with Chief Papa. Chief Papa believes she was above the law, and I completely side with Keep Hermosa and their decision to go ahead and put political pressure on Chief Papa to have some accountability. As of right now, and it's currently, our police department has zero oversight, none. They operate above the law. They think they can do whatever they want. So you have a situation where you have like Cheryl Main and Ira Elman, who I've been opposed to politically for years and years, it's well documented, where I'm in complete agreement with them. My problem is with the CPAP should go, absolutely. I think they should take it to the next level. I hope they do get together. When I was on the Emergency Preparedness Advisory Commission, which was an actually Brown Act body, I wanted to go ahead and elevate EPAC to become a public safety commission and have oversight over our police department. So I hope they go ahead and step up and do this. But it was a political tool that was used. I'm glad it's gone. It doesn't need to be around there. And how it was done was Chief Papa picked half the people and Councilwoman Armato picked all her people. And it was half community leaders and half Keep Hermosa. And it was just a waste of time and a waste of community resources. So I hope they step up and start taking it serious because we do have a criminal element within the Hermosa Beach Police Department and there is no oversight. So I do hope they decide to step up and do something about this. And just going to close on this about as far as Chief Papa. A lot of people don't know this, but Chief Papa was fired by Suja Lowenthal. She allowed her to have the dignity of going out on medical leave for 6 months and then another 6 months. And she was only able to be on medical leave for 1 year, but she retired 1 year after that. So if anyone wants to doubt me on that, I do have the emails to prove that. But Chief Papa was a dirty cop. And I agree that we need to go ahead and have civilian oversight of our police department. City of Long Beach does a great job as well. Thanks.
I do not have any more virtual hands raised, and we did not receive any more speaker cards.
All right, then we will close public comment and bring it back to the dais for any council member comments. Seeing no, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question. I know it's on our agenda later on this evening, but a Parks and Rec commissioner stated they objected to the proposal, but it is true that our Parks and Rec Commission voted unanimously to consider both the Greenbelt and the Valley Park option. Is that correct?
I don't know.
They would speak to that.
Oh, okay. Well, it's in their staff report, so I'll just say that the staff report states that. So I don't know if different things have gone on since then, but just wanted to state that for the record. Thank you.
I just want to report I went to the ICA conference on July 9th in San Diego for several days. Councilman Jackson is the president, and he hosted the event. It was a very nice event in San Diego, and we went over some topics that can assist us in getting funding for grants and for retail ideas on how to improve your downtowns and many other subjects. And I just wanted to report I was down there, and Councilman Jackson hosted the event for the ICA. And I believe Councilman Seaman was also there. So I just want to report that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the speakers. I just want to speak briefly about the CPAB. As a former member of the Community Police Advisory Board, I was disappointed by the decision. I believe the board provided real value by bringing together different perspectives from across the community and maintaining an open line of communication with our PD. The board operated for years under 3 chiefs of police, 3 city attorneys, 3 city managers. And it was somewhat concerning that a single complaint resulted in its elimination. It raises questions about whether less disruptive alternatives were fully considered, and I plan on speaking to that at the end of today's meeting with regard to a future agenda item, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Seaman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended last week the Board of Directors meeting for the Joint Powers Insurance Association. That's our insurance company. It's a group where we pool our money together with other cities to cover our insurance. It was, I like to kind of call it a nuts and bolts sort of a meeting. We elected new officers for the Board of Directors and went through the agenda for the year ahead of us and that sort of a thing. It was a very good meeting, and appreciate the work that they do. Thank you.
Yeah, regarding activities, July 15th, I attended the LA County Sanitation District meeting representing the city and the mayor. And coming up on August 17th is my next community forum from 6 to 8 p.m. here in the council chambers. Thank you.
Perfect. As you saw earlier, we had 2 mayors of the day. They got auctioned off at various nonprofits. Last week I had another young gentleman named Sebastian. I just want to thank the staff for being gracious. And luckily both times we had no one in the jails. And so that was my first time inside the jail cells over at the police station. And so I definitely learned some things on the tours, and both of them learned quite a bit about the city government. I just want to again thank staff for their time on that. And then one of the other hats I wear is I am on the CalPERS board, and so we had a excellent year at 14.8% return. So hopefully that'll make Brandon happy and keep our contributions to the pensions a little bit lower moving forward. And with that, that'll take us to consent calendar. I believe all items have been pulled at this point, so looking for a motion to approve the balance.
Motion to approve the amended consent calendar.
Second.
Mr. City Attorney, is that clear enough?
Yes.
All right. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'll take us to 16A, public hearing. This will be for adoption of a resolution approving a certificate of appropriateness and precise development plan for 90 Pier Avenue. This public hearing is now open, and we welcome the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Happy to be discussing this public hearing tonight, adopting a resolution approving a certificate of appropriateness and precise development plan for 90 Pier Avenue. Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is a property, a little louder, sorry guys. This is a property that you are probably all very familiar with. It's at a very prominent location in the city. It's been there for over 100 years. It's known, I think, around town as the Bank of America building. It's located in the city's C2 restricted commercial zone and within the general plan recreational commercial zone on the southwest corner of Hermosa Avenue and Pierre Avenue at the entrance to Pierre Plaza. And this is the view looking at it from Pierre Plaza as it stands today. Next slide, please. So tonight, we are here before you to consider a request for a certificate of appropriateness and a precise development plan. This project requires a certificate of appropriateness because Hermosa Beach Municipal Code 1753, Historic Resource Preservation, lists this property as a potential historic landmark. And as a potential historic landmark, your review is required for all alterations, restorations, demolition, removal, or relocation to any interior or exterior improvements or architectural features. Additionally, with this scope of work, a precise development plan is triggered under Hermosa Beach Municipal Code 1758-20. With this, whenever you do a project that's over 1,500 square feet to the interior or exterior, you are required to get a PDP. Now, generally, a PDP would first go to the Planning Commission, but because this project also incorporates that certificate of appropriateness that is reviewed by the City Council, we are combining the two to run concurrently so that we can streamline the process. In this slide, you can see the proposed project. So it's currently and will still be a 5,669 square foot building. It exists on a 5,265 square foot parcel, which means that it's built virtually property to property line. Those four walls really haven't changed much as far as the structure of the walls over the last 100 years, and they're not going to change with this project proposal in where they are located. However, the project, again, is before you because it does include those exterior and interior renovations. So as you can see from the proposed depiction above, the project is to be considered going from a single tenant, again, formerly the Bank of America, and it's the latest tenant, into possibly 4 tenant spaces. So to accommodate that change, we are going to have additional storefronts. There's architectural features. Additionally, within the existing building, there's a mezzanine level, and it's proposed that that mezzanine level will be demolished. Next slide, please. So, as part of that certificate of appropriateness, the applicant submitted a historical resource evaluation report that was in the staff report. It was conducted by ASM and reviewed by staff. This report is to determine the presence or absence of potentially historic architectural resources. The report evaluated standards set forth in both CEQA and state CEQA guidelines, as well as mitigation measures found within Plan Hermosa. On this slide, you can see those 4 criteria that were evaluated. It was found that that first criteria, that the project is associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad pattern of local or regional history or the cultural heritage of California or the United States, was found to be pertinent in this project's case. Next slide, please. But to give a little bit of context to that, you can see in both of these photos that the building was completed in 1922, as the gentleman earlier spoke to. It was originally actually a multi-tenant building with 4 tenants, so in a way it's reverting back to how it was originally configured. And speaking to that, it was First in the Pompeian style, which is that first photo. On these photos, you can see how that facade has continued to evolve and change over time as the building evolved and the community evolved. So we have a photo there when it was in its neoclassical style around 1940, and in 1985, a depiction of what it looked like as the Bank of America in 1985. So over these last 100 years, although again those four walls have stayed as they were originally constructed, the look of the building has changed significantly, and there's been interior and exterior alterations and remodels over the years. So, although the report concluded that the property possesses this local historical association, being an important bank and an important place and an important location in the city, the report determined that the building lacks sufficient historic integrity for listing in the California Register of Historic Resources or as designation as a city landmark. And because of these extensive alterations that have occurred and thus diminished its ability to convey historical significance. So, therefore, the report concluded that no historic resources as defined by CEQA are located at this site. So that's why we believe that you will be able to consider that certificate of appropriateness for the scope of work proposed. Next slide, moving on. We also have to consider that precise development plan because the scope of work includes an alteration greater than 1,500 square feet. So these are the findings that are laid out in Hermosa Beach Municipal Code Section 1758. 40. So the findings are that the design, layout, and other physical features of the project comply with all applicable provisions of this title and other titles of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. That the design, layout, and other physical features of the project are consistent with the general plan and any applicable specific plan or design guidelines. And that the design, layout, and other physical features of the project comply with any design or development standards applicable to the zone unless waived or modified. So those findings and the details of those findings are recorded in your staff report. Next slide, please. So again, as this is a public hearing, there was public notice that was conducted. A legal ad was published in the Easy Reader, as well as 554 mail notices were sent out to applicants, occupants, and the property owner within a 500 square foot radius on July 16th. A notice was published on the website and posters were posted on site. This is a Class 1 categorical exemption under CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, existing facilities as defined in Section 15301. Next slide, please. So it's staff's recommendation that you consider conducting a public hearing to approve the Certificate of Appropriateness, HRR 26-01, and Precise Development Plan, PDP 26-04, and determine the action to be categorically exempt from CEQA under Class 1 of Section 15301, and adopt the resolution as contained in your staff report. Next slide. This concludes staff's report. Happy to take any questions that you may have. Also, I believe the applicant, the architect, Wajid, is online, as well as the property owner is also here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for the report and the staff report. I'll look to my colleagues for any questions for staff. Then we'll hear from the applicant. Any questions for staff?
No.
All right.
We're going to hear from the applicant.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I'll open up to the applicant to provide any public comment. If you have any.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jaden Theodora. I just wanted to take a second to say thank you to all the council members and city staff who have taken the time to work with us throughout this process. We're truly looking forward to giving something to the community that they can be proud about. And so we really appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
And then is there any questions for the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Francois. I don't know if you want to come back up? Or if the...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any specific questions. I just want to thank you for putting this proposal through and thank the staff for ensuring that we had a combined public hearing so we didn't have to go through this twice. As a former Preservation Commissioner in the city of Redondo Beach, I know what's involved in creating all these certificate of appropriatenesses and historical surveys, and I want to thank you very much for putting that together and working with the city and coming up with the proposal you have today. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a journey. Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, seeing no other questions for staff or the applicant, I will open up for public comment. Do you have any speaker cards?
We did not receive any speaker cards. I do have one virtual speaker. Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Yeah, hello. I have to admit I didn't read the staff report, but I'm wondering about the big sign that looks like it was on the roof or off to the side. I'm hoping that's not going to be a digital display. Maybe you can clarify that. It'll be I'm hoping it's just going to be a static sign, not something that makes it look like Las Vegas down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Anyone else online?
I do not have any other hands raised.
Anyone else in council chambers? Going once, going twice. All right, we'll close the public comment. I don't know if the staff or applicant would like to speak to, are you making modifications to the sign, or is it still going to be a static sign for, I assume, the largest tenant?
It's just static.
Okay. The answer from staff was digital signs are not allowed, and it'll be a static sign. Looking for, according to my script, a motion and a second, and then we can deliberate on that motion. Councilmember Francois.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I make the motion to approve staff recommendation and determine this project exempt from CEQA and adopt the resolution by title.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Just to echo what my colleague mentioned, is just a thank you to the applicant. I think you are, truly trying to capture the historic side of the building and investing in a downtown in such a vital, entry point to our downtown area. So just seeing how it works again, and a single tenant in that size building is, would be hard to fill, but I'm excited about the future of this development. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the applicant. Thank you to city staff. You guys have put your heart and soul into the project, and it is certainly appreciated, and your efforts show. So thank you for your willingness to invest your time, money, and your heart into our community. Super excited. I was with Christine the other day at Zane's, and we were sitting there looking at that beautiful building and thinking about all the possibilities there. So looking forward to that redevelopment and redesign. I mean, we've got LA Ale Works now in one corner. We've got Jane's. We've got you guys, and that Four Corners is going to be something special in a few years. So thank you for your willingness to invest in our city.
All right. Any other comments? All right. We will close this public hearing. And Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Francois.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan.
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman.
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Mayor DeToy.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We still have to go through coastal and a bunch of other hurdles, I assume, so we can give a bigger applause when it's all done. But again, thank you for the investment in our town, and looking forward to the future. All right, that will bring us, Madam City Clerk, I don't have my notes.
So next is 17A, approval of placing a ballot measure and providing for the filing of rebuttal arguments for the city measure on the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election that would allow a designated measure calling a 1/2 cent, 0.5% sales tax, presented by Administrative Services Director Brendan Walker.
Good evening, council. Just waiting for the PowerPoint to load. Great. So what we're doing here tonight is codifying direction from City Council. During the budget adoption at the end of last meeting, last June, Council decided to move forward with the consideration of a 1/2 cent ballot measure for this upcoming November election. So we'll go through some of the nuts and bolts and have a discussion and have a vote. So again, why this discussion? Where is this item coming from? Again, as we discussed during the FY27 budget process, where city staff and city manager presented a balanced budget, we do have ongoing challenges over the next 4 to 5 years. Projected structural deficits due to county contract increases, capital project needs, and just the general increase of cost of living forecasted over the next 5 years. A few very, very high ticket aging public infrastructure items, mainly being the public service yard and the pier. So capital costs and capital needs are continuing to increase. And again, looking for a sustainable source of local revenue that's locally controlled that can fund these ongoing needs moving forward. So again, a snippet of the projection that staff included as part of the FY27 budget. Again, projecting a small surplus in FY27, but a deficit growing by $3 to $4 million each year over the next 4 to 5 years. So what this measure does, essentially as proposed, would establish a 1/2 cent local transaction and use tax, essentially a sales tax on all purchases within the city of Hermosa Beach. Again, this is a general tax that requires a majority voter approval, 50% plus 1, which is separate from a parcel tax, which would be 2/3 vote. Staff is projecting this could generate approximately $2 million additional in structural ongoing revenue moving forward. And again, this is revenue that would remain locally controlled in the general fund, not targeted for any specific use, again, deposited for any council-directed activity, infrastructure, or operational moving forward into the general fund. Some of the community benefits of what we're looking to dedicate this resources to. Again, public safety is the majority of our general fund budget. So this would maintain the quality of life, and our public safety resources are directed and invested at an adequate level that suits the community's needs. Again, looking to at a supplemental stream of revenue to repair streets and sidewalks, maintain parks and public facilities. Again, support long-term fiscal sustainability, and also can use to support any other general fund, general purpose needs moving forward at council's discretion. So staff did work with the outside consultant, which was presented to council a few months ago, a community survey. Again, I think the key takeaways preceding this conversation, 94% of respondents rated quality of life as excellent or good. What the sales tax measure is looking to do is essentially maintain that high level of approval when it comes to living, working, and recreating in the city of Hermosa Beach. Nearly 80% are satisfied with city services. The initial ballot test showed a 56% in favor for potential sales tax measure. After presented additional pro information, that kicked up to 62% projected approval. After presented opposing arguments, still 55%. Again, still above the 50% plus 1, which would hypothetically be needed to pass a sales tax measure. So a few options for council considering outside of just the actual approval is community and council oversight. A lot of entities, when it comes to reviewing and tracking new sales tax dollars, have a layer of oversight or a oversight body to look at how dollars are being spent. Essentially, what this is presenting is an option of potential oversight mechanisms. The number one, they're already option one. There is already annual city council review. City staff could include as part of the annual budget development process a review, a progress report, quarterly updates about how this additional sales tax money is being spent and where the resources are being dedicated. Option two, council could also consider either a finance or budget committee. There is currently a finance subcommittee that could be under their purview. There could be a special ad hoc subcommittee of council should they want to periodically review how these dollars are being spent. Option three, communities that have passed similar to sales tax measures have actually instituted a formal community oversight committee. the public committee, which periodically reviews how money is being spent. Myself or people from the finance team come and essentially give them a status update of where the money is being spent. Again, regardless of options to be considered, just a few common elements, regardless of whether you choose option 1 or 2 or 3, we are, as a reminder, are annually audited by an external audit agency. We've passed and received many GFOA awards over the past 25 years for clean audits. So there's also a transparent budget process. And during the budget process, our last budget session or process had 7 public sessions. So we are going to continue to be committed to full transparency, full public oversight. So if council decides to move forward with any of these review processes, staff is more than willing to accommodate, but just a consideration in tandem with talking about this measure. Just a brief election timeline. So as I mentioned previously to start the presentation, council directed staff to prepare ballot documents for half-cent sales tax at our June 23rd meeting. Tonight, council will consider the formal approval of the resolution placing on the November 3rd ballot. August 14th is a deadline to file ballot arguments for and against, again, this including in the general municipal election on November 3rd, Tuesday. Again, just as an update, procedural update for this item, under California law, a 2/3 vote of the city council is required to place the general sales tax measure on the ballot. So this will differ a little bit from the Bark for a Park item. So essentially what that means is we need 4 affirmative votes out of a 5-member council to move forward. And again, this is a general purpose tax. So this measure, if voted on in November, just needs a 50% plus 1 to pass and be codified. So again, staff is is recommending council adopt a resolution to place this measure on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot. And then also 2 other action items requested: designate council members or processes for filing ballot arguments. And again, as the attachment shows, selecting ballot designation letters, which will work in tandem with the county to, if council decides to formally letter and tag this for the November 3rd election. So with that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brendan. And just to reiterate, this last fiscal year, we cut how many millions from the budget as either salary savings or?
So we had over a $3 million deficit, which we found ways to plug with deferring vehicle purchases and some of our contingency funds. Staff went above and beyond. We cut $1.3 million in operational expenses. So that ranges from council contracts, consulting contracts. In our own department, we reduced a position. We downgraded an HR position. So there's real teeth behind what we're doing. And I think that this was in preparation, showing that staff recognizes things may be smooth sailing when it comes to this year. There is a balanced budget. We do see major headwinds coming down the pipeline. So we use it as an opportunity at the staff level to start belt tightening in preparation for the pending large ticket expense items that are coming down the pipeline in the immediate future, starting next fiscal year, FY28.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Questions? No. Well, some more budget questions because there's a couple new faces in the audience. So we've heard a lot about the county contracts for fire, for the beach harbors and, beach maintenance, et cetera. But there's a lot of other contracts. Right now we contract out for landscaping, and just, again, all the pain that we're feeling individually, those contracts are also coming back to us with some pretty hefty raises. So just to keep a status quo as far as our landscaping contract, again, what are the numbers, percentage increases that they're kind of proposing? And I know that we're also exploring other avenues, whether it's in-house or et cetera. But specifically for that contract for landscaping, can you give some ballpark numbers on the increases?
They have been looking for a 30% increase.
And that's to keep things status quo?
Yes.
Okay.
And also, separating out tree trimming. We've got asphalt repairs. The cost of asphalt has gone way up. Insurance costs have gone way up. So yeah, we're looking at lots of increases. So this is, the proposal here is to maintain the quality of life here in Hermosa Beach.
Perfect.
Not
Again,
shiny new things.
So how many $1 million is that a year?
What, all the increases? Some of those are still in negotiation.
But, I mean,
We won't know until we finish negotiations.
what has it been
In terms
in the
of,
past?
of what?
the dollar amounts, what we're talking about here?
We don't have the full dollar amount yet for those. But we're looking, we said before that if it was the county contracts, if they got full cost recovery from those, we're looking about $5.5 million.
For
The county contracts, the lifeguards, beach maintenance, and county fire.
And
That was the initial.
how much does the lifeguard portion count for that?
Lifeguards would be $3.5 million.
And we've been paying that all along.
No. We've been paying half of Lot C revenues.
Half of Lot C, which was under a previous agreement.
It's
which-
about $350,000.
But that was for beach maintenance. Lifeguards, we have not.
It was for both beach maintenance and lifeguards, but, you know, how the county divvies things up is up to them.
So we've been paying a combined $350,000 for lifeguards and beach maintenance.
Correct.
And typically, the other cities, do they pay for beach maintenance? I know the two on either side of us don't pay for lifeguards. Do they pay for beach maintenance?
Those are county-owned beaches, so no, they do not pay for.
They don't, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just to put a fine point on this initiative, the proposed ballot measure would put how much proposed tax dollars in our coffers per annum?
About $2 million. Again, that's dependent on the economy. I think we are moderately reliant on sales tax compared to other nearby agencies, property tax being our biggest money driver. Current projections, current business opportunities and activity, about $2 million annually.
And we had a $3.2 million budget gap this fiscal year?
Projected, correct. But
you.
again, I think as Steve mentioned, we're at the tail end of a lot of multi-year contracts, and we haven't seen the full force of inflation make its way through being metabolized. So my own professional opinion is that a lot of these routine maintenance contracts, they're going to come back with some significant increases. Again, these were probably signed up through 2-3 years ago when inflation was relatively mild. I think, you know, a 30% increase.
Also the cost of labor,
Yeah.
right? The minimum wage has gone up. Like we said, insurance has gone up.
So.
All right. Nope.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a follow-up to this. This county contract, I know it's not on our agenda to discuss this, but it just have to do with expenses and revenues, and it's substantial. We're talking about $5.5 million a year, potentially. We would have to spend, and we've now been spending $350,000 a year based on a previous contract that had to do with a cost sharing with a parking garage. And the other two cities on either side of us are paying nothing for that simply because they're called a county beach. Is there any specific references to why, because we own our beach, the county forces us to pay for that? Isn't there an obligation that the county is in business to preserve lives and safety for all the residents, including maintenance of the beaches? Or is there something specific anywhere that states that?
I'm not going to be the only answer. That's fine.
That's interesting.
Anyway, is there anything specific
Well, I'm being
that,
told,
that states that because we own our beach?
I'm being told we're going beyond the subject matter of the agenda item, but that is one of the talking points that we're
Well, okay.
using in our
I mean, it's
negotiations.
related because it's, I understand, you know, it's related to this revenue and tax issue, but I'll forego all that discussion this evening. Thank you.
One last question that I have is, I know last time we took a crack at this, we did have a community oversight as part of the ballot language. I know it's an options night. Is there a reason why staff didn't propose that as, you know, kind of the leading option?
No reason why formally. I think informally through that is an option that you bring it up. Yeah, but just the attachment as proposed does not reflect staff's unwillingness to do that. I think it's up to council. We left it off because there is a cafeteria of options of what council may want to do, either as part of a routine budget ours, is developed as having a full-on public participation committee. So with whatever council decides, we can make updates to the resolution and have that move forward and be part of the ballot.
And then question for our city attorney is, let's say that we have the 4, hopefully 5 votes. If that's the will of the council to put this on the ballot, election come November successful, could the council, whoever is seated at the time, put a resolution forward saying this money will be used for streets and parks, and that's it? After successful.
It depends on what is approved, but yes, theoretically, yes.
All right, those are all my questions.
Well, just, Mr. Mayor, follow up on that. The ballot measure cannot designate where this increase of revenue goes to, correct?
Well, the ballot measure, it depends on how the ballot measure is written. If it's written to do that, you can certainly designate in a ballot measure where it goes. If it doesn't, then that would mean the city would have discretion. So it depends on what the language is.
Okay, I was under the impression that when we had it.
So I was speaking after general sales tax discretionary. After it is successful, the council could come back as a whole and create a resolution for it after the fact with public input that it would be spent on X, Y, Z.
Right, if it's in a discretionary account, that's discretionary means you have the discretion to be up and come back with the resolution. But that's why I said it depends on what's approved after the fact. If it's a discretionary is approved, then that's fine.
But council can also speak currently to what their priorities would be in terms of spending.
Right. Okay, so Mayor Tito, you were referring to something like a revised budget session that would.
Well, I mean, if the community supports this in November, we could agendize this for December, saying once we start collecting this in April 1st, I believe, there's a lag, we could spend that money on specific things after the fact. And that, again, is some assurances that we can go out in the community and say, we're not trying to get shiny things, we're trying to maintain the quality of life, increase our condition of our roads, parks, beaches, et cetera.
Correct, because they're approving a general
Correct.
allocation, not a specific.
But-
That's the thing.
But right now, as an initiative now, the money cannot be earmarked.
Correct.
Until after it's passed, and then a future council, like you said, afterward, could earmark it for one thing or another. But
Correct.
right now, this money goes into the general fund.
Well, that's what's before you, if you want to revise it, now's the time to do that.
We could do that now. I thought we could not. I thought sales tax had to be into the general fund. Am I mistaken there?
You could do specific, but
Yes,
it'd
you
be
can do
two-thirds.
specific if, you have to tell us what you want, and then we
If you
can
get
craft it.
two-thirds of the vote.
Correct.
Yeah, but 50 plus 1
General.
has to go in the general fund.
Yeah.
No, that's, okay, thank you.
All right, now that I confused everyone, let's open up for public comments.
Good job.
Barbara Ellman, Loma Drive. My question to you is, you're going to vote tonight, that's great. I'm assuming that this is going to pass. But my question in order is, Councilmember Francois, you have run your campaign against tax increases. So if you are going to support this, then you're going to vote tonight, yes, that I hope you will support this. Tell us what you're going to do. This isn't just free money. This is money that you have fought against all along. Rob, your comments at a previous meeting was you think the residents have more faith in you now. I don't believe that to be true, but what's your plan to pass this? Are you willing to walk? Are you willing to stand in front of Java Man? Are you willing to wear a t-shirt? Because this is not going to work unless you're all in. I already talked to the mayor at his meeting, and he said he's willing to buy a new pair of shoes, and he's willing to start knocking on doors. Councilmember Keegan, you are probably one of the main reasons why the last tax increase didn't pass. So what's changed? What is it that you are going to do to help us? Because from what I've been told, we're probably out over $3 million because you ran your campaign against the last increase. So I'm asking you tonight, what's changed and what are you going to do? I have faith in Councilmember Jackson because he's always out there. He's always willing to talk. He'll wear the shirt, he'll wear the hat. But what are you guys going to do to help us? Because if this doesn't pass, we have got uber problems that we've been talking about for years. So I'm just saying, when the school board passed their bond measures, they walked. They wore silly outfits, they had signs, we had people out in the driveways. So tell us tonight, what are you gonna do? Because I don't have any faith that, I see you voting, and I see you hoping, but I have no faith that most of you are gonna do anything other than sit in a chair and hope that this passes. So prove me wrong, please. Thank you.
Next, we have Laura Pena.
Laura Pena, I haven't taken a position on the prior sales tax measures. I sent an email to all of council, and I posted a public comment. I understand the financial pressures that the city is under, and I want to thank the city manager as well as Brandon doing the extensive budget meetings, 7 I think that we went to really explain to the public what's at stake and what the city has been trying to do to cut back, and I do appreciate that. But one of the things that I want to make sure about the sales tax measure is I will take a position on it, because this is something that has been deeply concerning to me. In 2022, the city tried to pass a 3/4 cent sales tax, and it did not pass. And in 2024, we did the same. The version in 2024 included a 20-year sunset, annual audits, and a citizen oversight committee. But it did even worse. The results showed to me that it's simply not a communication problem. It's much more than that. And I think the city has done valid efforts to try to change that. But my concern is that we're not being fully transparent with the public on what's at stake. Right now, Measure ER has passed, and so our sales tax has already increased. I think that should be very clear on all the material that the city produces on behalf of that. To think that it's only going to go up 0.5% is not true. If this measure passes, will go up to 10.75. So I think the public needs to hear that. They need to see it. They don't want to find this out on opposition in an opposition campaign. I like the fact that there was a fixed sunset. I think not having that and just basically saying until the end by the voters, I don't agree with that. And my red line is a citizen oversight committee or something, because I think that the public needs to understand where this money is going to. Yes, we do not have the ability to tell you what to do, but we do have the ability to weigh in. It's important that costs are controlled. It's important that promises, outcomes are achieved, and it's important that the public is fully aware of this. I ask that we not only do a better communication campaign, but we do a better measure. Trust will not come just because you say so. Trust will come when we are given the full information, when we're able to see measurable results, and when accountability is shown. Thank you.
Alan Joffre, Council, appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Something that I think is really important that we focus on or avoid not focusing on is that this sales tax measure cannot be our sole focus for the next 6 months. We cannot get to December and, heaven, I hope this passes because we desperately need this money. But I think what I'm concerned, listening to comments from prior meetings, is that the comment was, let's just let the voters decide when fee increases come. Let's let the voters decide ways to raise money. This council still needs to make a lot of very difficult decisions. This was a $2 million amount of money that's going to be raised by the sales tax because for whatever reason we chose to only go with the 0.5% increase. As we've just been told, we need to raise $5.5 million just for our operations issues. We have $240 million in CIP that we also have to find money for. The pier, I'm sure other speakers are going to come up and have comments on the pier later tonight. We have the pier, we have the city yard. These are all things that are completely unfunded. So we cannot rest on our laurels of, let's just wait 6 months and we'll see if this thing passes, and then we'll circle back to start raising money. We need to, at this meeting and at every meeting between now and passing this next budget, coming up with other ways to raise more money. I fear I don't see huge ones on the agenda tonight. I'm hoping future agenda items are bringing back some of these other ideas that were presented to us by council at the prior meeting, and not just taxes. There were ways of increasing fees on other things that we haven't yet addressed. There were increasing parking revenue, which we might get into a little bit tonight when we review the parking revenue report. We need to raise a lot of money, and this sales tax, again, I hope it passes, has to be it. And I'm a little bit more cynical than the prior speaker, Ms. Ellman. I don't expect that all of you are going to be out there promoting this. I appreciate that you all have your own motivations. But what I would request is that those of you who sit up here tonight and vote to put this on the ballot, you do not make circuitous efforts to tank this ballot measure by donating to PACs and joining groups. If you do these things, we are going to make attempts to find out, and we're going to publicly shame you for it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff. It's a pleasure to be with you. Eric Horn. I was concerned when I heard at the previous budget cycle, all of these hearings that we had a $3.2 million structural deficit. We made $1.3 million in real cuts, and then we did deferred maintenance, reduced reserve contributions, and then we raised fees and the increase in the schedule for certain parking violation increases to close the gap. My understanding is that with the long-term fee increases and the remainder of that structural deficit, there's still some money there that we're going to need to find on an ongoing basis, assuming that eventually we're going to have to replace that equipment. So the structural deficit, even before the county increases, is probably still there. If, let's say that we are wildly successful in negotiating, and rather than having $5.5 million in new contract fees for fire, lifeguard, and beach maintenance services, we get to $3 million or $4 million. We still have now proceeded with environmental analysis and consulting fees on a new city yard. This is projected to cost, on a good day, $20 million. More likely, it's going to be more than that. If we finance that over a number of decades, it's going to be $1.5 million a year at least. We don't have dedicated revenue for that. We know that in either situation of renovating the pier or replacing the pier down the line, we're going to need a dedicated cash flow stream for that. You add all of these things up, and we're talking nearly $10 million a year in unmet future cash flow needs that this city is going to have to face. My question tonight is, I don't know the way that this vote is going to go. I do know that from a politician's perspective, it is incredibly appealing to tell voters at the door that I'm going to oppose a sales tax increase. It's highly appealing. But I think that anyone up here that votes against the ballot measure tonight has a duty, an obligation, as fiscal stewards of the city, to explain how you are going to find not $2 million, this is not a $2 million hole, but potentially upwards of $5, $6, $7 million or more over the next couple of years to address these challenges. We need serious fiscal leadership. This is not a time for partisan or for political games on this, and so I would also challenge the other city council candidates that may or may not be in the room tonight to put forward your plan. Put forward your thoughts on the fiscal situation, and if you're going to campaign against the sales tax, it's very easy to say that we should cut expenses before we raise more revenue, and we should continue to cut expenses. There's still fat left in the budget that we can cut, but we just went through a long process where we knew that this kind of increase was coming down the pike. We knew that we don't have revenue for some of these projects that are not reflected in that chart, and I ask for your answers tonight. What will you do if you oppose the sales tax? Thank you.
Next we have Tony Higgins. Your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Yeah, hello. First of all, on the $5.5 million for county lifeguard and maintenance off the beach, this is because we own our own beach. And I think maybe we ought to start thinking about the beach as a financial millstone around our neck. I don't think we're ever going to get $5.5 million of revenue out of owning our beach. On the topic of specifying funds for a specific purpose, how this $2 million is going to be used, as long as it's a 50% plus one vote, the money cannot be protected for one purpose or another, period. You can pass what you want today, and another council will come along and change it. And they have that power. If you want, I don't know why you couldn't give a direct answer to the question. If you want to allocate it to a specific purpose, it has to be a 2/3 majority. As it relates to funding the pier, we're talking about $100 million, $58 million for principal, $40 million or so for interest. I don't think anybody should be assuming that it's a foregone conclusion that we can afford a new pier. It remains to be seen. It remains to be seen. I really hope that you put in a Citizens Oversight Commission. We all know the commission has no real power, but a commission that could at least report on how the sales tax dollars are being spent, and more important, put out an agenda and allow public comment, and so that the commission is more than just something that reports on how the money is being spent, and that's it. I hope you do the most you can with making an oversight commission as meaningful as possible. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kent Allen. Your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, Kent Allen. One of the commenters, she's a little Parks and Recs commissioner or something like that. She directed questions at certain council members. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Hey, listen, we're in this position most likely because of Suja Lowenthal. And we voted down the taxes. The people voted down twice because of her leadership. Now we have new leadership, and we have a good city manager. And we all know that Ray Jackson will take any side of any argument to advance his political career. He'll wear that rainbow thing around his shirt, and then he'll make homophobic slurs to city staff, okay? So Ray Jackson, you know what? We have no faith in you whatsoever. Thank you.
We did not receive any more speaker cards, and I have no more hands raised online.
One last call for public comment. Seeing none, we'll close it and come back for comments, deliberation, or motion.
Mr. Mayor. Sitting here and doing this job is very difficult. This is not an easy thing to do. Barbara, let me address what you said a moment ago, that you pointed out one of us or another one that's always willing to speak to everybody, as if the rest of us weren't. And to be quite honest with you, that kind of is a little disappointing coming from you about me in particular, because I've always been willing to speak to anybody who wants to speak to me, including you. If you want to talk to me about this tax or any other thing, I'm always open to speak to everyone, including yourself and Ira. I think all of us are. I can't imagine any of us up here devoting our time and our efforts to help run the city and not care enough to talk to everyone that wants to talk to us. And that's my position. I'm always open to speak to everyone. These are difficult decisions to make. You cannot make this decision based on, gosh, I wonder this will be good for my campaign or not good for my campaign. That's got nothing to do with this. As far as I'm concerned, this has got to do with what's the best thing for our city. And I think this tax money that we can get, this $2 million approximately, is important to us. We need it. To the point that, well, we have a $5, $6, $7, $8 million problem. This $2 million isn't going to fix it. No, that's true. But this last go around with the budget, we had $3.2 million to fix. We did it by a little of this and a little of that. We did it the way you're supposed to do it, in a conservative manner. You looked at the problem, you did everything you could do on the cut side, and you did everything to do on the increase side. And that's what we'll do next year when the ballot comes around, when the budget comes around. We'll do it again the same way, with logic and intelligence and care and concern. And so if we can gain $2 million by our actions here tonight, then that's a little step toward that deficit that we may have next year, that we probably will have next year. So this tax money isn't going to build a new pier or a new city yard or any of that business. That's never going to happen. But this will help us with our deficit next year, for sure. And the year after that and the year after that. Hopefully, some other avenues will come along that we can count on and that we can maybe afford to do the city yard first. And as to the city yard, we mentioned that, well, we're spending money on a consultant. We can't even begin work on the city yard until that study is completed. And this is not a consultant. We're not doing things the way we used to. We're not hiring hundreds of thousands of dollars on a consultant just to tell us what we should be doing. This is money we're spending on an environmental report that must be done before we can even decide what do we do with the city yard. So there's some expenses we can't avoid. And we can't wait until the building falls down on someone and then go, maybe we should start thinking about that environmental report now. We need to do it now. That's what we need to do. Deferred maintenance never gets cheaper. So projects like the city yard never get cheaper if we wait 2 or 3 years and then look at it and then go, well, we don't have the money, let's just move on and let's let it sit and rot. We can't keep doing that. We have to face our problems and do what we can when we can. And this is what we can do now. This is what we can do now for the future, for next year's budget. And that's my position, and that's why I'm for the tax. I have been for the tax, but I have Jim, by the way, thank you for that comment you made about barking up the wrong tree. I really appreciated the irony on that. But you and I have had many conversations in 22 when I was running in the first place, and the first tax came around at 22. You asked me, you guys, we don't trust you. We don't believe you're going to spend this money on consultants and this, and you're going to waste the money. And that was a perception, and I think it was as a reality. I think that was true. Most of the people in the city, or a lot of people in the city, believed that we wasted money on things. And I think we did. I agreed with you. I said, I agree. I still think the tax is right, but I agree with you. We have wasted money. Not myself and not the council that we have personally now, but in past years we've done that. And it's pretty obvious, and I think that's absolutely true. So I think that in the last year or so, I think we've gone a long way in turning things around and making sure that the people of Hermosa Beach understand that we're not doing that anymore. We're not wasting money on consultants. We're being very conservative about our money. We're being very careful not to spend it on things that are frivolous and wrong and shiny stuff. We're serious people. We're doing serious work here. And this is a difficult job. And that's why I'm saying that I'm for this tax right now. And if I'll be happy to wait for other deliberations, but I'm ready to make a motion now.
Your Honor, just a reminder that there are 3 things that we're asking council to approve tonight, so we don't forget those other 2 things.
Thank you. Very well, then I will. I move that we do staff recommendation, adopt this resolution by title, designate 1 or more council members to file arguments for and against the city measure, and select ballot letter designation.
I think we need some clarification in that.
Okay?
I think is staff looking for specific names, and I mean,
Yes.
I will be supporting it as well and be more than happy to sign anything, and I just want to make everyone, depending on how the vote goes, make sure everyone has the affirmative in that. And then the ballot designator, I don't know if that's something that we can designate to staff to figure out, but unless we want to choose it up here. I don't know what's available.
Mayor?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Is that a
Can I
second?
make a suggestion?
I'll second it for conversation.
I think we should probably see if we're going to put this on the ballot and then do a cleanup item on who's going to work on the committees after that. So let's take a few minutes after that to do the cleanup items on who's going to run the committee and some details. But mainly, are we going to put this on the ballot?
Perfect.
I agree with
We can
that.
do
That's the main
We can do
thing.
the letters secondary. So we do the letters secondary. Let's just get this on the ballot and then do a cleanup.
Let me just say that my motion, as far as the designated letters, I'm not concerned about that at all.
So I'll make a substitute motion to pass the staff recommendation regarding the sales tax only, to increase that 0.5% based on the staff report. Other items will be in a second motion. Can I get a second for that?
No, I'm with, let's finish all 3 of these right now. in one
Okay,
motion.
well, then we should write them down. Who's going to, what are we going to name it?
Like I was about to say a moment
we
ago.
continue some
personally-
deliberations
Excuse me.
then?
I guess I was about to say a moment ago, I'm not concerned about the numbers, the letters we pick for it.
I am.
Then you please make a
I'd
suggestion.
like to amend that to be Measure HB.
Fine with me?
Yeah.
Anyone else have any other ideas or any difference?
I'd like to volunteer to be on the campaign to pass the tax.
I think that's 2 separate things. Right now, we're looking for our authors for the arguments, and then the rebuttal to the argument, I
Yeah,
assume.
just to be clear, the county does ask that we have, I think, 3 alternatives. And so we'll take Measure HB as the first one if council approves that. But if you want to designate council to come up with some alternatives, or if you want to come up with some alternatives now, HBB or HBT.
Alternatives would be HBB, alternatives would be A.
HBA?
No, just A.
Oh, Measure A, okay.
Measure A.
As your second choice?
Third.
Third choice, okay.
Are you good with that?
I'm good with HB. I like that in the first place.
That is the first one.
Are you good with
You have
HBB and A?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's just, that's if
I
we
think
get.
it makes a little difference.
Right, it's just that if the county kicks it back because somebody else has already filed for those letters.
I think for Part B of this, is, we can look at affirmatives and just voice support for being an author if needed, or a author for the rebuttal.
I would volunteer to write the argument for, or help write it. It could be a committee effort.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're good with it. I'm good with it. Councilmember Jackson?
I'm TBD right now.
Okay. Councilmember Francois? You have not spoken yet?
I'm not supporting this measure.
Okay. So you would not be a good author in support of it?
Let's go with that.
So
I'd like to speak about it if I could, but we haven't even finished the motion yet, have we?
We're working through it right now.
Working on the motion.
The other thing I want to ask Councilmember Seaman is, are you okay with including a Citizens Oversight Committee in the ballot language?
Yes. Absolutely.
All right. So we'll get to B next. Councilmember Francois.
So the motion on the table is, and who seconded it?
I seconded it.
Okay. And Councilman Keegan, yeah. I've consistently been against the sales tax measure 4 years ago when I was elected. 2 years after that, I have been, and I will consistently be against it today. It's failed twice. The voters have rejected it. We do have, admittedly, some serious financial structural problems here. Those problems are not a $2 million problem. Those problems are much greater than that. And I don't believe that the residents and businesses that spend money here, that are in operation here, I don't believe it should be on the backs of them to take care of $2 million when we need a lot more than $2 million. And we have been able to reduce costs, as Councilmember Seaman explained. We've done much better. We've cut some highly paid upper management positions. We have a new management team on board that's quite different. We have done a lot of streamlining, and we did it without a tax increase. And I'm determined we can. It's a regressive tax, no doubt about it. The people that are paying the brunt of this tax are the ones on the smallest income levels, smallest income brackets, that are shopping in our stores, eating in our restaurants. So, that's really what this issue is about. And that's why I still cannot support a sales tax increase. We had the opportunity to increase the hotel tax, paid for by visitors, not by residents, not by people that come here, paid for by visitors, as well as a TOT, a transient tax on short-term rentals. This council failed to elect to put that on the ballot. So, this is a lot more than $2 million, and I cannot support this. And there's a lot of ways to increase revenues here, as well as tightening our belts. And I mentioned the hotel tax, where we could have done it. We still can in the future. Increasing taxes on short-term rentals. And this lifeguard and beach maintenance contract, we've been paying $370,000 for this for years. The other neighboring cities pay nothing, yet it's a county responsibility. We don't need to be subjected to coming up with millions and millions. $5 million? Sorry, we don't need to do that. And yes, we own our beach. That has nothing to do with it. We own the beach, but it's the county's responsibility for the health and safety and welfare of the county, the residents, the people that come here. So until we come up with some scheme to get the other cities involved and figure out how this county is going to work out their financial difficulties trying to spend money on beach and lifeguard maintenance, we don't need to be the brunt of it. And that's $5.5 million right there. So when you talk about coming up with a plan, it's a bigger plan. It's not a $2 million plan. But this doesn't need to be put on the backs of the lowest income bracket, the local residents right here, when we didn't need to do it. So I will continue to be opposed to this tax and opposed to putting it on this ballot at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And unfortunately, with state law, we can only put these when there's elections of council members unless there's a fiscal emergency. And so that's why you see these every 2 years. And this is our opportunity to put it on the ballot and ask the voters to support it and show the work that we have done. And while I respect your opinion, I hope that all of us have seen through the 7 budget sessions and everything else that we're working through right now that the need is there and it's real and money doesn't fall out of air. And if it does, let me know where it is, because I think we should all go there. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any comments? Councilman Jackson?
Sure, I'll go. Appreciate the discussion this evening. I've appreciated discussions over the last couple of years as we have tried to wrestle with our budget challenges. There have been some comments in the community, and at first I was taken aback, but I think those comments are correct. I think part of the problem is us and the city and the lack of urgency and the lack of a strategy. We have no strategy. We're going to spend more time talking about a ballot measure for a dog park than we have on a comprehensive budget strategy. Where are we today? Where are we going tomorrow? Okay? What happens if this ballot measure passes? What happens if it fails? What other funding mechanisms are there? You know, do we look at bond measures? I mean, we need to be having these discussions. And, you know, I think back to the 7 meetings we had, which were great, but I think we failed. We failed to roll up our sleeves because we kept saying, well, we got 6 more opportunities, we got 5 more opportunities. And we had, you know, superficial discussions. We didn't roll up our sleeves and do deep dives. And I think that was a failure on our part. We didn't come up with a comprehensive plan or a comprehensive strategy. And we're failing. This ballot measure is just, you know, okay, let's put it up there and hope. Hope, hope, hope. We've, for years, for decades, you go back and look at records for decades, this council has identified revenue challenges, every single one. You go back 20, 30, 40, I'm sure you can talk to Mayor Jim there and he can tell you the challenges that they were facing. They came up with money to pay for the Greenbelt. Thank you for that. That was fantastic. Remember, we were so desperate for, and I keep bringing this up because this highlights our lack of urgency and kicking the can down the road. When Jeff Duclos ran for office, he said, hey, listen, we can't continue to kick the budget can down the road. Remember, we were so desperate for money that we as a community thought it was a good idea, this was a community thing, not just 5 council members, to drill off our coastline and to pump oil into our city yard. That's how desperate we were for money, that we thought it was okay and a good idea. Now, it's easy to look back and go, my God, what the hell were they thinking? Of course, we all have done that. And no 1-0 passed, you know, was overwhelming. But, you know, the council and the community at the time said, hey, listen, we need money. We may not agree with it, but at least they came up with a plan. So, you know, my colleague was talking about wasting money, and we're going to talk about dog parks. And, you know, I've been clear, you know, we're going to spend $500,000 for a consultant to look at the city yard in a project that will be upwards of $20 million. $500,000. Why are we spending $500,000 when we have no money and no foreseeable funding mechanism to do anything with that? At the end of the day, we should only focus on every single day, city staff and this council, on what we can afford today. What can we afford today? What can we pay for today? We shouldn't spend money on consultants or studies or anything else unless we have the means to pay for it today. You know, we spent $25,000 on a survey to tell us something that we already knew. You know, we've been criticized, and like I said, I think for not taking these financial challenges seriously. I mean, we're going to put this ballot measure on and then hope it passes, okay? Hope is not a plan. Hope is not a strategy. What happens next? Many of us may not be sitting here in 5 years. You know, we had a colleague who said, hey, let's hope it, you know, 5 years, hopefully it'll get better. Many of us may not be here in 5 years. Hell, I may not be here in 4 months. So, you know, that we have to address this now. We can't continue to kick this can down the road. That's how we got here, decades of postponing difficult decisions. So we've had several ideas that were offered before. They didn't receive support. That's okay, that's part of the process. But there are no alternative proposals. Some community members have talked about additional parking revenues, no counter proposals, no roadmap. We have not had a meaningful discussion on how to confront the structural challenges we face. Remember, we were $3.2 million in the hole to start this budget cycle. Little budget fairy dust, little borrowing from our rainy day fund, and we balanced the books, right? We pat ourselves on the back, and don't get me wrong, I'm not minimizing the heroic efforts of city staff, but at the end of the day, we balanced our books. But we're in the red already as we start looking at next budget cycle. And again, if the sales tax measure passes, we're still in the hole. So then what next? We need a strategy. I think the public deserves to know what happens under either outcome, how each scenario puts us on a path towards long-term fiscal sustainability. And I think that's what our focus should be. We have labor negotiations coming up. City manager talked about that. We have rising personnel costs, pension obligations, inflationary pressures, equipment replacement. I mean, the list goes on. And we haven't even talked about the county measures yet. We've had folks that have spent considerable time and efforts to defeat our previous sales tax measures, both of which I supported. That's $12 million that we could have had in our coffers if those previous measures had passed. $12 million. But there are political reasons, not policy reasons, that those didn't pass. And that's what's put us in this hole that we're in right now. So what's the plan now? Councilmember Francois talked about a TOT. We had the majority said, no, we don't want to put it on the ballot measure because it's too confusing. You can't have more than one. Well, if you look at 22, the number of ballot measures that were on there. The school board had a ballot measure. We had a couple ballot measures. The state had ballot measures. Right now, I think there are 15 projected state ballot measures. And those ballot measures are darn confusing. Does yes mean no or does no mean yes? So I think we're squandering an opportunity to make some meaningful change. So, I think we have to treat this like the emergency that it is. I think we have to explore, pursue this deficit, and how do we generate additional revenues? It's not easy, like my colleague just said, lots of ways to increase revenue. Well, if there are lots of ways, then we should have those discussions, and I think we should. We need to have more meetings. We need to have more study sessions. We need to have more smart people coming in here to talk to us about bonds and other revenue-generating measures that we could be taking. We talked about cutting high-price positions. Well, the deputy city manager was eliminated the first 5 minutes the city manager was in the job. But let's not forget, that deputy city manager generated millions of dollars in grant money, okay? That grant money we haven't seen lately. So we can't just look at the expense side of the ledger. You have to look at what that deputy city manager produced. So, and I don't think we should do any, I mentioned the labor negotiations coming up. I asked for an independent review focused on staffing, overtime, technology automation, contracting opportunities, fee recovery, and service delivery improvements. We're using paper time cards. Paper time cards. Senior staff members are being paid to process stacks of paper time cards. We asked several times for overtime reports. Couldn't provide them. Is the overtime being reimbursed, or is it not being reimbursed? These are the things, part of the structural challenge that we have to address now. We can't wait till next budget cycle. We can't wait till the eve of labor negotiations. Those are issues we need to flesh out now. What is our roadmap going forward? So, until we stop hoping and start making the difficult decisions our residents are clamoring to hear, we need to answer the questions the community continues to ask. How are we reducing costs? How are we improving efficiency? How are we eliminating waste? How are we going to generate new revenue? What happens if the tax measure passes? What happens if it fails? We need a real financial strategy, a measurable roadmap, and the discipline to prioritize essential services over non-essential projects. We have to treat this like the emergency with a sense of urgency that it is, because otherwise we're doing what every council has done, is we're kicking the can down the road, and we're hoping that next budget cycle this magically is fixed. So let's build the plan, make the hard decisions, set clear priorities, and I think we have to restore our long-term fiscal health with a strategy. This is not a strategy. And I, quite frankly, as I mentioned, I supported this measure twice before. $12 million we could have had in our coffers that we don't. And quite frankly, I don't know where I am right now. As I was for it before I was against it. Because I think unless we have a real strategy and a real plan, we're going to be having the same conversation next year. So, thank you, Mr.
Thank you. And just, you know, I know that when Jim and the council at that time bought the Greenbelt, it was a parcel tax, I believe, to help pay for it, and they bonded the purchase of the Greenbelt. So that's everyone reaching into their pockets and paying for a space that we enjoy. And I think that is what this tax measure that we're proposing is also going to do, is to protect our open spaces, protect our quality of life, as the city manager has said. And again, it's not to buy shiny new things. It's literally just to maintain the best little beach city, you know, in real life, and having police that respond when you call 911 versus being, you know, on hold for 30 minutes at a larger city nearby. So, I mean, this is a necessity, and I think this is part of the plan. You know, come 4 days from now, our tickets are going up for street sweeping, FYI, and if for the expired meters, so move your cars, pay attention. And that is part of the plan to make sure that we have solid fiscal footing moving on. And you're right. I mean, the pier by itself, the courtyard by itself, you know, I'm already thinking like we will need probably a citizen petition to lower that specific threshold to 55% for probably a parcel tax to pay for the pier if that is a necessity. It will have to be in the future year. I don't know how we get to $100 million unless, you know, Congressmember Garcia opens up a ton of federal money with the Piers Act. So there's some big challenges. I agree with you, Ray. And, you know, I'm hoping, because it's a good strategy, we're successful this time. And again, I will be out there, you know, if we get 4 votes, advocating for this everywhere I go and wearing funny costumes. Mayor Pro Tem had his hand raised, and I'll get to you.
Sort of a grim prognosis here. I just want to point out that the reason we didn't put the hotel tax on was because we didn't want to confuse the voters, and we also did not want to be a leader in sales tax in the South Bay. We would have been the highest one in the beach cities, and we don't need to lead. Sometimes we need to follow. We don't have to be the trendsetter. We have some opportunities to solve long-term problems by developing some hotels in our city, and I don't know if that's the right message to send the 2 developers that we have on either side of the pier that we want to get the highest tax possible. We might want to save those 2 points. We may need to do that to maybe withhold that and give that to them to help pay for additional parking that might be needed. You just don't know what's going to happen when you're working on those hotels down there, and that's part of our plan. When someone says we don't have a plan, I have a plan. I'll tell you how we get out of this. We pass this sales tax. We allow short-term rentals in our coastal zone and collect $2 million a year. We've foregone, and we've lost the money. We didn't collect it. We may never be able to collect it from the Keene decision in '22. So we have 4 years of, maybe we could have collected anywhere between 4 and 7 million, and ongoing. And now we don't want the ongoing money. I hear it in the council chambers, and I hear it from my colleagues. They don't want that money. We're going to just piss that money away. Manhattan Beach is collecting $1.7 million a year in bed tax in the coastal zone. None of their council seems to mind it. None of their citizenry seems to be in up arms about it. But here in our town, we're too special. We can't do that. So I think we should start collecting the TOT in the coastal zone and get $1.5 million to $2 million a year out of that, $2 million out of the sales tax, redevelop our 2 corners down by the beach and get $5 million more into our coffers annually once those are developed, and that will be $9 million in incremental money that we can bond on. And we can do the city yard. We might not be able to tackle the pier. That's a whole nother object, but we can do a bunch of our other CIPs that are ahead of those. So we can also use that money to help shore up the pier for maybe another 10 or 20 years. So that's how the plan we have to do. We don't need big ideas. We just need to do a couple simple things, and we'll get there. And so this is step 1. We may be able to raise the TOT in the future, but this is step 1. And as far as the previous ones, if we sit and dwell on why we didn't pass them, obviously the voters didn't want to vote on it. It wasn't because of anyone specifically up here that killed the project. It didn't pass twice. Why is it going to pass this time? Maybe if we show a united front and better management and a better front-facing ideas about what we're going to do with the money, we'll do better. So we've got to emphasize to our voters that it's for fixing up the city yard, it's for fixing up the pier, and just shoring it up in the interim, and for all our other CIPs that we need to fix our streets and our sewers. So that's how we'll pass this. So I hope I can get all 5 of us, and I can get Mr. Francois to get on the right side of this, because right now he has a plan of, bankrupting the city. I mean, we're not going to get any money. Our costs are going to go up, and we're basically going to let half the staff go. That's the only way you can cut the budget. The only way we'll save real money in our budget right now is to cut our policing staff. Each policeman we get rid of will save us $500,000. I'm not proposing it, but Mr. Francois says, we don't need to do anything. So I do not want to cut our police force, but you can't get meaningful cuts in staffing without all the departments taking a hit. So if we don't pass this, if this does not pass, we will be looking at making cuts in every department, including police and our fire contract. We can't cut people with, but we're making adjustments to that, which is essentially we're making cuts in our fire department possibly. So you'll see as it comes up, it's going to be a difficult time, not a pleasant time to be up here, to be honest. I don't think these people who all think they're going to be running, if this tax doesn't win, they'll be very disappointed when they're elected and there's no money to be found and they're basically just firing people. So it's a very important vote. And so I hope we can get a 5-0 here with anyone who's thinking this is a must for this election.
And I will say, this is, by voting to place it on the ballot does not mean you're supporting it. This is asking the residents to, raise the sales tax. It's not necessarily your endorsement of this measure.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to do one small point of clarification for the vote. I presented some survey findings. I just want to make it clear the survey did benchmark and test a full 1% sales tax measure. Here we're proposing a 0.5%, so it's not quite an apples to apples, but the 1%, which was what was surveyed, and those percentage approvals reflect the 1%, not the 0.5%, which we're proposing now.
Perfect. All right.
Do we have all A, B, and C? Excuse me. Do we have all A, B, and C taken care of? Do we have 2 members to write the argument for? And do we have anyone that's on a committee of any kind to write the argument against?
I'd love to get some stakeholders in the community to also be a part of it. I don't think we need to name them tonight, do we?
All right, I agree.
Typically, what you do is you appoint 1 or 2 council members as a subcommittee to write it and choose others to join with them. Typically, there's 5 signatories. And so folks go and get the Chamber of Commerce, other community leaders to join in.
Perfect.
I'm okay with that. And do we want to appoint, Keegan and I have both expressed interest in being on that, so is that the 2 that we would move forward with this?
Or does someone else want
Or is there some objection to that?
I would like to be a part of it, but again, I can also take a back seat.
You can also have separate people do the rebuttal if there's an opposition argument.
Let's do that.
Okay.
So the motion includes Councilmember Keegan and Mayor Pro Tem Keegan and Councilmember Seaman as the
At the moment,
2
yes.
authors to file arguments for the ballot measure.
And
Okay.
why don't we add to that, the rebuttals will be Councilman DeToy, and do you want to be on the rebuttal?
Nope.
Okay.
None of us do, except
I have not expressed support for this measure yet, so.
Well, if we don't get for it, then the whole thing, we can just continue it and we won't
Exactly.
have this on the ballot, so.
all right.
Just for clarification, the motion of the resolution was to include a citizen advisory committee on the ballot language, correct? Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
All right.
So we're going to be voting on A and C and not B. We're going to leave that for a future date.
Well, we need to decide that tonight.
That's what I said. Leave it for a future date.
We need to decide B tonight. All the ballot, yeah, we're on timeline.
Okay.
I don't know if we have 4 votes, so guess we'll call the question.
I could have a question on the Citizen Advisory Committee. Is that part of this motion?
Yes.
So how is that going to work out then? How will that spell
It's
out?
an oversight committee.
Chosen by the council.
So are we required, we're not necessarily required to form it. It's not on the ballot. So it's something that can be done later, but it's a part of this motion?
It will
That
be
was
on.
part of the motion, I believe it was part of the ballot, which would means we were required to form it, yes.
At a future meeting. But yeah, it's just the concept is part of the ballot measure was increased by 0.5% and form a citizen advisory committee for oversight.
That would
which
be
you guys
added,
can
yeah, that, we would add that to the resolution.
Right.
But the makeup of it could be decided later.
So would that be a subcommittee of this council?
Public.
It's public, appointed by us.
Okay, they would come back to us with recommendations then? Is that how that would work?
For spending,
Okay,
as
all
you
right.
format it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes, sir.
Just one last point. The comments that were made after my comments just again highlights the issue in my mind. We're talking about pier, we're talking about city yard. We can't even get to that right now. We have no money. We have no money. $3.2 million budget deficit, fairy dust, we borrowed from our savings, okay? We are in a financial deficit going into next year, full stop. So, anything we spend on anything other than right-sizing our financial ship, and any effort we spend on anything other than right-sizing our financial ship is not helpful and does not get us to where we need to go. So, as I sit here, I guess I'm the swing, assuming Councilmember Francois is still a no. But my concern is there's no plan. I mean, I haven't heard a plan. Well, we're going to do this, and we're going to build here, and we're going to. That's not a plan. That's not going to get us next year. That's not going to get us through our labor negotiations. What has the city thought through? What are we going to do if it passes? What happens if it doesn't pass? What other options are there for us to raise additional revenue? I mean, is the city?
So, I mean, would you be okay with the city manager?
I'd like to know. I mean,
Call the question.
what are we doing? Call the question if you want. I'm a no right now. So
I want.
No,
instead of
I
us
just
asking-
heard, call the question. Call the question. I'm a no. So
No, I just want to hear from our finance service director.
yeah, I'd like to know
Finance
what is the
services.
city's plan moving forward to address our structural deficit.
Thank you, Councilmember. And as we presented during the budget, we do have other revenue enhancements. Though they did not pass at the time, they weren't necessarily voted down either. We said we would bring some back, and we're still going to. For instance, the metering of Monterey and Manhattan Avenue will come back to council in the next couple of months.
Okay, and how much would that potentially bring in
$2 to $2.5 million,
for metering Monterey and Manhattan?
and the streets in between.
Okay. And what else? What other plans do we have? Anything else?
We have the TOT is another future one that we could have that was on that list. Additional increases or the dynamic pricing for our parking as well, and further cuts.
We also looked at landscaping and stormwater, subsidized services that have not been right-sized in 15, 20 plus years.
So why aren't we having those discussions now? And can we have those discussions now? Again, when are we going to have these discussions? Are we going to?
We could. At the time, we were directed to bring back this as the item to put on the ballot. The others would require a ballot. It could be a mail-in ballot, but the landscape and street lighting district, for instance, would need to be a vote of the people.
I think, Ray, if I could just interject, I think when we had those discussions, I think that was, the difference is this has to be TOT, TUT, those all have to be done when there's elections of council. Those special districts that are subsidized by general fund to a large degree, over $1 million or close to it, those can be done outside of it.
Yes.
Pure mail-in ballot. Sorry, go ahead.
Now, my concern is we are, again, the state's going to have 15 ballot measures. I think we had 5 or 6 in Hermosa Beach last year. Not a single ballot measure outside of this proposal is going to put a single dollar in our coffers. And that's where our focus should be. And we have no plan where, well, we may do this, we may do that. I think, again, we're hoping. So, yeah. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Francois.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the comments from the previous speaker, my colleague. When we have our budget discussions and we balance our budget and we look at the revenue sources and expenditures, it's done based on the fact that we do not have an increase in the sales tax. So, you know, that's what we ought to be looking towards. Let's solve our structural problems, solve our deficit problems, solve our expenditure problems, and let's do that with the existing revenue we have, not by forcing it on the backs of the taxpayers of this city to fund it just to get $2 million. So, again, that's why I cannot support this. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, Mr. City Manager, I know your experience to the city to the north up there was about 50% or the majority was paid for by visitors, not just borne by the residents of town. And
61%.
Again, I don't know how many of you go to the Redondo Target versus the Manhattan Beach Target because Redondo Beach has a lesser sales tax. Or don't shop at Costco and Hawthorne because they have a 10.75 sales tax. So, you know, I don't think that factors in too much for people who are going out and spending.
Well, that's the
money around town.
61% people that are not residents paying the sales tax.
Correct, but it's a question for all of us. Do you go to PCH Target or do you go to the ones?
40%. If a TOT tax is 100% paid for by non-residents, absolutely 100.
All right.
And short-term rentals as well. Those are taxed on the people that rent. So,
Okay. Madam City Clerk, seeing no other comments, call the question.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Mayor DeToy?
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson? Mayor Pro Tem Keegan?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
no.
Councilmember Jackson?
Just one last comment before I cast my vote. We have to do better, and that includes the collective we. And unless we start treating this like the emergency that it is, we are doing our community a disservice. And, you know, I will reluctantly support this measure, but understand I will not support any funding request that isn't absolutely necessary to keep our lights on and our pipes plumbed. So we shouldn't be spending a single cent of staff time, staff money, or city resources on anything that isn't critical and urgent to keep our lights on. We don't have that luxury right now. So aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
4-1.
Oh, sorry, 401.
It requires 4 votes, right?
That's correct.
That's what I got.
So it passes.
All right.
I appreciate her voting for Dean. It's helpful.
Do you need any other clarity on that item?
No, Your Honor, I think we have everything.
All right. Madam City Clerk, what's next?
Can we have a minor break because our Zoom count just went down right now?
All right, we
Just
will
like a
take
2-3
a
minute.
recess
Thank you.
until 9:15. Let's get started. Rob, Michael, Dean, wherever you are. Don't make me do this.
How many vehicles are driving home?
Rob, Michael, Dean. They're going to make me do it.
Please do.
All right. As everyone comes back up, we got 15H. 15H. Consideration of request to establish an MOU with Bark for a Park. Is that correct? No.
Yes, that's
That is correct. Who is presenting this?
I pulled it.
Lisa, is this one yours?
Yeah.
Or Brian?
Parks and Rec.
Yeah, our Parks and Recreation Manager, Brian, is available to answer any questions. We don't have a presentation prepared because it was a consent calendar item. So whatever questions you have, we can help.
Perfect. We'll start off questions with Councilmember Seaman, who pulled it.
Thank you. Let me just-
Thank you. So we're doing questions of staff right now. The MOU that's in this item, the Bark for a Park people have suggested a cap to the expenses from city. They suggested 10% of their budget, which is $140,000, so that'd be $14,000 cap. Do we have any idea what the actual, well, we can't, of course, we don't know what the costs are, but do we have any idea approximately what it might cost to do the feasibility studies?
Not at this time. When the MOU was being developed in negotiation with Bark for the Park, staff's recommendation for the MOU when it was first drafted was full cost recovery of all costs, 100% of direct costs and staff time associated with the feasibility study once the MOU is, if it was approved and executed. Their rebuttal was this 10% of their current budget for the project for staff recovery. That's just 140,000 is what they currently have. We don't have an estimation of what the designs comprehensive feasibility study for phase 2 would incur yet.
Right. Are the people that are remodeling the Little League, they're remodeling the stadium there? Are they paying any of all the costs of their staff time?
I would have to defer to my colleagues in the Public Works Department. I'm not too familiar with that agreement, but as far as I'm aware, the project's fully funded by Little League, including staff costs, I think, for the plan checks and all the overview.
Yeah, okay. I'm not talking about plan check fees and that sort of thing, because from what I understand, the Bark for Park people are more than happy to pay the usual plan check fees and so on.
Yeah, I
Permit
would
fees
have,
and plan check fees are not a part of the
Right.
staff costs, quote unquote, that we're
right.
talking about.
The direct, like any communications and processing planning. I would have to defer to Director San Clemente on that. I do know the project differs in the sense of the Clark project is a renovation of an existing facility, where the dog park is a proposal for a brand new facility.
Right.
So although I see comparisons being made, the project should be treated and compared completely separately for that matter.
Okay. So we have no clue as to whether or not even though that's true, the dog park, and this has been somewhat confused because we have two sites, and so it almost doubles everything. which is a serious problem to this project. But if this project had come through some months ago before our budget session, let's say, because I understand that this council here we were the folks who said we need 100% recovery, although I think we settled on 75% the first year. Is that correct?
From the May 12th meeting, the direction from council was full cost recovery for this from Bark for the Park for staff time.
I thought we had settled on 75% the first year.
You're talking about fees.
The recoveries, yeah.
Those are the fee increases.
Fee recovery, oh.
That's not for these kinds of fees. We're not talking about permits. In terms of staff costs, and so just to clarify too,
Yeah.
Staff isn't doing the feasibility assessments and things like that. Those be done by someone else. This is really staff time concerned with, plans and things of what's existing in the ground there now, spending time gathering those together, advising or answering questions where possible and things like that. Staff is not opposed to the 10% cap if that's what council wants to do.
You're not opposed to that?
We'll make it work.
Okay. All right. Good. Well, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francois?
Thank you. Follow up on, when you said we'll make it work, does that mean that you expect those costs not to exceed that amount?
As we said, this is council's decision. If council decides that they want to put a cap on, we'll make it work. We don't know what those costs are going to be.
You mean you'll keep it under the cap? Is that what you mean by making it work?
We'll certainly work to keep it under the cap, yeah.
Because if it goes over the cap, it means we're in the hole.
Yes. That's why it's council decision whether to do it or not.
Excuse me. It doesn't really mean we're in the hole. It doesn't mean that the group wouldn't pay more if they're using up too much of our time. They're not saying that.
That's correct.
What?
The bark people, let's just call them bark people for the moment.
The bark
Because
people.
I don't want to call them dog people, that would be bad.
Barking dog people?
The park people have indicated that they would renegotiate the 10% if it really turned out to be that. They just didn't want to have an open-ended.
Oh, well, that's not in the
whatever it
MOU,
was.
though.
You can't really do that.
None of this
Not
is in the
their letter of-
MOU. It's being presented
In a side letter.
as a request from the Bark for a Park people for council to make a decision on yes or no.
Right.
It's not currently in the MOU, no.
No, but it's on a side letter. That's part of the staff report.
In other words, when it reaches the cap, renegotiate something.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So getting back to the Hermosa Beach Little League, so when they do theirs, do we get cost recovery from the staff time spent for them, since that was brought up as a comparison? Or are we providing that in kind?
Are you referring to the Little League
Yeah,
agreement?
the staff time involved in.
I would have to defer to my colleague on that.
Mr. Joe is right there. And you thought you were going to get away with this tonight.
Happy to be here. Mayor,
Thank you for
Council.
being here.
So for the Little League MOU, we do have cost recovery. In that instance, it's really plan check fees. Public Works is going to be the primary reviewer. They have design plans that they have to put together. We will have our O&M team involved to take a look at feasibility of things in the field. We don't have very good as-built plans out there, so there's some investigations we need to do. But largely, the work with Little League is with Public Works. I think with the dog park, there are other departments beyond Public Works involved. And so I think they're slightly different.
Okay.
So for example, if the Little League personnel need to go to Public Works to have questions answered, you don't calculate any amount of cost recovery from that. It's provided in kind, right?
So usually what would happen is they're going to file for a permit for plan check review.
Yeah.
We're allowed to request a deposit of a certain amount, and we will bill against that of our staff time as we use hours. And if we have any direct costs from third-party engineering firms, if we have to bring in extra technical expertise, we pass those invoices over. And then as we approach the deposit amount, we can request a larger deposit. When the MOU for Little League was presented, I believe they showed a fairly large amount of potential staff recovery costs in their estimate. I can't recall what that amount was, but they were anticipating that they would have to pay those fees.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the organization doing an analysis of two alternatives, because we received the recommendation from the Parks and Recs Commission to take a look at both, including a ballot measure. And we, of course, we don't know whether the ballot measure is going to be on, whether it's going to pass or not, whether it could be worded better to specify the exact location, because right now it isn't. But whether that ever passes or not, they're on schedule to do analysis of both, because they may find, for example, that one of the two alternatives is going to be greatly larger expense. For example, down on Valley with grading and handicap accessibility and all that, it could be greater expense. So that's a reason that they're doing an analysis of both alternatives, correct?
Yeah, it was council's direction to look at both locations and do a comprehensive feasibility analysis of both. It has been, and that is the expectation, because that is council's direction. It has been explained to staff, though, that Bark for the Park will not begin a comprehensive feasibility study of the Greenbelt until a measure after the November election. Because they don't, it's necessarily not fiscally responsible to invest all this donor money in a project that might not even get approved.
Well, what do you mean by I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't mean that.
Yeah, that's okay. But they did mention that they plan on at least providing the public a design of the Greenbelt so they can get a visualization of what it would look like to help with the voters to make an educated vote.
So what's the difference between the design and a comprehensive? In other words, they're going to go ahead with a comprehensive review for Valley Park, but they're not necessarily going to do that for the Greenbelt option until they know the decision of the ballot measure.
Correct. Because that comprehensive feasibility will go far in depth. We're looking at budget analysis, the design, ADA requirements, supplies, equipment, potential CEQA analysis, environmental studies. It's pretty in depth. And all that information will come back to council for your consideration of once the feasibility study is done, you will get to review that study and determine if you would like to move forward with a dog park in Hermosa Beach or not.
But it sounds like we'll have a comprehensive analysis for Valley, but we won't necessarily have one for the Greenbelt.
They haven't developed a timeline yet of when they will begin that, but there is what it's been conveyed to staff is they will begin the more in-depth analysis of Valley Park as soon as an MOU goes into effect.
In-depth, you're talking about comprehensive.
Correct.
But that's what's needed in order to find out what it's going to cost.
Correct.
A design review is not going to tell us one bit about what it might cost.
Correct. That's just more of a visual.
So how are we going to be able to compare the two? If we end up with a design review on one and a comprehensive review on the other.
I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of the organization. Maybe that's
Yeah,
a question that they could answer.
May I interject for a second?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
So those terms you're saying, comprehensive review, and what was the other one?
In-depth review and design.
Yeah, both of them are not either one of those things. What they're going to be doing is a feasibility study. And if you can't do a feasibility study unless you know what you're studying the feasibility of.
Sure.
And so you have to draw a preliminary plan, a concept at least in both places.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be about this big, and it's going to have a fence, and it's going to have this and this, that, and the other thing. And then that is what they do the feasibility study on. And so currently they're saying, why would we want to spend tens of thousands of dollars to do a feasibility study on something that may not even pass the ballot measure that's required for Valley Park?
Granted.
So they're going, for the Greenbelt.
Sure.
Valley Park is another story. There is no initiative and so on, a ballot measure and so on. So they're happy to pay those costs now ahead of time to do the feasibility study for that one. And that's sort of the problem between having both.
Right.
Both.
Right.
And they don't want to spend the money. I don't blame them. And
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it either.
Well, I mean,
No one would.
if it comes to worst, you put it back on the ballot 2 years from now. If we don't even put it on the ballot, which we're not sure we are, because we haven't gotten to that agenda item. But, let's say you do hypothetically, you do an in-depth comprehensive budget analysis and you determine that the cost of putting it in Valley, think about all the grades and handicap accessibility. It could be $500,000. It could be $1 million.
Well, it could be, but it could not be also.
But so then we say, well, gosh, that's a lot of money. What would it have cost on the Greenbelt? Well, we haven't done a study on that yet, so we don't know.
Let's direct questions to the staff. So, Councilmember Francois.
Okay.
Yeah, do you have any more questions? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think you've answered the questions. Thank you.
My question. So I appreciate all the group putting their own money behind feasibility studies. But who selects consultants under this MOU? Who's kind of responsible for shepherding? I mean, is there oversight to make sure that it is a, as neutral as possible outcome and fact-checking everything along the way? Is the city still responsible for bringing the consultants on, or is there oversight, or is it all?
The organizations will be electing their consultants, but they will be, their public works team will have oversight on making sure that they meet the licensing and certification requirements.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions to my left?
No.
Any other questions to my right? Public comment, please.
Our first speaker is Nayeri D.
Good evening. My name is Nayeri Dermanjian, and I'm on the board of Bark for a Park. Our board chair and vice chair, Carla Buck and Jack Levy, apologize for not being here in person tonight as they are on family vacation. However, they are participating via Zoom and will be available to answer any questions. In fact, I believe Carla is raising her hand with a question to respond to a few of your questions. I would like to begin by clarifying an important point. Tonight's vote on the MOU does not obligate the city to approve or build a dog park on the Greenbelt or anywhere else. It simply allows Bark for a Park to begin gathering the professional, financial, and operational information that the council and the community need to make informed decisions. The MOU and the proposed Greenbelt ballot measure are also two separate things. The ballot measure would allow Hermosa Beach residents to express their support for or opposition to permitting off-leash dog activity on a defined portion of the Greenbelt. Even if the measure passes, that would not automatically approve or build a dog park. A proposed park would still require designs, public input, environmental review, funding, and future council approval. We have heard from residents who oppose a dog park on the Greenbelt, as well as residents who believe that there just aren't still there are many unanswered questions. This work that will be done under this MOU is intended to address those questions, not bypass them. In May, the council directed that two potential locations be studied, Valley Park East and a portion of the Greenbelt south of Pier Avenue. Bark for a Park offered to fund and lead that work under the city's direction. The MOU will allow us to begin that work. To develop realistic designs and accurate cost estimates, we need access to city departments and permission for qualified professionals, including landscape architects, engineers, arborists, surveyors, and ADA specialists to evaluate city property. We understand that Bark for a Park will be responsible for city staff expenses associated with this work. However, as a nonprofit funded through community donations, we cannot accept an unlimited financial obligation. We are asking for an agreed upon cap and prior approval before expenses exceed that amount. Once the information is complete, it would return to the council through a public process. The council will then decide whether either location should move forward. To recap, this MOU does not predetermine the outcome. It creates the process needed to replace assumptions and misinformation with facts, public input, and informed decision-making. Thank you.
Next, we have Chandrea M.
Okay, so this is a little bit sort of the same as what was said, but Bark Park believes that either the area of Valley Park East or the Greenbelt south of Pier on the east side of the ADA path could be good locations for the dog park. We support this ballot measure to allow the possibility of a dog park in the area of the Greenbelt only if the wording is added to make the location more specific. Changing the zoning only on the Greenbelt between Pier and 11th. So just between Pier and 11th on the east side of the ADA path. This is roughly 1.5% of the total Greenbelt area and should not allow any changes to the rest of the Greenbelt. This measure is tricky and can seem confusing. If passed, it does not require the city to build a park. It does not choose the location over Valley Park East. It only allows the city to consider the possibility of the park on the Greenbelt. If the measure is put on the ballot, our plan is to help the public understand what a park might look like on that portion of the Greenbelt. Our landscape architect would create a conceptual design and site plan so the public can visualize what the dog park in this area might look like. We've submitted a picture of what it might look like, but we're not sure if we could be shown. We imagine a park up to 14,000 square feet with a big and small dog park area and a design that would blend in with the current Greenbelt as much as possible. So that's that. Thank you.
Barbara Ellman, Parks and Rec Commissioner. I sit on this subcommittee with Elka Warner, and it's been a great experience. We've worked hard. The Park people are great. They've worked very, very hard. The MOU, I think that there's a lot that you should be talking about with them. I don't want to get into great detail with the MOU because they're the ones that are going to be responsible. I don't want to speak for them. I want to speak to the ballot measure. This should not be on the ballot. This is very messy. Honestly, don't know what we're talking about here. So there's no hurry. You all know that Public Works has made it very clear. It's 2 years before they can even look at this. And I think in 2 years, we could have a better ballot measure for them. So I take your time with the MOU, but I really think that they have a very good chance of not getting what it is they want with a ballot measure this year. I think a delay is where you should go. We've worked really hard on this, but it's not where it should be. So, and I don't think you have enough information. I don't think you're going to be able to get enough information tonight. And again, we only have until August 14th. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Next, we have virtual speaker Carla. Your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, this is Jack Levy on Carla Buck's computer. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great. I'm going to address the cap, and also there's several points being brought up about the ballot measure that's mixed up with number 17 on the agenda, but we'll try to separate these as best we can. The important part on the MOU, I think, is the cap. The Bark for a Park group is in agreement with all the points. We've gone back and forth, attorneys with attorneys, the leadership of both groups, and we agree with all the points except for the lack of a cap on the hours charged to Bark for a Park. And Steve, I heard you say that you're good with the the 10%, and that brings us comfort because we're a small nonprofit. 100% of our funds raised by private donations towards a project that, if implemented, will be operated for the public's benefit. We recognize the city is, especially after the last couple of topics with the tax increase and all, the significant budget constraints, and shouldn't be expected to subsidize the project. And, you know, every dollar we spend is precious, and we're going to work really hard, as we can, to make sure that as little of the city's time that's required. But we have to have a limit on it. And without a limit, we voted on this as a board, it's a deal breaker. And so, you know, what we proposed to city management was that 10% cap, $140,000 budget. 10% cap would put it at $14,000, 140 hours, assuming, you know, an average billing rate of $100 an hour. We believe this is, after doing hundreds of projects like this with clients and consultants, and this is hopefully more, we anticipate way more than is going to be needed. And we also have a mechanism that if more is needed, we can increase this if mutually agreed upon. So while what we're trying to do here is have a way for both parties to have protection, and this is what our board's approved. I'd be surprised if anybody in this room would agree to a contract that allows a vendor to charge unlimited time. And it's just simply too big of a risk. And all of our experience in this is that a 10% cap is clearly a reasonable amount. So, Steve, I appreciate your comments on that, because it really makes our maximum financial exposure predictable. It requires the city and us to discuss work prior to doing it significant before we spend significant spending, and encourages us to be focused and tight with our project management. So we hope the council, that you'll take all this under consideration, and we really think phasing the design into phase 1 and phase 2, and doing the right required amount of work in phase 1 of this feasibility study for both sites, both Valley Park and the Greenbelt, to get to a rendering, to get to the right level of design, to get to rough rules of madness, is going to be necessary to get to the right answers and to let council make the right decisions after this first phase of design. The next phase of design.
Thank you, Jack. You're 30 seconds over.
Okay.
Any other public commenters?
I do not see any more hands raised.
Lauren?
Hi, Lauren Pizer-Mains. Let me figure out what I'm going to say. There's been a lot going on tonight, and I keep on changing my notes around here. First of all, I'm a dog lover, have dogs myself, but I'm here to weigh in strongly against any consideration of the Greenbelt for a dog park, or in this case, what would be a huge dog run. I know that there's been attempts to minimize this space. I've walked it. I've paced out the width. I've walked the length. It's more than double the size of Manhattan Beach, which is a larger city, their dog run. And, you know, there was so much, so many people are against even thinking about doing this to the Greenbelt. I appreciate what Commissioner Horowitz was saying about it. It's a slippery slope. We do this, and then what's next? People really like to have that space to walk in that isn't programmed, that is just a special space. I also don't understand the need for an MOU. I've never heard of a dog park not being a responsibility of the city, and now we're doing all this fancy stuff. I mean, my head is spinning tonight. We're doing an MOU. They're going to get all these consultants, but then we're going to go to to planning and to public works, and they're going to help us out, and then it's going to be this and that. I mean, God, Joe needs something else on his plate. Apparently, this is a priority of the city to do this. And after sitting here tonight and listening to our financial situation, this is going to send a very mixed message to voters. I mean, we're going to tell them we need to raise taxes, and then, by the way, our other big priority is we're going to look at developing a new facility on the Greenbelt, because we actually have money to do that, even though it's being raised. You know, who knows? We're already having some negotiations going on here, and any of us who have been on any sort of a volunteer committee, nonprofit before, we know how this works. You have people that are, and you know, and I do want to say, I really appreciate this group, all their energy, their love for dogs, all the work they've put into this, but volunteer groups, this is what happens. You're enthusiastic, you raise some money, and then in a couple of years, maybe somebody moves out. You have different people there. All of a sudden, the same enthusiasm isn't there, and guess who gets stuck with everything? The city. Yay, yay us. So anyway, so I also want to let you know, I've done a lot of digging into this dog park issue in our city. As a former parks commissioner who served 2 full terms on the park commission and was there while we developed the parks master plan, I researched this dog park issue in our city extensively. We had a series of, oh gosh, I'm almost out of time and I haven't even gotten through most of my points, but I will skip that then. And just say that I urge you not to go forward with this ballot measure. It is ridiculous. I don't think you guys want to look ridiculous, but it is a waste of everybody's time. It is terribly unpopular.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Burry. Your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good evening, City Manager, Council. I just want to speak briefly to correct what I think is some slightly revisionist history that's being amplified in the community. So the first thing I want to remind you is that on May the 12th, the council met on the subject of the dog park. And the first mention of the Greenbelt by any council member was by Mayor DeToy. And it was in response to a suggestion, a sort of slightly left field suggestion for South Park as a site by Council Member Jackson. Now that South Park option was not one that was being proposed by the Commission, but nevertheless, Mr. Jackson made an impassioned plea for South Park, and Mayor DeToy said, "I will second that only if you include the Greenbelt. I will second that only if you include the Greenbelt." Now, at that point, I suspect, unless he hasn't been paying attention, Mayor DeToy knew that the Greenbelt was zoned OS1 and it couldn't move forward without a ballot of the people. He's made it clear he doesn't want Valley Park because he told us his daughter counts trees and his children, you know, like to run around in Valley Park, so he doesn't want Valley Park. I'm not sure that that's a particularly representative view, but that's his view. So for that Greenbelt option to now be weaponized against this Bark for a Park group, to me is quite troubling. And especially because the weaponization involves 2 current Parks and Rec commissioners who were fully involved in all of the discussions that led up to this point. And I want to remind you that those commissioners and the previous council, including Mayor DeToy and Councilmember Jackson, approved $400,000 of taxpayers' money to be spent on a parks master plan, $400,000 to find out that the community wanted a swimming pool, a dog park, more pickleball, and a renewal of the lawn bowling clubhouse, all of which at some level are now being diminished or attacked or refused. So when I hear Councilmember Jackson speak like he's Mr. Fiscal Responsibility, I kind of got a smile. That $400,000 is kind of dead at this point and should never have been spent. And one final footnote, the partial funding of the accessibility path on the Greenbelt came from Measure A grant funds from the county. North Hollywood also applied for those funds, Measure A funds. They received $2.1 million to fund, yes, you've guessed it, a dog park. And it opens in spring of next year. Thank you.
I do not have any other hands raised online.
Anyone else for public comment? Bring it back to my colleagues for deliberation.
Mr. Mayor, I'm in favor of approving the MOU with the 10% cap, as outlined in the side letter from the Bark for Park people. I think this is a fair compromise, and we'll move this project forward. I think the fact that they're willing to renegotiate the 10%, if that doesn't cover the cost, and they'll I believe, pony up some more money. That's exactly what's been said, and that's what's in this side letter. So I think it's reasonable for them to do that. And I think part of this problem, I believe, and this is my speculation, I have no idea what they're thinking or why, but I believe that part of that is that I don't think they ever really bargained for the Greenbelt and the Valley Park spot. I think they really wanted Valley Park in the first place. I think the Parks Commission did. The Parks Commission subcommittee did, and they did. So I just think that the Greenbelt idea is going to cost them an awful lot of money. It's going to cost the city more money because they have to put the ballot measure on there. I think this was a mistake, and I want to be very clear. I was not in favor of the Greenbelt site at our last meeting when we brought this up. That was an amendment offered by Councilmember Francois, and reluctantly approved it because I realized that we wouldn't get anything accomplished that night without that. I think it was a mistake then, and I think it's a mistake now. And again, I think it's going to cost the city money. It's going to cost the Bark people money. And I don't want to put us through the initiative process for all of that. I think they wouldn't even be concerned about it, and this is, again, my speculation. I don't think they'd be concerned about a cap or the cost of anything if they were just talking about one feasibility study for the best possible site that we had. So I would like to, and I'll make a motion, I would like to move that we approve the MOU with a 10% cap that is negotiable, as outlined in the side letter. Especially since staff has indicated that that is acceptable, and they don't seem to have a problem with that at all, and therefore I do not either. I almost want to make a part of this motion that we eliminate the Greenbelt part of this program, and that we vote for this MOU solely for Valley Park. I think if it's not too late to back that up and change it right now. In fact, you know what? I'll make that part of my motion. I move that we approve the MOU with the 10% cap as outlined in the side letter, with the exception that we eliminate the initiative on the Greenbelt.
Mr. City Attorney or City Manager, is that allowable?
They have to redraft the MOU, right?
Well, there's no second. I
Well,
guess
yeah,
we
let's
can
wait
just
till we have a second
continue on
before we have
here.
to worry about it.
I want a point of clarity.
I didn't think that was on our agenda, actually. Be able to
Have
change
come
that
back, I'm
scope.
sure, on a second read.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know, did it get a second?
Oh, just a point of clarity, just to.
Yes, speaking with the city attorney, we would take direction as to those changes to revise the MOU, and we would not need to bring it back unless council directed
Right.
otherwise.
Yeah, we wouldn't have to bring it back if you specifically direct us to do certain items and give us the authorization to make those changes. So the MOU would not have to come back, but we would need authority from you to.
It wouldn't be an
We
ordinance with a
authorize you
second
to
reading
make
or
those
anything like
changes you
that.
could without bringing it back.
If that's.
If that's the direction of
if that's
council.
the direction that
All right.
the council
All right.
wants.
So with that information, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Motion second. Councilmember Francois.
Well, before we continue this further, I'm not sure if the public has been noticed adequately to the fact that it's on our agenda to change the complete study to go from 2 alternatives back to 1. That's something that we worked out diligently at a previous council meeting, and we voted on it, and it was 3-2. What I guess what you're saying is that you believe it is adequately noticed for us to be able to make that determination tonight?
Well, I believe what is adequately noticed, that we're talking about the MOU and that you're going to give us, approval one way or the other on what to do with the MOU. And so if the direction is we want to enter into an MOU, but we would like to have some modifications, and they're given the authority to the city manager and to the city attorney to make those tweaks, I think.
I mean, it's clearly specified on the agenda 4 options: approve the proposed MOU, approve the proposed MOU with modifications that don't materially alter its purpose, or decline to approve it, or provide alternative direction. Now, I guess this falls under provide alternative direction?
Yes, but
Okay.
you do raise a good point. You mentioned the word materially.
Yeah.
And so,
So I would think that if this
you know
is...
what, you know what, I'm going to change that. You raise a good point. By totally taking the green belt out, that is a material change based upon what is in front of it. So I will...
It would have to come back then.
Yeah, I think it would have to come back if we're totally taking the green belt out and only doing the valley, because that is a material, you're right.
Thank you.
That is a material change.
So
Thank you.
we can still vote on the motion right now.
You can vote on the motion, but if the
Whether it
direction
goes back or
is...
not.
Yeah, but the direction is to take out the green belt
Okay,
portion.
well, let's let the motion stand
That
on
is
its
a
own and
material
see what
change.
happens.
So the big problem here, well, there's a few problems. One is we talked about this earlier, and we agreed that we were going to go that direction, and now there's been a change in that proposal, which is now stalling everything further down, kick the can down the road. But more importantly than that, what occurred here was the Parks and Recs Commission had on their agenda to consider Bicentennial Park and the Greenbelt. So it wasn't on their agenda to consider Valley. It was on the agenda to consider those two. And it wasn't until that night when they met that they changed it from the Greenbelt and Valley. So the people that lived near Valley never knew they were on the plate. And so the commission has never really heard the 2 alternatives to figure out which 2 or 1 they want. And then we have at least 1, maybe 2 Parks and Recs commissioners that are now doubting this whole 2 alternative approach, including the Greenbelt. And I thought we were going to improve that language on the Greenbelt to make it specific so that it was only encompassed between 11th and Pier and 40 by 440 feet, which is what it is, so it doesn't scare people all the way. So I don't know whether it's better to put it back on the Parks and Recs Commission and figure out what it is they want to do, because it looks like they're still not sure, and it seems to be in limbo. And so I'm not sure if it's better to just bring it back to the Parks and Recs Commission, figure out what 2 alternatives, do they want 1, do they want 2, and go from there.
That's not the motion on the floor. So that's a nice opinion, and thank you for it, but it's not the motion on the floor.
No
Bring
kidding.
it back to the Parks and Rec Commission is not, that's not what we're voting on right now.
And just for clarification.
I know
You're welcome to
that.
vote no, if you like.
And just for clarification, there's been no notices to any neighborhood.
Excuse me?
There's been no notices to any neighborhood about these projects, correct? Even Bicentennial and Greenbelt, when the initial one went out.
At this phase of the feasibility report, there has been no
Yeah,
public notification, but it would be included in, if a MOU is created as the phase 2 of the comprehensive report.
And the Parks and Rec Commission did recommend Valley Park.
They did the Valley Park and the Greenbelt as a secondary location.
And the Greenbelt.
But I'm
Yeah,
glad you mentioned
secondary.
that, Mr. Mayor, because I guess that's the point I was making. Their agenda had Bicentennial Park and the Greenbelt. So people came down near the neighborhoods of Bicentennial Park. They don't want it in their neighborhood, but the people that live near Valley had no idea they were being seriously considered. And that's why, I'm not so sure if Parks and Recs needs to go back to the drawing board and figure out what it is they want to recommend. 1, 2, or, make it more
I
substantial.
will say, to clarify, when we brought that feasibility study to commission prior to the council meeting, all 6 locations were presented that night and on the agenda. So although Valley Park may have not been one of their top choices from Bark for the Park, it was still considered as one of the options for commission and council to consider.
But the 2 that were recommended from the subcommittee was Bicentennial and Valley. Bicentennial and the Greenbelt.
From the subcommittee?
Yeah, the subcommittee of the Parks and Recs Commission. So the agenda,
The subcommittee comprised of 2 commissioners and staff. We did not present any recommendations for any locations. We only presented what Bark for the Park's recommendation was.
Bark for the Park.
Bark for the Park, which originally included Bicentennial, but then after public input, they rescinded that.
Right, okay, so Parks and Park recommended Bicentennial or the Greenbelt.
Yeah, prior to the meeting.
Prior to
which-
the meeting.
But
So the agenda
readjusted their
was.
recommendation.
So the agenda was publicized for Bicentennial Park and the Greenbelt as the 2 main alternatives.
I can go back, but I'm pretty sure we readjusted the recommendation and included it as an attachment included in that report.
Yeah, after the agenda I guess the point is that, just to bring your point, that there's never been any public notification about these locations. And so,
But yes, the public notice would be a part of the
Yeah.
comprehensive report and included in the public hearing of the next review.
Comments to my left? Councilmember Jackson?
My head hurts. A few months ago, our public works director stood before all of us, looked us all in the eye, and said, "We are tapped out. We have 0 bandwidth, 0. No staff time, no money, no resources to do anything for 2 years, other than keep the lights on, keep the drains unplugged, et cetera, et cetera." So, I know staff has spent a considerable amount of time on this matter. I know the Barks for a Park folks who have been wonderful to deal with every step of the way. But the reality is, we have no time, we have no money. We cannot divert what limited resources we have for a nice to-do project. We can't, we don't have the money. Again, we've spent more time talking about this than we have our budget strategy, and that's disconcerting. So the fact that we're spending God knows how much time tonight and in the future of something that isn't going to happen anytime soon is problematic, and I think just belies the overall issue that we have in City Hall and spending time on a project that we just don't have the bandwidth to do right now. And the initial sell was, hey, this would be 100% donor funded. And now, despite our budget issues, we've got a motion that says we're going to cap it, we're going to give them money, we're going to come back and renegotiate. I mean, it's either it's going to be funded 100% or it isn't. And taxpayers should not be on the hook for funding this at this juncture. We just don't have the resources. So I will not be supporting this.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. 1 second. I wasn't supportive of the Valley East location, not just because of my kids, but there's 70 kids a week during the summer that are in Valley's summer camp, right where the area where the proposed dog park is going. And Shakespeare in the Park is right there, and it's a great community event. And that little amphitheater is a great little natural amphitheater that all kids enjoy, to correct the revisionist history going on. But it is a great open space that is going to turn to a dirt pit. And that is my biggest concern. In the beautiful open area of Valley Park, with 6-foot high fences for large dogs and 4-foot high fences or 3-foot high fences for small dogs, is a major visualization impediment. And again, I'd love to activate that space more for parks, movies in the park. Birthday parties are down there, et cetera. So that's my opposition. Again, I didn't support this initially. I think they're just like our neighbors to the north did. They found a location that was easy, and they made a dog run out of it. And, right now I think we're shooting for building a beautiful, beautiful dog park, which I like the aspirational goals. And just to echo everyone's comments, what the community group has done in 18 months is amazing. And you have done everything, activated a group, got a major email list going, and I applaud that. For what we have, and even though you're paying for staff time, that's still staff time where we still need to get streets repaved and do other major CIPs. So I didn't support this initially. I'm not going to support it tonight, but I do applaud the group with this vision. And again, I am a big dog lover myself, and definitely use dog parks and dog beaches in other cities. So, Councilmember Seaman.
Thank you. I think this attitude that we don't have any money, we can't do anything for the betterment of our city is a mistake. We don't have any money for frivolous projects, that's true. This is not city money we're talking about here. These people have raised an incredible amount of money and done an awful lot of work in order to bring to our city an asset, something that some of the people, most of the people in our city want. They're paying for it. This cap business is not a problem. It's not going to bankrupt us. It doesn't have anything to do with that. By that way of thinking that we don't have any money and we shouldn't be doing anything except those nuts and bolts things like paving the streets, well, in that case, then we probably shouldn't be doing the Little League field. We probably should never have finished the Clark building because, oh my God, it's city money. What are we going to do? We have to continue to improve our city, and these are all amenities in this city that make Hermosa part of make Hermosa Hermosa. This makes it a wonderful place to live here. That we're dog friendly. That we have an ADA path on the Greenbelt. I recall this same argument 13 years ago when I was on Access Hermosa. Oh, you're paving paradise. Oh, it'll be ruined. You guys are going to destroy the Greenbelt. I think most people like that path better than they like the wood chips, to be honest with you. You can't run on the wood chips. You can't do a wheelchair on the wood chips. You can't do a baby carriage on the wood chips. It's a different thing. We improved the city by giving them that. And it was city money that we spent then. And we had the money then, but we don't have it now. So these people have the money. They've raised the money for this. Why are we not going to let them give this city this wonderful gift of a dog park? The idea that it's going to be a dirt track is ridiculous. If you go to the Redondo Beach one, I have to agree with you. That place is horrible. And a lot of people have said, well, what do we need one for? Why don't we just go over there? Well, if you've ever seen that thing, I'd never take a dog over there for any reason at all. That's a mess over there. Manhattan Beach has a nice one that's got grass on it, not dirt. The dog park folks have a plan to put some grass in there that's very durable grass, and it's not going to die, and it's not going to be a dirt track. The argument that Valley Park and my kids play there, a lot of kids play there, oh, I agree with that. But a lot of people have dogs that want to have a place for their dogs to run around loose. Valley Park is monstrous. I'm the president of the Kiwanis Club. It's 100 feet away from there. I look at it at least twice a week. I look at Valley Park, out onto it. And it's huge. And there's people playing, kids playing all over it. That one little corner over here isn't going to be the end of the world for all kids playing in Valley Park. That's kind of silly. It's feasible, but all we want to do is do a feasibility study to see if it can be done, if it should be done there. The feasibility study might come back and go, it's crazy, don't even think about it, can't be done. Or you don't want to do it, or it's too expensive. So all we want to do is get to that point to say, is it feasible or not? This is not approving the dog park. It's not approving any location at all. It's that we have 2 spots. One of them, I think, is too expensive because it does require the initiative. If the initiative thing or having only one or concentrating on Valley Park seems to be a problem, I will withdraw my motion and we can move on and just try and get this MOU approved. I think that what we have here is a culmination of an awful lot of work and effort by a very dedicated group of people who want to give the city a gift. They don't want the city to spend money. The city staff has capacity to do things. They just don't have any money to pay the city to do those things. But the dog park folks are willing to pay for it. So I'll leave the motion as is. When it fails, I'll make another motion and we'll move on. If it fails.
Appreciate all the banter and the ideas here. Very interesting. I think that I'm proud of the group that they raised the money. I want to mention that about a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago, my neighbor Wendy Finster, who's on your board, we talked and she had a working group and she wanted to build a dog park. And she goes, you need to get into this. And I met with her and some of the other members and I was going to be running for council, and I put it as one of my things I wanted to do was to build a dog park. And they put together a group. They grew. They've got, 1,600 people. My suggestion to them is if you don't get what you want today, work for candidates that want to put your park in, and there's an election in November. So my advice to you is stay organized, get more organized, and get the job done if you can't get it done here tonight. So I'll be supporting the project. I seconded the motion, and I feel bad if we can't get a park built at some point. You've raised a good group, and I think your intentions are strong and representative in the community, and you'll have to get the third vote to get it done.
Councilman Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the passionate statements made by my colleague regarding what the Dog for the Park, Park for the Dog group has done, raising money, putting together everything here. Why stop it now? We're getting ready to do analysis of 2 alternatives that's been worked through the wrenches of Parks and Recs Commission, through us, through everything else. And to just now put a wrench in it where they're stuck on one alternative, we don't know how much it's going to cost, we don't know what it's going to be. Why are we thumbing our nose to those people that have raised this money to do this analysis? So I cannot support this motion. It has to go back to staff to now change the whole MOU, and they're ready to proceed with this analysis. So I think it's ill-conceived to change the MOU at this point in that substantial amount.
Would you like to make a
Francois.
substitute motion?
Just a moment.
Well, I don't know if you had a substitute motion. It's just if you had a substitute motion.
Excuse me?
Do you have a substitute motion?
I'll make a substitute motion if you don't support this current one. I wasn't sure. If you support it, it's going to pass, so I didn't know.
Ahead of time.
He's already said he's not going to. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
We are right now exactly where we were at the last time we discussed this. I wanted to do one spot, the Valley Park thing, and you suggested an amendment to the motion. If we would include the Greenbelt to it, you would support it, and that would be the third vote that we need to get it done. I will again extend that to you right now. If you want to make a friendly amendment that we have 2 locations, 2 feasibility studies, just the way it is in this suggestion, with the letter and the 10% cap, I will accept that.
Well, I'm just going to make a new substitute motion to approve staff recommendation on the MOU. Simple as that.
Fine, with the cap.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right.
Jesus.
Now that we got that done.
Councilmember Jackson.
I didn't realize this was going to turn into a political campaign opportunity for some, but it is what it is. And it's interesting. We spent time today with our neighbors in Redondo Beach as they christened Gateway Park. Beautiful open space, vision of Bill Brand, who understood preserving and protecting open space. 4/5 of this council member team was there, city manager, commissioners. Many of our community members were there to honor Bill's legacy and values that he championed. And that was open space. And what we're looking at doing now is carving off 14,000 square feet of Valley Park or Greenbelt or wherever this thing goes, fencing it in and reducing public open space for a single use. The park belongs to everyone. It's one of the few places where residents can go and play and watch movies and, once public space is lost, it's rarely restored. Again, this isn't about dogs, dog parks. I have a dog. I love dogs. And I was not a dog guy 3 years ago. It's about preserving what little open space we have. We don't have a lot. And to consider building something that's twice and 3 times larger than any of our neighbors is preposterous. Our neighbor, we lauded him today, Bill Brand, for understanding the importance of protecting these special places, and that's what our Parks and Rec folks do. And our visionaries, Jim, who was on council when they bought the Greenbelt, that was purchased for all to enjoy. The decisions we make today are going to have lasting contributions, and they're going to shape our community for generations to come. And to carve out what little open space we have, I think is short-sighted, and it's political posturing, in my opinion. So I, again, will not be supporting it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Madam City Clerk, call the question on the substitute motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
No.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Mayor DeToy,
Nope.
Councilmember Seaman.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2 with a no vote by Councilmember Jackson and Mayor DeToy.
Thank you. And that will take us to 17B.
All right, we'll go ahead and pull up the presentation. Hello again, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Staff is here on the item. Are we moving forward? There we go. Approval of placing a ballot measure on the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election to allow a designated off-leash dog park within Hermosa Beach on the Greenbelt. Sorry, 1 second. Staff recommends City Council adopt a resolution calling a general municipal election on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot to submit a qualified electors a measure to amend ordinance number 89-1001 to authorize future consideration of a limited designated off-leash dog park within a portion of the Greenbelt designated between Pier Avenue to 11th Street, and requesting the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors to consolidate the election with the statewide general election. As well as item number 2, approve and designate one or more of its council members to file arguments for and against the city measure. And number 3, selection of a ballot designation letter for the city's ballot measure establishing a limited designated off-leash dog park on the Greenbelt. In summary, at its May 12, 2026 meeting, as we discussed, City Council directed staff to proceed with a comprehensive feasibility analysis of Valley Park East and the primary location, the Greenbelt as a secondary location for a potential dog park. and return with the ballot measure item regarding the Greenbelt location. Accordingly, with this report, we present the proposed election resolution for City Council consideration regarding the potential placement of a limited designated off-leash dog park measure. Voter approval is required to partially amend Ordinance 89-1001 for limited use of the dogs off a leash on the Greenbelt. The proposed measure does not approve a dog park or authorize construction. Rather, it authorizes future consideration of the dog park. And subject to subsequent City Council approval, environmental review, and other discretionary approvals. Additional background on this item, the master plan adopted in November 2024, one of the goals was outlined to advance and explore the current recreational space and feasibility to provide dog-friendly amenities in Hermosa Beach. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission subsequently established a subcommittee to work with Bark for the Park. Some history timeline for us all to consider this measure item. The Greenbelt was acquired following voter approval on Proposition D in June 7th of 1988. City Council subsequently adopted the ordinance as mentioned on November 7th, 1989, which preserved the property for parkland and open space purposes and requires dog parks within the Greenbelt to remain on leash. Following the voter approval of the ordinance, City Council adopted the resolution 89-5329 in November 28, 1989, implementing the measure. Because the ordinance was approved by electorate, an amendment authorizing an off-leash dog park in the Greenbelt requires voter approval in Hermosa Beach. It would not be recommended to amend the ordinance in its entirety. So for discussion tonight with City Council, the proposed election resolution would place a measure before the Hermosa Beach voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election and preserving City Council's future discretion regarding any potential dog park proposal or its location. If approved by the majority voters in November, it would partially amend the existing restriction to allow the city to consider an off-leash dog park in only that designated portion of the Greenbelt. It would not approve the dog park or require the city to proceed with the project. And any future Greenbelt dog park proposal would remain subject to a separate discretionary review. City Council would still retain full authority to approve, modify the conditions, relocate, phase, or suspend or deny the future of the proposal. Additional items to consider in Section 8 of the proposed resolution provides that Council may designate one or more of its council members to file arguments for and against the measure if any council members would like to file an argument in accordance of. Also, City Council may request that the county registry recorder to assign a particular letter to the city-initiated ballot, and the community-led public outreach campaign, City Council may assign 2 council members, and if they find supporters of the measure, they will need to file an argument to support the measure by August 14th of 2026. For the public information, again, this is the designated approximate location of consideration for the section of the Greenbelt between Pier Avenue and 11th Street. Options for the council's consideration tonight. Option 1 is adopt the proposed election resolution. Adopt the election resolution with modifications would be your option number 2. Option number 3 is decline to place the proposed measure before the voters, or option 4, provide alternative direction to staff. And of course, staff is here to answer any questions you may have.
Perfect. Questions?
I'll go ahead. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the ordinance, as I understand, was drafted this way to allow the most flexibility in the event we decide to put a dog park there. It's completely flexible anywhere on the Greenbelt. Is that correct?
I don't believe that is correct. It's only specific to the designated portion of the Greenbelt identified between Pier Avenue and 11th Street, right?
Well, that's not the wording I see on the proposed wording.
It's in the recommended
Proposed
actions.
wording is just, shall designate a limited off-leash dog park within a portion of the greenbelt. It doesn't say where.
It's in the recommended action on the first page of the.
Yeah, I
second.
understand that. It's not in the draft ballot measure. And frankly, I've heard the comments from people. I could understand why they're greatly concerned about the language that's on the draft resolution. So, I was wondering if we're able to put words into this draft resolution that will make it specific, a 400 by 40-foot designated spot between Pier Avenue and 11th Street, 100 feet from the closest residential lot. Because I can't even, I don't even see how I could even vote for this the way it's worded. But if that language can be placed in that draft resolution, is that possible to do that? That's my question.
It is possible to do if you have council support.
Yeah.
So,
All right, thank you. That's my only question right now. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. That brings up a question. The whole point of this is to get, to have a feasibility study for the dog park on the Greenbelt. So depending on where the dog park is proposed, how would we ever be able to have a feasibility study for the entire Greenbelt and choose where it's going to be later? I think you cannot study the feasibility of a dog park when you don't know where it's going to be. I think that's important that we somehow have that as part of the initiative. So people are going to go, well, I'm not going to vote for the dog park because it could be 4 times that size, and it could be, you know, right next to the 9/11 memorial. I don't want that. It could be on top of the ADA path. It could be anywhere. And so I think in order to have a reasonable chance of anybody even understanding it, that it really ought to depict where it is and how big it is. Just to have a feasibility study.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that the image on the last PowerPoint with the location was trying to illustrate that. I mean, with all conversations staff has had with Bark for the Park, that area between Pier Avenue and 11th Street is the only section of the Greenbelt that is being considered. It works in conjunction with the Civic Center of City Hall, as well as the community center across the street.
And while we're on the subject, feasibility studies do not require in-depth plans. I mean, they're conceptual, which would include the size and shape of it and its location.
Correct.
Some basic elevations and so on. But they're very basic. They're very conceptual. Is that correct?
Well, the comprehensive review, the intention is that everything that comes to you, budget, designs, maintenance and operation requirements, everything is pretty precise to what the proposal of the location would be.
For the location.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
To my left.
Nothing.
All right, I'm going to go zoom out a little bit further for the city attorney. Could we turn this into an advisory ballot in general? Because, again, 1,800 people is, what do the other 19,000 people in town think? And do it more of, do you want a dog park in town? And name locations.
so right now, the way it's presented, it's not an advisory. So that's, you would have to decline to go forward with this ballot measure and tell us to come back. It's got to come back at a second meeting because advisory is not what's on the table.
Okay, thank you.
If that makes sense. Did that answer your question?
It does. It begs another question. So if it does become an advisory question, then there's no need to do a feasibility study because we're not studying the feasibility of the dog park anymore, construction costs, design, location, et cetera. Now we're asking, do you want one or not? So want one or not means, do you want one or not? Not necessarily this one, this size, this shape, in this spot. So it changes to me it seems like, and do you agree, it changes the nature of the ballot measure entirely.
Correct, and it'd
To
just
make
be
it
more of
right.
an advisory vote to the people is, do you want Valley Park or Greenbelt or South Park or Bicentennial Park, paid for by, not out of the city coffers, from generous donors, from a very organized group.
If council were to make that change, to make the August 7th deadline, you'd need to have a special meeting.
It would also require unraveling everything we just spent an hour working on. Okay, so.
However council directs.
For that reason, I'm not in support of that idea. But it's a good idea, and maybe if we started with that, it would be different. But I think at this point, I'm not in support of changing it to advisory. We've got this going, it's done, and we're doing it. So that's how I feel about it.
Any other questions for staff? All right, public comment. And if you have spoken on the ballot measure during general, you do not speak again.
Our first speaker is Jim R. All right, our next speaker is Jackie T.
She left as well.
Nayiri D. Okay. Chandrea.
If you want to make a few quick comments on it. Anything that's different from when you spoke on it?
Yeah. Didn't she speak on the MOU, but not this?
Yeah, they spoke on the MOU.
Correct. I just meant during general public comment session. If they spoke during general on the ballot measure, they can't speak again during this item.
Speak during general public comment?
No, she spoke during the
I
item.
just wanted to confirm.
I really don't want to proclaim to speak for everyone. First of all, I've also echoed that I think it's absolutely incredible. This is a perfect example of civic responsibility with this group. And for that reason, I support trying to find a way to support them. I think the MOU is a good idea. Provide them access to information, give them an opportunity. I have to tell you, the pulse of the people, from Facebook, from speaking to people in the street, this is going to get voted down. As much as we might try to explain it on a ballot measure, people are going to see dog park on the Greenbelt, and they're against it. People are totally against this. I have very smart friends who are somewhat engaged who don't understand what was being offered here and were texting me asking me what's going on. The average person looking at this is just going to see, and this was raised earlier, we are asking people to raise property taxes, or excuse me, sales taxes, saying we don't have money, and they're going to see a ballot measure that says, and we're also trying to approve a dog park. They're not going to have that level of nuance that we have here tonight discussing the difference between those things. This is going to be an embarrassment. I think it is going to be largely voted down, and if this costs the city money to go through this whole process of noticing and putting it on the ballot, I think this is wasted money, and we should abandon this. It's already been said. This is not going to happen for 2 years. The Public Works has said that. We can come back 2 years from now after they have done their studies, decided if this is something they're even going to be able to fund and pay for. As someone else suggested, this group might abandon ship. They might realize this is something they can't afford. I'm working with another commission right now looking at a children's museum, and I think they are slowly coming to the realization that it's going to be a lot more expensive than they anticipate, and I hate to be the Debbie Downer to them, but I'm giving them some harsh reality of renting space within Redondo Beach. And it's better to catch it now, spending $14,000 with the city, rather than chasing all of these other ideas, putting voter initiatives that's going to sour people on the idea, it's going to fire people up. The pulse is that people are not interested in doing this on the Greenbelt. I'll set aside opinion on whether they want to do it anywhere, but the Greenbelt seems categorically, people are aggressively opposed to it. And for that reason, I think it will be an embarrassing loss if we put this on the ballot. So, thank you.
Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Yeah, for my 2 cents, I think it's a waste of time putting the Greenbelt option on the ballot. It's not going to pass. Let's just get on to evaluating Valley Park. Thank you.
I have no other hands raised.
Anyone else want to speak? Going once? Going twice? All right, we'll close public comment and bring it back for a motion or deliberation.
Mr. Mayor, I move to follow a staff recommendation. Adopt the resolution by title, designate one or more of its council members to file arguments for and against the city measure, select the ballot letter designation.
So like last time, do you have suggestions for those individuals or ballot letter designations?
I will once again volunteer to write the for argument. Oh, this is the ballot measure. No, excuse me, no. I don't. I don't really care what we call it either. How about, do I have 2 letters only or 3?
Up to 3, I believe.
How about HDP?
No,
No. Okay.
don't confuse it with the other one.
Oh. Is it the same?
All right,
Measure-
let's get a second first, and then we'll.
I don't care what
Go
the
from
letters
there.
are.
Is there a
Again,
second to
I
the
don't care.
motion?
No.
Your Honor, is the motion to also clarify the resolution by designating the pier to 11th Street, which the staff report includes?
Say it again?
Does the motion include the clarification or a revision of the resolution to include the limitation of pier to 11th Street?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it wasn't said, so we wanted to
Oh,
make that
okay.
clear.
I would restate your motion and to make sure we capture.
Yeah, I'm a
Yes.
little confused about the motion here at all, because I wasn't going to support the way it's worded here. So if you've got some alternative wording, you might want to consider the 4 points that I made earlier.
But he can't articulate a motion.
Go ahead. What are they?
Privately funded between Pier and 11th Street, 400 by 40, and 100 feet from the closest residential lot.
Except for the 100 feet from the closest residential lot, I don't have a problem with that. The size and location and privately funded is fine.
So the way, according to the group, the way it's proposed, it is 100 feet from the closest residential lot, and that's how they're doing it in Valley Park as well, more than 100 feet. So, because there are residential lots between, there are close to 11th Street. There's 3 residential lots there.
I'll tell you what, I will withdraw my motion, and you go right ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll make the motion to place this draft resolution on the ballot with those 4 changes to it. Privately funded construction between Pier and 11th Street, 400 by 40 foot maximum, and 100 feet from the closest residential lot.
Is there a second? All right, no second. Is there another motion?
No? Seems like nobody wants to do this.
So Mayor Pro Tem over here.
I'll make a motion to receive and file a report.
So the motion would be no ballot measure for the green.
So that's no action, I guess, right?
Right.
Why do we have to receive and file it? Are we taking an action here, or are we
I
not?
need it some other day. Keep it on file.
A second by Councilmember Jackson.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion to receive and file the report. No action taken.
Well, I'm just wondering, Councilmember Seaman, I thought maybe you were amenable to these suggestions, and then I listed them all out, and you
No.
didn't second my motion. So
No.
did you want another alternative to come to that, or is
No, I'm actually against this thing.
you're
in the first
happy with
place.
the wording the way it is?
No. No, I've withdrawn my motion.
All right. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman,
Aye.
Mayor DeToy,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. And that will take us to Park After School. Welcome, Nick.
Good evening. Just wait a moment for the presentation. All right, well, good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Nick Shattuck, Recreation Supervisor with the Parks and Recreation Department. Tonight, I'm presenting a proposed update to the annual registration fee for the city's Park After School program. A little background in the Park After School program. The program serves students in 1st through 8th grade from Hermosa View, Vista, and Valley schools. Our staff currently walk participants from the school to our South Park facility, where they receive homework assistance, participate in arts and crafts, rec activities, and spend time in a safe, structured environment until they're picked up by their families. Our current annual fee is $1,900 for the school year, and it has remained unchanged since 2015. During that time, we have continued providing the same levels of service, but the cost of operating the program has changed significantly. After reviewing current program costs, enrollment in comparable programs in neighboring cities, staff recommend increasing the annual fee to $3,150 for the school year. On June 2nd, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission reviewed this recommendation and voted to recommend approval by the City Council. The primary reason for this recommendation is that the current fee no longer reflects what it costs to operate the program. Since the last fee adjustment in 2015, California's minimum wage has increased by approximately 89%, which has significantly increased staffing costs. We've also experienced increases in program supplies and other operating expenses. Staff also compared our fees with the neighboring agencies. Looking around us, currently $2,700 in Redondo Beach and approximately $3,700 in Manhattan Beach for comparable programming. The proposed fee to $3,150 places Hermosa Beach between the two neighboring agencies while still providing a very competitive value. To conclude, if approved, the proposed fee adjustment would increase annual program revenue to approximately $141,750, while estimated operating costs remain approximately $500. This would allow the program to operate a full cost recovery while maintaining the same high level of service families expect. Without this adjustment, the program is projected to continue operating at a deficit that requires an ongoing city subsidy. Finally, just to clarify, in preparation for our upcoming school year, families were informed well in advance that staff would be proposing this annual fee increase of $3,150. The response was overwhelmingly positive, with very few concerns expressed regarding the proposed increase. Today, all 45 available program spaces are currently filled for this coming school year, and we continue to maintain growing interest lists of families seeking enrollment into the program. As demand continues to grow, staff will also look for opportunities to responsibly expand the program while maintaining the quality and level of service families have come to expect. Staff believes this recommendation strikes an appropriate balance between maintaining an affordable program for families, ensuring the long-term financial sustainability of the program, and positioning it to meet future community demand. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any scholarships for families who can't afford to send kids?
Yes, we've had a scholarship program in effect for many years now. So there's a process to it, but that is available for families that request it.
And then is there a way to tie a cost of living adjustment to these to the nearest $10, $50, whatever we decide, so we don't get in this 2012 pickle again?
I cannot confirm, but I believe that was discussed in the past to look at cost of living increases to both after school and summer camp programming.
And that's something we can do, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Nick. We'll open up public comment.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, Alan Joffre. I want to state clearly up front, consistent with all my prior musings, I support cost recovery of our city's after-school summer care, even as a parent who will be utilizing all of these programs, hopefully in the very near future. Working parents of my generation understand that quality Childcare costs money, and we are willing to pay our fair share. But interesting when we consider perhaps why after-school care is a non-negotiable necessity for my generation. Later tonight, the council will discuss the housing element progress, or complete lack thereof. Decades of restrictive anti-growth housing policies have driven home prices in Hermosa and almost all Southern California communities to extreme levels. Because housing is so unaffordable, the only way for families who can survive is with 2 working parents. Our generation no longer has the luxury of being able to raise a family in a decent community with a single family income. In the last 3 years, I looked up, 80% of first-time home buyers are in Southern California or in dual incomes homes. That's almost double what it was 30 years ago. So reliable after-school care is even more critical than ever, allowing both parents to stay in the workforce just to pay our mortgages. What's striking is the generational double standard that appears in this chamber. You don't see any millennial parents in here bitching about a $1,000 increase to their after-school care, objecting to paying cost recovery. Yet week after week, we listen to the parade of complaints whenever the proposal to raise nominal fees on anything in the city that might impact older citizens and longtime homeowners, like pickleball and residential parking passes. The irony is overwhelming. Many of the most vocal objectors to basic user fees are the same long-term residents benefiting from decades-long low property taxes under Proposition 13. Let's be clear. The reason our budget has balanced for the past 30 years is because of new homeowners coming into the city and paying astronomical property taxes. 50% of our revenue almost comes from property taxes. That's coming from my property taxes, not the people who bought here 40 years ago. So, working parents aren't asking for handouts, but if we're going to enforce a strict fiscal responsibility and full cost recovery on essential services young families rely on, we need to hold the adult leisure and other perks to the exact same standards. And yes, parking on a public street is a perk, which brings us full circle to another item that I don't think I get to speak on tonight, but metered parking revenue, which shows that each metered parking space in our city results in somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000 of income
Alan,
for
can we
the city
keep it on
each year.
the park program?
What?
Can we keep it on the park program?
It speaks to the exact same issues, raising funds. $4,000 to $5,000, yet we give away this parking to residents for $60. And every time we suggest a price increase of $10 or $20 or expanding metered parking to further monetize our city's assets, there's an army of longtime homeowners in here complaining about having to pay more. The generation that has hoarded over 52% of the wealth in this country with endless government bailouts to preserve their wealth and voting for politicians and policies that pull the ladder up behind them, love to call my generation entitled. I think it's time they look in the mirror.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on the park program?
Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking. He put his hand down. I do not have any other speaker cards or hands raised.
Bring it back to my colleagues for deliberation or a motion.
I'll move to accept staff recommendations.
I'll second it with a proposal for a friendly amendment that we do a cost of living in there so we don't run into this major cost increase in the
I'll
past.
accept that friendly amendment.
And we can do it to the
revise the
nearest.
motion.
What's easiest for you, $10? So it's nice and round, it's not $13.79 a year? Okay.
Okay. So you second that?
I do.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Motion
carries.
passes 5-0.
Thank you. Welcome back, Nick.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, I'm Nick Shaddick, the Recreation Supervisor for the Parks and Recreation Department. I'm back, and I'm presenting this time on a proposed update to weekly registration fees for the city's Valley Park Summer Day Camp program. A little background into Valley Park Day Camp. It's a long-standing city-operated summer program serving youth ages 6 through 13. Our program operates Monday through Friday, 8 to 4 p.m., and provides campers with organized rec, arts and crafts, themed activities, beach days, and weekly field trips in a safe, supervised environment. Our current weekly registration fees are $185 for residents and $195 for non-residents, and they have remained unchanged since at least 2012. After reviewing comparable camp fees in neighboring cities and evaluating current program operations, staff recommended increasing the weekly registration fee to $255 for Hermosa Beach residents and $275 for non-residents. On June 2nd, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission reviewed this recommendation and voted to recommend approval by the City Council. The primary reason for this recommendation is that the current fees no longer reflect the market rates for comparable municipal summer camp programs. Staff compared Valley Park Summer Day Camp with neighboring agencies. Weekly camp fees range from approximately $250 to $280 in Redondo Beach and approximately $329 in Manhattan Beach. The proposed fees of $255 for residents and $275 for non-residents position Hermosa Beach competitively while continuing to provide an excellent value for families. This recommendation is intended to ensure the proposed fees remain competitive while supporting the long-term sustainability of the program and maintaining current service levels. In conclusion, if approved, the proposed fee adjustment would increase annual registration revenue to approximately $129,850, while estimated operating costs remain approximately $77,300. This program will continue operating at a full cost recovery, and the additional revenue generated above direct operating costs will help support the city's long-term financial sustainability. Staff believes this recommendation strikes an appropriate balance between maintaining an affordable, high-quality summer camp program while ensuring the city fees remain competitive with neighboring agencies. This concludes my presentation, and once again, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the dais? Madam City Clerk.
We did not receive any speaker cards, and I have no hands raised at this time.
Perfect. We'll close public comment. If no one else has any thoughts, I'll share mine. This is item I view a little bit different than the park program because park program was operating at a subsidy of the general fund. A 38% increase in 1 year for, I think, is a little bit steep, and I would like, hopefully, to phase this in over a couple years, and then again, building a COLA moving forward so we don't run into a program, ever run into a subsidy issue in the future. So that would be my thoughts on this. I don't know if there's support for it.
Just phasing this in over a couple of years?
2 or 3 years like we did the other fees.
So it's not
No,
100% recovery?
No, currently we make money in this program.
Oh, okay.
And so phasing it in would lessen the blow over 2 or 3 years, just like we did the other fees, would be my thought. All right, I'll make a motion that we approve the fees with the fee increase with a 3-year phase-in, also building in a cost of living adjustment moving forward, rounded to the nearest $10.
I'll second that.
Would you consider 2 as opposed to 3?
Sure. Are you good with that?
Yeah.
2-year phase-in, cost of living from there?
Yep.
To the nearest $10.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Housing element. Welcome.
Okay, good evening. Honorable gentlemen of the Hermosa Beach City Council. Allison Becker, the Community Development Director, giving you a very brief overview of the annual progress report. Let's see if this is going to work for me. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, this report is required every year under Government Code Section 65400 and must be submitted to the state by April 1st, which we did. It documents Hermosa Beach's progress towards implementing our certified housing element. As a reminder, Hermosa Beach is in its 6th housing element cycle through the years 21 to 29. Our RENA obligation for this cycle is 558 units across all income levels. The city adopted the housing element in December 2021, revised it in August of 2023, and received state certification in August of 2024. In 2025, our housing production continued at a modest but steady pace. The city issued 21 permits for a total of 22 new residential units. 10 of those were accessory dwelling units, reflecting an ongoing interest in our ADU program. Beyond permitted units, our pipeline has also expanded. During 2025, we received 8 entitlement applications for a total of 27 market rate units. These projects remain under review and will represent potential additional housing supply. We've also made meaningful progress on other housing element programs. A few highlights include updating our ADU regulations to comply with 2025 legislation. That was recently, we received confirmation from HCD recently that they have approved our adopted ordinance. The Planning Commission also did their review of the land value recapture program, and that resulted in a recommendation which you all adopted to amend the program to better support housing production. We also allocated permanent local housing allocation funds to the South Bay Regional Housing Trust. And because we are also looking at capital improvement projects that support lower income neighborhoods within the city, 3 of those were completed last year. So overall, the city of Hermosa Beach continues to make steady, measurable progress towards our goals of preserving existing housing, facilitating new construction, improving neighborhood infrastructure, and staying compliant with state laws. And there is no fiscal impact associated with receiving and filing this report. That's all I got, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Perfect. Any questions from the dais? Councilmember
I just
Fitzgerald.
have a quick question. Does our housing element, what does it say about, or is there any requirement that the city take a look at its properties that it owns and converting them to some type of housing in the tool chest?
Well, yes, the city of Hermosa Beach did make a commitment to look at publicly owned properties to field for affordable housing production. Our inventory of sites includes a number of publicly owned properties, and that is a program within our housing element.
So we're continuing to analyze and look into those, and in the future might expect a recommendation coming forward that would address any of the publicly owned properties we have.
That is correct. The city made a commitment to field a site for affordable housing production.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. See no other questions? We'll open it for public comment. I see Alan coming up.
all due respect, Allison, this is not targeted at you specifically. As I've stated before, the housing element is a total farce. Its stated goals of creating additional housing to fill the void of hundreds of thousands of units in the state of California that we are short are undercut by reporting rules that allow cities to demolish one home, build another, and claim that as a completed unit, suggesting housing growth, or leveraging lax ADU rules so developers can call a media room built in the bottom of a house to skirt down zoning restrictions, knowing full well that ADU will never serve as real housing for anyone. Despite reporting 135 completed units, I believe that's where we are in our current report in this housing element, over the last 5 years, I strongly suspect Hermosa Beach has actually probably suffered a net housing loss of its stock. Now, with respect to state reporting rules, our community development department is largely just working within the system they were given. However, I think and this is a big however, I think there are two critical reporting failures in our current filings that the council should mandate that are fixed immediately with our next submittal. First, while the rule states that a replaced home is allowed to count as a completed new home, there is a clear obligation in one of the columns, dem-des units, that means demolished units, that we need to report when we demolish a unit. A little trip down Google Maps lane and looking historically, you can quickly identify which of these new properties there existed a property on there before. And about 80% of the reported units that we've completed, we failed to report that we destroyed a unit when we took it down, giving the impression to the state that we're just creating new units. No, we're not. There's no net gain here. The other one, and this is possibly more alarming and offensive to me as someone who worked in low-income housing in my time as a law student, is I want you to look at these two photos. What do you think they have in common? Both sold for over $6 million. But and you'd be correct, but that's probably not too surprising to anyone who lives in Hermosa. However, what must surprise everyone is that when the city issued certificates of occupancy on these homes in 2021, they designated both of them as moderate income housing units. In fact, every single unit that received a certificate of occupancy in 2021 was designated as a moderate income housing. And oddly, not a single unit has ever been designated that since or before. None of these classifications would survive an ounce of scrutiny. Every single one classified as non-deed restricted, meaning there's no contract, no deed, no promise to keep these affordable. And unfortunately, HCD only allows NDR classification if the city provides concrete proof of affordability in the way of low sales price, tax credits, housing vouchers. None of those appear to exist here. The reality is, and I cross-reference every single one of these moderate income housing units, they are exclusively old homes, knocked down, replaced with new luxury single-family homes selling between $3 and $14 million. These are major, major reporting errors that undermine the integrity of our city's public record and risk us getting in hot water with the state when we attempt our next housing element certification. I strongly urge the council tonight to direct staff to audit these filings and immediately correct these misrepresentations before our next report is submitted to the state.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Yeah, very quickly. I think what everybody is concerned about is, are we at risk of builder's remedy? And I didn't hear anything about that. Builder's remedy is a big problem, and if we're not making our low income or very low income or extremely low income housing element numbers, what risk does that put us in of builder's remedy? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
John Davis, your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, this is John David. This housing element, the entire story, if you look at it, what was actually produced, it was all projects that are easy to build, ADUs and single-family rebuilds. Well, not all, but mostly. These projects, they live in a world that has ministerial approval and regulatory certainty. We have zero progress on our housing element sites, in part because our housing element sites receive the opposite treatment. Mixed use and commercial conversions face discretionary review and land value recapture. If the city ever wants progress, there are simple, easy solutions. Treat your housing element sites like you do ADUs and single family remodels. Take away the friction. First, I suggest you eliminate or radically scale back the land value capture program. It's a failed program. Tonight, you all debated about the sales tax initiative and the need for fiscal responsibility. I really can't take that seriously. You wasted $47,000 paying a consultant to study the program, months of meetings, and hundreds of hours of staff time to support an ineffective policy that to this day works against its own residents. The evidence increasingly shows these types of policies reduce affordability and raise costs for almost everyone because they create a constraint. These types of policies are falling out of favor nationally. Even most progressive cities like San Francisco and Portland are dropping their requirements and exempting all but the largest projects. Another thing you can do, and I highly recommend you do this, is quickly adopt a adaptive reuse policy. Make converting existing commercial and underutilized retail buildings as easy as possible. This is where you bend over backwards to help offer carrots, not sticks, remove land value capture fee on all the biggest lots, provide parking relief, ministerial approvals, and relax building standards for conversions. Don't passively watch your housing element go down in flames. Light a fire and excite property owners and investors. Texas did this exact thing. It created an adaptive reuse law, SB 840, which lets offices and retails and warehouses convert to multifamily by right. In under a year, it enabled roughly 8,400 new apartments, about 1 in 5 of all multifamily units permitted statewide since the law took effect. If you want progress, it's simple. Reduce friction, create paths without resistance, offer positive incentives that work. That work. This is your job. I said it last year. I'm saying it again this year. Please take it seriously.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, yes, Laura Pena, Mayor, council member, staff, it's late. My question is, are we measuring housing element activity or meaningful outcomes? Because our certified housing element identified substantial housing capacity and much of it in our commercial zones, but that's not where the development trend is. Instead, it's in our residential neighborhoods through, like what Alan said, replacement homes and ADUs. So the 2025 report shows no lower income, no projects of 5 or more, no density bonus applications. It's a clear signal that the commercial site strategy that lists about 80% of our housing element sites is not producing results. Full stop. So each housing element program should be measured by what it accomplishes. When I started to go through the programs, the density bonus, it's marked complete because the city updated its density bonus regulations and posted information online. But when I went to the link, it returns a server error, so I can't even go to it. The city should interview developers and test real performers to see what is the bottleneck, what is the issue. Program 5, efficiency use of high density sites. That's even more urgent. The certified housing element required the city to assess by the end of 2025 whether we were making meaningful housing progress. And if not, the city committed to developing additional incentives by the end of 2026. What are we doing? Program 9, I think it was mentioned earlier, adequate sites to accommodate housing needs. The city committed to advancing housing on city-owned sites and expanding mixed use along commercial corridors. We stated in the policy plan by the end of 2024. Now, the progress report clearly doesn't show any status because we haven't done anything. At bare minimum, request an RFP queue for projects. And finally, I know addressing LVR, because we did remove fees on the 1s and 2s, that was not enough to move the needle, especially on mixed use. The fee was only one barrier. We went at last night's zoning meeting, we heard that adaptive reuse and mixed use standards may not be addressed until the end of the year. Council should move to work that forward now, because an adaptive reuse program could allow us to do underutilized upper floors, attics, offices, existing commercial square footage. It could help preserve and reduce construction costs, shorten review time. Please move adaptive reuse and streamline mixed-use standards to the front of the zoning work now, because meaningful progress is not about another study or the removal of one fee in isolation. Meaningful progress is a project that can be actually approved, financed, built, and occupied. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Do not have any other hands raised.
One last call. Close public comment and bring it back to the dais.
Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remind everyone that from the very beginning of HCD and RENA and the numbers, that the city was not supposed to actually be responsible for building these units. That's absurd to consider the city would be building them at all. That's absolutely not the way it was worked. But from the very beginning, it was responsibility of the city to rezone areas in order to make it feasible to do. And that's what we were supposed to do, and that's what we did. In this city, we spent years working on rezoning every square inch of Hermosa Beach to accommodate more housing, and we did that. Now, maybe this, if you look at this report as a failure, I can understand that. Every box has zeros in it because there's not very much progress happened at all, if any. But that's not necessarily the city's responsibility. We're supposed to make it possible for a developer to come in and build more affordable housing. And if that hasn't happened, it might possibly be because it's not feasible. There's no money in it for a developer to come and do that here. You have to tear down a $3 million house first in order to build your multiple unit things at affordable rates. This just makes no sense, to be quite honest with you. Currently, I am on the board of directors for the South Bay Regional Housing Trust, and it may be an answer to RENA and HCD. It's a much more efficient way to provide affordable housing. The Housing Trust is made up of 13 cities in the South Bay. Hermosa is one of them, and I'm the rep from Hermosa to the Housing Trust. And what they do is they use not-for-profit developers to build these buildings. At your typical developer who would come in, buy a piece of property, and put in, let's say, 100 units. They're really not required to go more than, if Allison, maybe you can make the specific 10% as affordable? Do you get density bonuses and so on if they're 10% affordable? 20%, okay. So out of 100 units, a standard developer will put 20 of those as affordable. The other 80 are market rate. Otherwise, there's no money in it. They don't want to do it. They don't want to tear down a $3 million house to build these things. So with the Housing Trust, it's a little different story. Money comes from La Casa. The money is funneled into projects like this. It goes into cities that want that have room for it, first of all. And then out of 100 units, 99 of them are affordable, and one of them is a market rate thing because that's the manager. You have to have a manager on site for affordable housing development. And so for the same kind of money, using a developer and building 100 units in a particular city, the efficiency of it is incredibly different when it's a nonprofit developer built by a housing trust. There are hundreds of housing trusts all over California. And if all of these housing trusts are building affordable housing in areas this efficiently, there's a real good possibility that we could replace HCD and those RENA numbers with housing trusts because it works, because it is feasible and it can be done. And that would provide for you, Ellen, some affordable housing in areas all over the South Bay, in our case, and all over in other areas for other housing trusts. So it's not the only thing that could work. It's not a miracle, one time going to happen all the time, but it is a possibility, and it's a good possibility, and I think it's a very successful way of providing affordable housing. And so when you look at these numbers, you can't say, well, the city's failed because they didn't build anything. I think that's because it's not feasible to do it under the way that the HCD is doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I have a question for staff. This complaint that adaptive reuse is not in our housing element, that doesn't prevent it from happening, is that correct? People can get approved for adaptive reuse if it promotes housing. So is there something I'm missing here about what needs to be done further on adaptive reuse, or where am I missing? What am I missing?
Typically, if cities are interested in using existing commercial buildings for residential, they do pass an ordinance specifically related to the development standards for adaptive reuse. That's not something that we have here. It's not something that's in the housing element. It is something that has been raised in meetings that we've had over time about strategies to increase housing production in town. And, you know, just in the meeting that was discussed that Laura mentioned, we do have it kind of pegged in as a topic for discussion over the next year as we're working on the zoning code update. So it is on our radar. It's not effectuated at this moment, but it doesn't mean that it can't be a part of our strategies in the future.
But in the meantime, if we haven't developed that, property owners can use adaptive reuse and get it approved if it's increasing housing stock or in a mixed-use development, right? Isn't that true?
Well, is there a way, your question is there a way under the existing building code and the existing zoning code to allow existing commercial buildings to be converted to residential? And I would say no, there's no easy pathway right now for that.
So that's what is being referred to then,
That's correct.
as opposed to mixed use.
Correct. Those are two separate things.
So those properties that are zoned commercial,
Mm-hmm. So, for example, let's just we'll just do a scenario. There are a couple of commercial condominium buildings that were constructed within the last 20 years. They're on Pier Avenue or Hermosa, and all of those commercial condominiums haven't really turned over, right? So that might be a building where you would say, oh, well, we could do an adaptive reuse and we could make those condominiums into apartments, right? We don't currently have a policy, procedure, and standards for that sort of conversion. But that is a common tool that cities use, and we could create that sort of policy if that was desired.
or they could be rezoned mixed use, and then we wouldn't need to have to go through this whole adaptive reuse thing if it gets rezoned mixed use.
So a lot of times the challenges with converting commercial buildings into residential have to do with the actual building codes themselves, the way that the structure is retrofit with the systems that are needed to support residential, and a lot of times those kind of retrofitting requires accommodations. So that's where adaptive reuse ordinances come in handy. I'm using an example of buildings in our town that were constructed relatively recently and are just maybe not vibrant, right? But in a lot of cases, adaptive reuse programs are established for helping much older buildings, for example, like the B of A building, or buildings that are much older, right, where they might also struggle with development standards related to parking, for example, or setbacks, for example. So I guess my point is we do have the basic structure for mixed use. We are going to continue to refine and expand our standards related to mixed use to facilitate that. That is something that's very clear in our housing element. Adaptive reuse is a new idea that's come forward, which could also be worth investigating in the coming year.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to get too deep into it, but just another quick question. Whether it's adaptive reuse or whether it's rezoning it from commercial to mixed use, the same challenge remains as far as standards, construction standards, and all of that.
Well, the idea with incentivizing mixed-use development is saying that single-use zoning becomes underutilized, right? Like you get better value out of your land if you allow both residential and commercial, but you want to retain the commercial component because it's existing. So, for example, on Pier Avenue, you have a very strong street wall, which has a lot of storefronts, which kind of create the character of that street. And so you don't want to lose that by introducing 100% residential projects, but you might be willing to say, hey, we could put 1 or 2 stories of residential on top. Those are the sorts of policies that have been articulated in our general plan, in the housing element, and we're in the process of refining those to make them more functional. But of course, again, as all of those who follow this issue closely, what you wind up butting up against almost immediately are some of our long-standing values related to height and height limits and density and parking, which suddenly, kind of complicate a very interesting idea with the realities of actually making it work.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Allison, thank you for explaining that so clearly. That's difficult to do. It's very complicated, and most people, it's hard to
Especially at
explain.
this late hour.
Good job. Did you go up and take a nap and come back? Thank you.
Agamas.
Seeing no other comments, I'll move to receive and file.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, and that'll take us now back to 15I. I get it right? 15I, lawn bowling.
All right, good evening. Hello again. We don't have a presentation for this item because it was a consent calendar item, so ready to answer any questions the
Elect
council
Mayor
may
Pro Tem,
have.
who pulled it for questions?
I pulled this on behalf of a resident who wanted to speak to some issues on it. He's in the audience, so maybe he can come up and speak to his request.
Let's hold on 1 second. Does anyone have questions for staff? All right, we'll open up public comment.
Who pulled this?
I was requested by the applicant.
Me. As an initial impression, I found it alarming that we were just passing this on a consent calendar without any discussion. We're giving away public land for $1. I don't think this is an ironclad liability shield that we think we've created here. While I support the lawn mowing, I've seen the public sentiment is for it. Another boomer handout. I think there's some additional steps we need to take here, and also we need to ensure the council is ensuring that these steps are followed through this. I foresee a huge liability risk. I've looked at the facilities over there. Not only is it definitely falling apart, there are trip hazards, curbs that are stepped up. This is a lot of our older citizens. I could easily foresee someone tripping there, and appreciating that this was drafted with standard indemnity language in the license. I think we need to go a step further to that. If there's a situation in which they don't incorporate properly, they don't have the right insurance, this liability will come back to the city as the ground lessor of that land, or the owner of the land. This isn't a ground lease. So I think adding language to this, requiring waivers from all of the members, specifically waiving the claims against the city, signs posted that people are waiving their claims by using this, waiving claims against the city. And the other issue I took with this is, again, we're talking about cost recovery with just about every program we're looking at. I came in here harping on the pickleball people that they need to pay for their $1 million courts or their portion thereof. Similarly, we just agreed that families need to be paying their cost recovery. The language is a bit vague in here about who is actually taking care of this. It seems to be suggesting that we're going to leave on our CIP repairing their $300,000 roof potentially over there. And possibly the reason for that is there's the risk of that falling, and we're concerned that could be a liability of the city. So that kind of all ties this together, is what is actually being given here? We are giving them this land for $1. I think similar to the lease we do with the Kiwanis Club, which I've also expressed objection to with how small that is, that price is. But my understanding, and from reviewing that lease, the Kiwanis actually have to fully take care of that project themselves. And I've spoken to former Mayor Seaman, and he told me that is the case. If there's issues with the building, they pay for it out of pocket, and that's made very clear in the lease. I think that should be a similar situation here. These have memberships that are paying membership fees. If they need to increase their fees to ensure that they are able to take care of their own facilities, that's what we should be insisting on, not giving away public lands for $1. I appreciate the language tiptoes throughout this, trying to make clear that we're not giving away for land for less than proper consideration to avoid a constitutional issue. But it's weak. Claiming that the benefit to 40 elderly people who play lawn bowling occasionally justifies giving away an acre of land with the city that we could be otherwise earning revenue on is weak at best. So I think if there's gonna be true consideration here, there should be full cost recovery and full taking care of this project. And I would like to also encourage my ideas about ensuring that there is full waiver of liability of the city here, and not just relying on them getting insurance and incorporating within a year. This is like a month long, not even a month-long process to get yourself incorporated. We should not be giving them that much time to get their ducks in a line. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? We'll close public comment, bring it back for any.
Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
I'd like to make a comment to Alan. I appreciate what you had to say. I agree with a lot of what you said, but there was some errors in what you said. The Kiwanis Club, it's difficult to compare Kiwanis with the Lawn Bowling Club, and for one very basic reason. The Kiwanis Club, first of all, they built the building that they're in years ago and gave it to the city. They rent the building out for weddings and parties and so on, and every penny that they make from the rental of the building goes into the maintenance of the building. And so that's how they're able to afford that. All their other activities are their own charities that they give the money away to charity. The Lawn Bowling Club does not rent their facility out to anybody, and perhaps they should. Perhaps they should have tournaments there, fundraisers, and so on and so forth, and use that money to repair their own building, much like the Kiwanis Club does. So I think the reason, the logic behind this one-year agreement is to give the city and the Lawn Bowling Club time to come up with a way of supporting that building on their own. They can't do that in a couple of weeks and go, oh, we're going to start having fundraisers and we're going to start renting out the building to people and we're going to get some money together and we'll pay for the roof. That might happen, but it won't happen overnight or in a few months. So they've given them a one-year deal for $1, that's true, because they do give something back to the city. And I'm not going to belabor the point, but like the dog park, like the baseball team and the lawn bowling people, this is a gift to the city. It's a part of the city that people here love. And if it seems free or $1 a year to you, I really can't help that or address that. But point of the matter is that the city is, with this agreement, is trying to give the Lawn Bowling Club 1 year of time to come up with some ideas for fundraising, to perhaps do the roof themselves. The city may fix the roof now, and they may pay them back for it. That's always a possibility, too. But they need time to do that, and that's why we have a 1-year contract with them, and then month to month after that. So there is a difference between the two in the way they are structured and the way they work. Other than that, I do appreciate your comments, and it seems like we're not making any money off of it, but we're not making any money off the Little League. We're not making any money off of a lot of things in our city. We don't make any money off the Greenbelt. Should we go ahead and start renting space out so that we can pay for something? I think not. I think there's ways to fix our financial problems, and it's not just to put the screws to every single aspect of our city and coldly just do that to groups like the Kiwanis Club or the Lawn Bowling Club and so on. So, thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other comments, Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a question, staff. In the lease, it says the care and maintenance. It doesn't talk about capital expenditures. Is there a reason why we don't have all capital expenditures shall be capitalized by them?
So we have some terms in the agreement that speak to the fact that any capital improvement projects would be considered under a separate agreement and either the cost sharing or reimbursement for such projects. It's on page 2, 3B.
And would that agreement have to come back to council?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just wanted to note, we will also be coming back to council at the August meeting to have another item pertaining to Lawn Bowling Club. It's going to talk about the operations, how the club is ran, their membership, current use, future use, potential repurposing of the site.
Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion?
No.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Are we through deliberating?
Yes.
All right. I move that we approve the resolution and adopt the resolution by title.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? All right, I think that was 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
Saw a hand and late aye. I'll take us to 17F.
A brief presentation on this as well. This is a request approval of a professional services agreement with IK Consulting. Okay, so IK Consulting provides ongoing technical assistance to the city's Community Development Department, Public Works Department for our Acela Civic platform. The platform is the digital system we are building for permitting, inspections, planning applications, code enforcement, records management, fee processing, you name it, it does it. It will support our essential daily operations for building and safety, planning, public works, and code enforcement. Since 2021, IK Consulting has assisted the city with Acela implementation, configuration, workflow improvements, training, reporting, and troubleshooting. Over the past 7 years, their support has been critical to advancing modernization of our permitting and inspection services, particularly given our limited internal staffing capacity to perform specialized configuration and integration work. The current agreement expired on June 30th, 2026, and continued technical assistance is needed to maintain stable operations and ongoing improvements. The updated scope of services includes continued support for configuration and workflow optimization, the payment and fee updates, modernizing our public portal, creating systems for dashboards and reporting. We need ongoing training, testing, troubleshooting, etc. We are hoping to establish a 3-year term, which would run through July 28th, 2029, with a not-to-exceed amount of $90,000 allocated at $30,000 per year. Funding for the fiscal year 26-27 year, which is now, is available through the records technology fees within the Equipment Replacement Fund, and future years will be budgeted as a part of our annual budget process. IK Consulting has demonstrated extensive knowledge of the city's Acela environment and provides continuity for both ongoing implementation work and the day-to-day operational support. Approving this agreement will allow the city to maintain momentum, avoid service disruptions, support staff efficiency, and improve our public-facing permitting and inspection services. So for this reason, we recommend that the City Council approve the professional services agreement with IK Consulting, authorize the city manager to execute the agreement, and approve minor non-substantive modifications if needed, allowing the city clerk to attest to the agreement, subject to the approval of the city attorney.
Thank you,
That's
Allison.
my presentation.
Any questions?
Mr. Mayor. Allison, this Acela program, is this part of, like, for instance, recently we were going over the fees, and there was, I think, 19 fees that we set aside because and they were mostly permitting fees and construction-related fees, development-related fees, rather. And we put them aside because we wanted to get a better handle on how high to go with raising the fees up. Some of them were from $800 to $6,000, and we thought, well, let's wait until it all shakes out in that department, and we can get a real handle on what those fees actually cost us, and then set it at that. Is this program part of that, so that at some point with this program in place and it's fully functional, I assume from what you were saying that it's not quite complete yet, we're still building it, but when it is fully functional, is that going to be part of, we'll be able then to, at the end of that project, be able to say, okay, this is what it costs for a permit, almost to the penny, and this is what a variance cost, and so on and so forth, because we have this program in place. Is that fair to say that?
Thank you for that question. That allows me to just kind of parse it out a little bit. The work that we're doing right now with the zoning code update, including the large update that you all just approved, which was related to processes and procedures, that's really where you're going to see efficiencies for streamlining, right? Because we're going to have the ability to make adjustments to how how approvals are processed. Right, so we had conversations about conditional use permits and how conditional use permits always require a hearing at the Planning Commission, but that these days perhaps maybe not all of those uses need to go to the Planning Commission. Perhaps they can go to Director's Authority with appeal to Planning Commission, which saves time, staff time, time for the applicant, and streamlines the process, right? So that then gets translated into our digital permitting environment, and those two ultimately work together to improve our productivity and our processing times.
But so Acela would be part of that, though?
Of course.
Yeah. And the fact that, I know back in the day, we used to, you would get a project to set of plans, it would come in, and it would go to one department, and then the other department, and then the other department, and then finally off to plan check somewhere outside the office, and then come back again. Do we not submit that to multiple departments at the same time? I mean, we can do more than one thing at a time, right?
This is another wonderful attribute of the program, is that we're working towards a very relatively near future where there'll be a single point of entry for your plans. The plans will be digitally simultaneously routed to planning, to building, to public works, and everyone will understand what the review timeframe is. So it provides both transparency for the applicant in terms of where they are in the process, as well as transparency on the inside. So which staff member is dealing with it at this moment in time.
Right, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, move to public comment.
Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, yes, Laura Pena, Mayor, Council, staff. In regards to this Acela permitting system, I know that they merged or they bought ePermit Hub that has AI plan check services. So this proposed Acela agreement, great, it gives the city an opportunity to do more to maintain our current permitting system. But does this agreement actually move us toward an AI-assisted plan check? Or are we only funding continued configuration and technical support? Because from what I can understand, the scope includes workflow improvements, Bluebeam, and third-party integration. And I think those are helpful, but the agreement doesn't appear to require any AI plan check pilot or measuring processing time reductions. So I just want to know, is staff including like an AI readiness assessment with this contract or with annual work plan? And second, can Acela actually integrate this AI tool for everything? Because I just don't see it. And I'd like to explore that because I know that would definitely help with permitting time. So I just wanted to follow up with those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I do not have any other hands raised.
All right, we'll close public comment. Bring it back to the dais.
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation on this contract.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? Abstentions?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Thank you, Allison. Joe.
The closer.
CIP 504. Hopefully you have a short presentation.
Absolutely, Mayor. All right, award of contract for some playground equipment in 3 parks. So.
You can keep going, it's fine.
That was a little too fast. Hold on 1 second, Mayor, Council. So this is for potential award of a construction contract to install new playground equipment and some repairs. 3 parks, Valley Park and Seaview Park, would get new equipment. South Park would receive some repairs. We previously came to you back in November for approval for purchase of the equipment. Staff has since received that equipment. We wanted to have it on hand before we release the bid package for construction. And the fabricator provided the design and the city staff put together the bid package. So quick overview, Valley Park. There are 2 sets of play equipment for ages 2 to 5 years old. That's not how old they are, that's for who uses them. These 2 will be completely removed and replaced with the new structure on the right-hand side that would have integrated shade sail and a portion of rubberized mat. Also at Valley Park, there are 2 other structures that are going to receive various replacement parts. Some things are out of date and need to be repaired. We've been tackling ongoing repairs. This is the ages 5 to 12 structures. You would also receive a new rubberized mat and a larger new integrated shade sail on top of the main structure. At CV Parquet, there are 3 ages 2 to 5-year-old play structures that would be removed and completely replaced with 1 new unit, as shown on the right. again with some rubberized mat and integrated shade sails. And then finally at South Park, the scope of work is limited to repairing the rubberized surface treatment around this feature as shown on the left. There's a few holes in there, and so we'd be doing spot repairs to that rubberized surface. We advertised the project in May. We had a pre-bid walk, and we received 2 bids from contractors on May 26. We are recommending to award a contract to RE Schultz Construction, which was found to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for approximately $210,000. Currently, we're looking for anticipated start likely around the second or third week of August, to be determined. We want to make sure that we were done after the summer day camp ended at Valley Park. We didn't want it to be, it's going to be impactful to these areas, so we at least want to make sure that that program was ended, and we'll get it started as close as we can as for when school goes back, but it will take about a month and a half to complete this work at the 3 different sites. Staff will oversee the work. With that, that really concludes my presentation. The recommendations before you tonight are to award the contract and consider a roughly 20% project contingency for the project. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Joe, this is an amount of $179,782.
The
Says
construction
in the
is, the equipment was about $180,000, the 179.
Yeah.
And the install is about $210,000. So all in all, we're working within the $450,000 budget that was previously appropriated for the project.
Do we have 100% cost recovery on this? I'm just asking.
There's
and
no,
the answer is no.
Unfortunately,
right?
there's no cost recovery on this project.
Thank you. It's just that's all I want to know. Thank you.
All right, no other questions. We'll open for public comment.
I do not have any hands raised.
We will close public comment. Bring it back for a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve staff recommendation with one change. Instead of a 20% contingency, a 10% contingency.
I'll second that.
All right, will there be operational impacts to that, or?
So the concern would be is if we do encounter any kind of change orders that are necessary as they start to excavate or do any changes in the field, it could halt construction where we would have to come back to City Council for approval for the construction to continue.
All right.
Your Honor, just to be clear, the motion is to award the construction contract, adopt the resolution by title, the recommended actions 1 through 5 on the staff report.
And I wanted to change one item on the.
No, I understand that. It's just
Oh, that-
sometimes our motions aren't
Yeah, no, I want to
fully
approve
reflective.
items 1, 2, and 3, recommended actions.
All right.
So the motion is to approve 1, 2, and 3.
Right, with the change on the contingency.
Change on the what?
Contingency.
Okay.
What are you changing on the contingency?
Changed it from 20 to 10%.
And why are you doing this?
Because all our contracts since I got here are 20, and I don't want them all at 20. I think we got to start. Right
You
now.
don't. I mean, so
Well, I don't. and I
staff
got
is
someone to
recommending
second.
it.
So that's the motion. You're going to vote for it or don't?
You vote no if you want. I'll make a substitute motion to just approve staff's recommendation on this item at a 20% contingency. Seeing no second, we'll go back to the original one. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain?
Aye.
All right, 5-0. Thank you, Joe.
So that was the original motion?
No,
Correct.
the original motion.
Original motion. There was no second motion.
All right, and that will take us to Martha's item, or are we going to hear the 17 15 or 15D. Let's go with the city clerk. It's already up here.
15D.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight's informational item follows the request on June 23rd by council members Damon and Francois to provide an overview of voting procedures for board and commission appointments. As of 2018, Hermosa Beach uses a paper voting procedure. City Council can consider options to ensure remote participation, since that was not the case in 2018 when this process was last discussed. Under our current paper voting procedure, each council member marks selections on paper ballots. The ballots are submitted to the city clerk, who reads each vote aloud and tallies results in real time. The applicant with the highest number of votes is appointed. If there's a tie, we re-vote until consensus is reached. When a council member is absent, the item is typically continued to allow all 5 members to participate. Staff contacted multiple neighboring cities. Details are included with the staff report. Most rely on verbal voting rather than paper ballots. Several use multi-round systems to narrow candidates. Many cities have processes led by the mayor or a subcommittee, and across the region, remote participation is becoming a standard consideration. Staff recommends maintaining the integrity of Hermosa Beach's process while ensuring it works for remote participation. One option is to keep the paper voting procedure as is. Another is to transition to verbal nominations and verbal voting. A multi-round format would mirror the existing structure and maintain transparency. This approach allows full participation whether members are in person or remote. Tonight's item is informational. Staff is seeking City Council's direction on whether to maintain the current paper voting procedure or adopt a verbal nomination and voting process. We also welcome any additional modifications or feedback to improve clarity and accessibility. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think this was brought up because perhaps we thought our procedure wasn't used the last time. Is that why we're bringing this up, to find out if we need to reaffirm our procedures, or?
I brought it up.
Right.
This was my,
Go ahead.
you're welcome, all right, whatever. And the reason I brought it up was because I thought there were a number of anomalies in the procedure that we used at the last time. And at first, when I first brought it up, I wanted to possibly, as difficult as that might have seemed at the time, now it's impossible to take a revote and do it all over again and see what the results are. But I realize that that's absolutely impossible now, and I have no intention of doing that. The commissioners we chose are already in place, and they've already had meetings, and they're already it's done. However, I would like to make sure that the procedure that we use from now on is the one that we have traditionally used over and over again. I'm not sure why we ever picked out the easy one first and voted on one commissioner, and then did the rest of them in a flock. I think we have always picked nominations from the whole bunch at one time, and then the person with those people with the highest number of votes got the seats. Very simple and basic. If there was a tie at the end of that, where one seat was filled and then the others weren't, then we had a runoff with those people who were tied. And that was a pretty easy, simple thing to do. We always should do that with a paper ballot. I think the other anomaly that night was that the person at the end of that voting line could see how the votes were going because we were doing them by voice rather than by paper. Secret ballot is, it's okay that they're secret until they're revealed. They must be revealed. No, there should be no secret anything, except for when you're voting, you make your choices, you turn them all in, and then they're announced publicly, and who voted for who. That's the way it should be. So in looking into this situation, I realized that we don't actually have a written way of doing this. And so I brought this up and with the hopes of that we could have a future agenda item where we come back with, we go back in time and look at our procedure for commissioners and so on, and then finalize in a simple report, finalize this is what we've been doing with no changes, and then accept that as the method in which we do it from now on, and not change it at all, or do it this way once and then another way a different time. Not criticizing how or why we got to where we got, but I just think it really wasn't right the way we did it. And we should have an accepted, agreed upon method for choosing commissioners. So that's why I brought it up, and I'm listening. I would love to listen to what everyone has to say about this situation, and if we can come up with something tonight, maybe. I think maybe it'd be better that we just agree that we need to do this and then take it back to staff and have them come up with a method for choosing commissioners that we can accept. That's where we are. So, welcome comments.
Well, let's do questions for staff right now. Do you have questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm reading the staff report, and it states we do have a procedure in place, paper voting procedure adopted by the City Council in 2018. So it sounds like we do have that procedure in place. It just wasn't followed at the last vote. So if you're okay with keeping the procedure the way it is, I think maybe the only thing we need to revise, and maybe that could just be a decision tonight, so we don't have to belabor this too much, is just to figure out what happens when someone is remote. Maybe they should do it by voice first, and then the rest of us do the paper voting procedure. And so the person that's remote has a slight disadvantage because they've revealed their cards ahead of time. But other than that, we've just continue with our current paper voting procedures.
Maybe when there's someone remote, we do the vote some other time. We don't have any remote people when we're doing picking commissioner.
Oh, well, okay, that would be another way to do it.
I think that would be fair.
Although I hate to stall up appointing people because someone is...
Well, it's a simple matter of when we schedule it, and we're going, okay, next Thursday, we're going to pick commissioners for such and such. Then we go, okay, everyone needs to be there.
Okay, yeah.
Simple as that. Yeah. Or there was the possibility, I think Commissioner Jackson raised the possibility of doing a text message or an email or something to the city clerk that would be equal to a paper vote. I wouldn't mind that either. I'm just saying that we need to do it the way we've always done it and not in the kind of way that we ended up doing it at that time. And if that's the procedure we've been using, I mean, I'm okay with that. I just want to have an established procedure that we follow. So, any other comments?
We have to do public comment. That's what I was trying to do, questions. Questions for staff? All right, public comment?
I do not have any hands raised.
All right, we will close public comment. Mayor Protem.
I think I'd like to approve keep our current conditions, but add any remote voting will be done via text to the city clerk.
So this is an info item only.
Oh, it is?
So just verbalize, an item to be brought back.
I guess you can bring back that if they're remote via text, they'll vote to the city clerk.
So I think it would be more proper to do an email with the person that's remotely, only because of Public Records Act requests. That would be my personal phone on the line.
I amend that.
Thank you.
So be it.
So your idea is you favor keeping this, but if someone is remote, they use email, not text.
Email, correct.
Email.
I changed it because she requested.
Okay, it's going to delay things a little, but I guess
Hardly at all. It's almost instantaneous.
almost,
But the city emails better.
unless there's technical
Someone can
problems.
email yes
yeah.
or no, or a name,
Well, the
easier than
names,
they can
yeah.
write it down and hand it.
So again, this item will be coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there,
I don't really see any reason to bring it back, but if we have to,
well,
that's
it
fine.
has to, it's an
Well, we
info.
have to, because
Yeah,
only
that's
two
fine.
of us, it's not an action.
So direction to staff?
Got it.
Unless there's any
Okay.
other.
I don't have any issues with it. I don't have issues how it went, so.
I prefer a verbal from the person that's remote. I just think adding the complication of an email in there, so maybe we could have two, decide on either one next time. There's repercussions of using emails for that.
What are that? What's the repercussions?
Well, we can look at it when we come back with an action item, I guess, since three of us want to create an action item. But I'm not necessarily in favor of an action item that involves email, it delays everything.
5 minutes
When-
after midnight.
Well,
and
okay, it delays
I
everything, and
wanted to just have a set manner in which we do this and do it.
and I think the set manner is the person that's online, that's not present, can provide their choice verbally.
Can we get a majority of opinion on this?
I don't
And
think
then
we can
just
take an
give
action
that-
tonight.
No,
It's
I'm
This
not
is an
saying
action
that.
item.
We
Can
can
you
give
bring back
direction to
several
staff.
options? One being an email, one being a verbal, and we can just talk about it.
Fine.
We can do that.
We're not going to do commissioners for another
The action item would be to
11 months.
hold the traditional, if everyone's present, and then we'll bring back options if someone is remote.
Fine.
Perfect. All right. Is there a motion to receive and file this?
Motion to receive and file.
file.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Seaman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. 5-0. Take us to 15D.
Why how we skip around?
Which one are we going for?
15D, the award of professional services agreement with Team Civics for revenue measure informational communication consulting services.
So, Mr. Mayor, there's no formal staff report. Just as a high level, this is a contract tied to the measure previously voted on earlier today about the sales tax ballot measure. Again, this consultant would help with educational outreach. There's a very, very strict separation of duties of what this, and we as city representatives can and cannot do when it comes to outreach. Strictly for educational and fact-based communication to the community. There is zero campaign advocacy or call it propaganda or swaying allowed in this. So this consultant would help with educational material, similar to outreach efforts we've done with previous measures in the past.
Perfect. Any questions for staff?
Well, I'm the one that pulled it. So shall I give my reasons after we?
Do you have any direct questions?
No, no direct questions. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, could you open up public comment, please?
I do not have any hands raised.
All right. We will close public comment. Go ahead, Dean.
What concerns me here is we're spending $50,000 of taxpayers' money to convince the people to raise their taxes. And we have a structural deficit of multi-million dollars in front of us, but yet we are spending $50,000 for a consultant to convince the voters why it's important to vote on this measure. And we paid a consultant previously that we need a tax increase to tell us. Instead, we could have a consultant to tell us how to cut costs. So it just seems like there's a little ironies to all of this when we're talking about tightening our belt and only spending on what we need to spend on, yet we're spending $50,000, like I said, to inform the public why they should vote for a tax increase. We already have all the measures in place on the ballot, arguments for, arguments against, the legal opinion of the city attorney, unbiased opinion of the impacts. That's all there, already been paid for by having us place it on the ballot. Now an additional $50,000 just seems unreasonable, and if anything, it shows more reason why people should vote no on this if we're going to spend money like $50,000 like this. So I can't support this award of $50,000 to promote the tax measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to correct what you said, they cannot do advocacy. It's all education on the measure. So this person is not out there running a campaign for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, Mr. Mayor. I've seen what this consultant has done for other cities, and they use this language that the tax increase is going to protect fire, police, urgent services. But the word protect in and of itself is an advocacy word. It's not exactly a neutral word, and so, we can go on and on about that, but, it just seems wrong. It doesn't sit right with having to spend it, irregardless of anyone's position on whether they're for or against the sales tax, so.
All right, thank you. Is there any thoughts or motion?
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
I will second it. Councilmember Stephen?
I'm really torn on this one. I agree with the idea that we could use a consultant to make it clear to people what this is all about, because when these things come up, having gone through this twice now, all kinds of ideas and thoughts and so on, everybody says, well, it's this and it's that and it's the other thing, and having someone clarify it to the city is valuable. There's some merit to that. On the other hand, this really smells like the way we did it the last two times, and it's kind of why they didn't pass. It's not kind of why, it is why. That they didn't pass because people thought that this was bogus, and you're brainwashing us. You're trying to convince us that this is the best thing to do, and oh, look at all the wonderful stuff we can do with the money, and so on and so forth. And that just bothers me that it feels like we're going right back into doing the same thing. So I don't know. I've read their accuracy rate. I mean, their I guess their completion rate, their kill rate, whatever. They're very efficient, 90% or 85% that they are successful. But I wonder if we wouldn't be successful without that. So I just want to put that thought out there. I've heard one side of it and another side of it. Is that it? Does everyone kind of agree with that? I mean, or am I barking up the wrong tree, so to speak? I'd like to hear some other thoughts on this.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I will not be supporting this measure. We wasted $25,000 on a survey, and I don't think we need to spend another $50,000 on top of that for some guy to publish whatever he plans on publishing. So $75K is, I don't think necessary at this juncture.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No comment.
I already said what I have to say.
All right, well,
I think it's a vital, and this ballot measure is very important, and there is education that we can do on potential contracts that we all know, but the general public does not, because no one's tuning in to our meetings.
Did we put this out to bid at all, or we just picked this one company and they said 50 grand and we said, oh, okay? Are there other companies with a lesser effort, easier, better way to do this?
No, we did not go out to bid. There wasn't time to put an RFP out. This group has worked with True North, the consultant that did the survey that indicated the support for the sales tax. So they worked very closely with them. As you said, they have a 90% success rate. In terms of education, in terms of the cost, $20,000 of the $50,000 would be the consultant fee for their intellectual property and their ability to strategize and put together the messaging. And the other funds, the remaining $30,000 would be for the cost of mailing and the $5,000 digital campaign. So that would be the collateral that would be put out there. It's the actual money going to the consultant directly would be $20,000.
Mr. Mayor.
Well,
I have a question. I mean,
I don't know
if we did not.
Hold on.
Oh,
I don't know if Rob's done.
go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Okay. Good.
If we didn't pass this, we could still do a digital campaign, put it on our website, all the information we need. We've seen what other cities do. We can put that together on the city's website through emails, through other digital means that basically can be done in-house.
One other thing we could do is, and I would volunteer to do this, by the way, or maybe it should be the mayor, whatever, we could have a town hall meeting.
Yeah.
We can have a number of town hall meetings.
We
So
could.
people want to know this, let's talk about the sales tax. Anything you want to ask us about the sales tax, let's do it. We could have an open conversation with everyone in the city.
If you have it on city property and you're there as council, you're treading a very fine line as to advocacy. So, you know, in terms of talking, for instance, talking points is one of the things the consultant would put together for anyone that would guard against council inadvertently advocating on city time or on city property.
And/or staff.
And/or staff.
I see what you're
I would
saying.
say- I would
In
say
other words,
more
the
importantly,
consultant
staff.
knows how to.
Yeah, the more
And
important
contain.
one is the using staff and the advocacy. That's the big.
But it isn't advocacy, it's supposed to be information only. So,
But if there's a fine line there, and if they're really going into details about something that is advocacy. So, you know, it's a fine line.
These folks keep us on the right side of the rules.
You know, well, the other side of that is that the sales tax is how deep can the problem be that you have to explain that? And it costs $50,000 to explain the sales tax. It's a 0.5%. It goes on everything that buy and sell except groceries and drugs and so on.
yeah.
I mean, it's just this pretty basic stuff. And that's it. There isn't really, to me, it seems like there isn't too much to explain. So putting it in a good light or using certain words that are, you know, persuasive, I'm sorry, but there's just part of this that just reminds me of the last 2 times we tried this, and it was disastrous. I was very much in favor of the tax, but I was really not in favor of the method in which that happened. And this bothers me a bit.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I can support it. Sorry.
All right.
That's my opinion.
Is there a substitute motion, or do you want to just vote it down?
No.
We can do that too.
Well, maybe staff can come back with some other possibilities, some other way of doing this. The ballot measures are way off.
Maybe we could appropriate an amount that the manager could contract for some other outreach campaign.
Can we just look into other outreach campaigns and bring back a couple of ideas? Something different.
We can look into that, but when you say something different, are you saying something different than was before? We can't guarantee that. I mean, you haven't.
Can you have
We
a
can't
full-
guarantee that it's going to be different than what was done before. I don't know what was done before. So I can't speak to that. I don't know what was done in terms of collateral, mailings, or anything like that, if that's what you're talking about. But can we get other firms to submit a bid? Yes.
What was also done before was city manager authority, and this is different. We're actually agendizing and talking about it, so.
I make a motion to authorize city manager to procure an outreach campaign for $25,000.
Could you repeat that motion, please?
Let's put the
And
price
try to
in half.
justify what it is you're coming
Try
up
and
with.
find somebody.
I
to do it for
said
half.
I'd like to authorize the city manager to procure a company to do an outreach campaign up to $25,000.
So you're proposing this as a future agenda item?
No.
No.
Well, this isn't on our agenda tonight.
What is just changing the contract
Well,
amount?
as stated, what is it? The proposal from the consultant to send bulk mail to the 8,000-something voters of Hermosa Beach costs $10,750. So I don't know if that's a factor. It depends on what council wants to see as outreach, mail, digital only, social media only.
I'd like to see something. I mean, it's not a good idea to go in without this, so.
I agree.
I think it's too much money at this point, and I can't support it.
Yeah,
We
it's-
can come out with something else and
I
$25,000,
mean,
maybe that's right.
It's a gamble, 50,000 for 2 million a
Beg your
year.
pardon?
It's 50,000 we spend now, but if we don't win, we get nothing.
I have another question, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
What if we had a public forum where no council members were present? And the city manager was here, and the city manager simply answered questions that people had about the ballot measure. That way, we don't have to worry about having a quorum.
Dean, that's not an outreach
What would these
campaign.
people charge us to be at a town hall? Instead of $50,000 worth of electronic Instagram and so on and so forth, instead of all of that, just have a representative, somebody like this, come here and for $1,000, $1,500, $5,000, whatever it costs, to come and have a town hall meeting. And do the same thing, only just right face to face.
Right, and it would depend on your goal. In our town hall meetings, you get 1, maybe 200 people. This outreach is talking about reaching 8,000 voters in Hermosa Beach.
Yeah.
And if it's the
Yeah,
same
I
company that did the education for the measure up north, they did a very good job.
Well,
Yeah,
Penny
because
found,
we always have that, yeah.
penny wise and pound foolish.
All right. All those, I guess is, do you want to try to find a number that works for anyone else on the dais?
The code has the city manager purchasing threshold at $30,000. So according to the code, Steve's able to procure anything up to $30,000 without council approval, if that makes a
I'm
difference.
sorry, what are you suggesting?
There in the muni code now, it designates the city manager's purchasing approval up to anything up to $30,000. So technically, if this contract was under $30,000, Steve wouldn't have had to.
Are you proposing that?
No, I'm just saying.
I'm not proposing it.
I'm not proposing it.
You really?
I'm not proposing
We
it.
can't do that, can we?
Yes, there's,
It's too late. You're tired.
I'm just saying that when it comes to council action, if the direction is for Steve to procure something under $30,000, he could do that and not have to come back to council.
So,
I'll make a substitute motion that the city manager is not authorized to spend any money on this.
Dean, can you wait and let the attorney
he
speak?
has the authority to do it, but I wouldn't recommend it based upon what's going on up here.
Yeah, and I don't
So
think,
that-
trust
that-
me, I don't need to be told that.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Well, that's
he
why
would
I
anyway.
made that substitute motion.
You don't need to make the motion either.
If you're
I'm
not
well aware
buying
of
what
it.
he's selling, he's not gonna,
I
he'd be
am well
foolish to
aware
do that.
okay, all right, come on. This is
City manager will not be doing that.
It's already Wednesday, so let's,
I make a motion that we bring this back in August again.
Your motion is what now?
To bring this back at our next meeting.
and I'll second that. Let's just kick around some new ideas, some other thing besides the 50 grand.
Yeah.
Well, the motion is to bring this back.
To bring back an informational campaign item
Okay.
with alternates to this company.
Or different purchasing through this company as well.
Or
Yeah.
Just different.
Different
maybe
methods,
maybe a
different
lower
amounts,
cost
right.
vendor.
All right.
I don't know, Mr. City Attorney, is that motion in order? We have in front of us on our agenda
Yes, it is.
to award this contract or not.
This is the guy who voted no, so I mean, let's put
So
this in
I don't
perspective.
understand.
So right now, you're not awarding the contract. and
Right, so we have to vote yes or no on awarding this contract.
Right.
But as far as coming back, that's new staff direction. It's not on our agenda. It has to be re-agendized.
Disagree with that.
Can't they continue it?
You could continue, one option is to continue.
The other one's to vote it down and bring it up in a future agenda
Unless
item.
unless you vote it down and then someone brings it up in the future agenda item. So there's many different ways to
Yeah,
skin the cat.
There are a few different ways to skin it, so.
All right, so let's, do we have, was there an original motion to
There's
yea
an
or
original
nay?
motion. I can count to 3.
Original motion to, I'd like to do a motion to continues to another meeting. That's my motion.
The question is it better to do it this or do a future agenda item? So
Better
there's
do
more.
both.
Okay.
No, continues to another meeting. Next meeting.
And Rob, you're good with the second?
I'm good with that, yes.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
3-2. Councilmember Jackson and Francois voting no.
The motion passes 3-2.
Perfect. Thank you, Brandon. I'll take us to city meeting now tentative future agenda items. Do my colleagues have any?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, I'm seeking support for an action item. I would hope for an action item, support with two others, and regarding downtown parking lot A. I would like to have a staff report that comes back and a discussion on possible options for the future for this valuable asset. I believe that if we put our heads together and think about this and work together, we can possibly find some ways to advance development of this property and the surrounding area. You know, tonight we spent a lot of time talking about we don't have any money for this, we don't have money for that. Well, we certainly don't have money to rebuild parking lot A. But if we never talk about it, if we just go, oh, we don't have money for that, let's forget about it, it'll never go anywhere ever. And it could be developed into a revenue stream for the city. We're looking for ways to make money. So if we had a Florida bond or a public-private thing, there's a number of ways we could do this, but if we don't ever talk about it or get started on it, it'll just sit there. Just like parking lot D just sits there, just like the Clark building used to just sit there for 8 years because nobody wanted to get started on it. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish, and I'm asking that we have a conversation about what we can do with parking lot A and have some sort of a development there that would eventually be a revenue stream for our city.
So
And that's what I'm asking for.
So you're asking for options regarding development of
That's right. To start the
Lot
ball
A.
rolling. We don't have to spend $1 million and go hire a consultant, but we just have to have a conversation about it. Everyone bring their ideas to the table here, and let us talk about it. And staff can do a simple report about what's been done in the past. The beach house is a nice example to get started with. Has a great development there with parking and a hotel and so on. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe not. Maybe we do something else. But if we don't get moving on it, it'll never happen, ever. So it'll just be a rundown old parking lot forever. So let's think out of the box for a few minutes, and that's what I'm asking for. I would like at least one and hopefully two other people to support this so that we can, at a future meeting, and very soon I'd hope, come back with a conversation, a start. Let's just get the ball rolling.
Is there support for that?
I'll second that.
There's one.
I have a question, and Mr. City Attorney, you can stop me if I'm going too far. I'm not going to get into a debate about it, but I do want to ask a few factual questions, if I may, in order for me to grasp what this is about.
I'll make it easy. I'll support it as well.
Okay, there you
That's
go. Thank
it.
you.
So there's
You're not
three.
charging us for this, are you?
No more questions.
No more questions.
Well, I had a question then. Do we need to address the safety issues caused by the implementation of the blockades on the Strand? Because right now, the safety issue of the cyclists moving down Ocean Drive is right there in the middle of Lot A. So when we talk about any kind of development, we need to address the safety issues involved with Ocean Drive, which is right there at Lot A. Because the way it currently exists, there's dangerous safety issues with cyclists and rollerbladers going through and crossing pedestrians on the plaza.
Why don't we talk about what color to paint it when we're done? That's absurd.
All right.
What's
All right.
absurd?
I have a couple of other future agenda items.
All right.
Anyone else? Do you have a future agenda?
We're good. We got three?
Councilmember Jackson? Yes.
Yeah, we're done.
I've got one that talks about public safety. So in light of the city's decision to eliminate the Community Police Advisory Board, I'm seeking council support, direct staff to return with options for establishing a public safety and emergency preparedness commission. Such a commission could provide meaningful community input on public safety, emergency preparedness, and community resilience while operating within a clear, transparent, and legally compliant framework.
I will support that.
Didn't we used to have a,
We did. Emergency preparedness.
What year
happened
did
to
that
it?
get put away?
8 years ago?
Okay.
Yeah, commissions cost money.
What happened to it?
They cost money.
Commissions do cost
Yeah,
money.
they do.
Staff time. Wait, we don't have any money.
Costs
have-
more than
we
50.
have- we have-
Costs more than 50 grand.
2.
We've got two. Anybody else?
All right.
Informational.
I have 2. Do you have anything, Mayor Pro Tem? In light of the neighbors to the north in El Segundo with their data center fight, I don't think anything would happen in Hermosa, but would look to explore a moratorium on data centers for a fixed time.
Moratorium on what?
Data centers.
Data center.
El Segundo just had a fight in the last couple of weeks about it. I don't foresee anything in Hermosa, but it'd be better to get ahead of it, in my opinion.
Could you explain, I'm sorry, a data center, what is it? What happened in El Segundo, if you could fill me in?
They were proposed an 8-story data center in El Segundo, which again has
Computers.
Computers, AI, all that kind of stuff. They put off a lot of noise, use a bunch of water, and they are heavily impacting on the residents in the area.
This is in a residential area?
This
No.
is on PCH.
It's commercial area.
But again, I want to get ahead of it in case I'd like to put a moratorium on in town. Or not.
I'll support a discussion on those.
All right. Last one, in light of other recent news, I would like to have a review of our ALPRs and our contract services we have with Flock to ensure that there's enough protections. There's been a lot of news stories about the vulnerabilities with some ALPR cameras and people taking them over for nefarious reasons, not so much the providers themselves. So just making sure that the hardware is secure for our automated license plate readers.
Well, I guess if you just wanted a report on that, the city manager could do that without an information item, right? You're not really
There's a
thinking-
lot of public discussion on them right now in the
Right, but-
news across the nation.
But
and
isn't that
locally.
something the city manager could just provide to us in a future report without having an action item? Because you're not really considering any action.
There are cities that have canceled or not renewed their contracts. It's gotten so bad.
You want it?
So you're suggesting reviewing the contract we have?
That's, yes, to look at all of our providers for ALPRs and have a review to ensure the hardware and the privacy that we have guaranteed our residents is not taken over for nefarious reasons.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting, but we went through that, I think, when we approved the contracts.
I'm
pretty
seeking
thoroughly,
support.
so.
Okay. Guess
I'll
there's
go,
none.
I'll go along with that. I will. Information at least is deserving of information on that.
If you Google it, there are numerous articles about it.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, anything else? All right, so a reminder that the city council will be dark on August 11th. The next regular city council meeting will be Tuesday, August 25th at 5 p.m. for closed session and 6 p.m. for open session. This meeting is adjourned at 12:33 a.m. in memory of James Hudson Beckwith, known to the community as Jimbo. He passed away June 25th, 2026 at the age of 79. He was a longtime Hermosa Beach resident. Jimbo was also the owner and CEO of California Marking Device, a beloved family-owned local business for 54 years, located on 650 PCH in Hermosa Beach. Under Jimbo's leadership, the business built a strong local reputation and rapid turnaround, personalized customer service, and general client discounts. The shop manufactured over 90% of its products on site, supplied many of the items to the city of Hermosa Beach over the years, including city council and staff nameplates and name badges. Jimbo will be deeply missed by the Hermosa Beach community, and we send our deepest condolences to his loved ones. Thank you.